Alrighty. What is good? Hopefully everything is good. Here we go.
Rocket League fans around the world, welcome to South America for the last chance qualifier of the 2026 Rocket League Championship Series. It is the last online day of competition in South America. We had Mina yesterday. Ghazi put on the cowboy hat. He's earned a trip to Fort Worth, Texas, and one team here from South America will also earn a trip today, folks. 6 teams remain, one spot in the last chance qualifier in the play-ins at the World Championship. I'm excited about it. I got Herc, I got Stumpy, I got Daz. Herc, what a day. Here we are. You excited?
Oh my gosh, I'm stoked. Any LCQ is really, really fun. It feels like it's been a minute since we've all got to see each other on top of it too. So we're in for a good weekend.
We're all here. We're all having a good time. Any big updates in your life, Dazarin, since the last time we spoke on twitch.tv/Rocket League?
That is a clear setup. Yeah, I got a haircut.
You did. It looks good.
It looks great.
I mean,
I was going to get that
other
too,
things, but
so I'm happy that we didn't go for the same thing.
Listen, I know somebody. We can make it happen. Okay.
Hey, at Worlds, mate. Worlds are oyster.
We're all gonna have a great time in Fort Worth. Stumpy, any big life updates in your life before we get into the last chance qualifier action?
Not yet. I get married in like a week, which is cool.
Let's go.
So,
clap and tap for Stumpy.
Congrats, Stumpy.
Congratulations.
Life partner.
Yes, that's fantastic stuff. Well, let's start talking about the Rocket League, because that's what people are really
make
here
sure
for.
the
If you
audio
just
is good
started
real
tuning in to the greatest esport in the world, you picked a great time. We are in the bottom left corner here. This is the last moment before the World Championship. This weekend of competition will be the final online gameplay of 2026. We had the Mina last chance qualifier yesterday. We have Sam today. We'll have North America tomorrow, followed by Europe and OCE having a tiebreaker on Sunday. So the time
I think the
will be a
audio is
little
good
bit
now.
different every day. Take a look at this schedule. Hopefully one of these time zones is translatable to the time zone you live in. We try to keep it kind of global here for everybody. But again, today here, Friday, July 24th, we have the South American LCQ. Tomorrow, North America. And we will start things tomorrow on Sunday with the OCE tiebreaker, a single match to determine which team gets to be the champion of the region at the World Championship. Should be an exciting, intense moment of Rocket League action. And then following that, we will have the European LCQ. Who's going to come out of that? Man, that one feels tight. Lots of fantastic teams over in that region, hoping to make it to Dickey's Arena. If you want to be in the building with these teams and watch them compete for the title of World Champion, you can do that, folks. There are still tickets available, and you could be in the building when history is made. QR code about to pop up on your screen. You'll be able to be there. We've been there a few times now, Stump. This has been we've had a lot of fun experiences in this building, and I'm hoping we're going to make some new ones here in September.
Honestly, in the entire city of Fort Worth, I love it. I absolutely love going back there. I feel like I've actually learned like a lot of the center of the city by memory now. I could recommend where to go to various places. Brilliant place, genuinely. If you're considering going to Atlanta and you're thinking, oh, do I do it? Oh, do I not? You know, we're getting towards the end of the year. Just do it. Don't be lame. Pop along, see us, see your favorite teams, and get some banging ice cream while you're out there in the Texan sun.
So man, we do ice cream very well in Texas. Let's keep talking about the South American action though. Here, I would love to keep talking about the ice cream, but we got to start talking about the Rocket League at some point around here. The group stages for the South American qualifiers went down a few weekends ago. They have now had time to prepare for their opponents. We had 2 different groups. This is how Group A went, Herc.
Yeah, if you guys missed the group stage, was honestly kind of decently intense, and we got ourselves into a really fun Group A. The fun thing that I've enjoyed the most about the SAM LCQ so far is you quite never know what you're gonna get. You're either getting a full game 5 or you're getting a sweep. There really seems to be no in between with this region right now, especially the further
I don't know any of
we
these
get
teams.
past those semis. But everybody has shown up for this one. Not as many upset, pretty along the script, I would say, unless people want to argue me. But on the flip side, Group B is the other end. This is everybody is straight into business. Get in, get out.
We have some of the strongest competitors from the region came out of Group B here. BS Plus is, I think, probably the favorite in everybody's minds this weekend, and you can see it with the performance they had here in the group. Didn't drop a game to either of the teams they played, which leaves us with the bracket we have today. We already played through the first 4 matches of it on a previous weekend here, and again, BS Plus still yet to lose a game there. They are through to the semifinals, so they've got a top 4 finish here in the LCQ already guaranteed, but that does not matter this weekend, Daz. The only thing that matters is winning the grand finals. There's no prize money, there's no points, there's no nothing except for a trip to Fort Worth if you win that final match.
Yep, it's an age-old saying, if you ain't first, you're last here. That's really the name of the game for the SAM LCQ and for every LCQ that's going to be happening right now. BS Plus looking like the strongest team in the tournament so far, not being able to drop a game, but of course, Nova Drift is kind of on their heels a little bit. We'll talk more about that later.
There we go.
But that being said, there's a lot of competition in those quarterfinals that people should be watching out for.
Yeah, let's talk about those upper quarterfinals here for a second, Stumpy. BS Plus went up against Bigojes. Bigojes is one of the only teams that made a roster change coming into this, picking up Drew, but did not matter in this matchup. 4 up, 4 down for BS Plus.
Yeah, I think that as well, when you look towards what Sam's going to be putting up, no real team has sort of consolidated all of the main talent, I think, in South America. I've not looked at a single team and thought, oh, that's where all the big dogs have gone, because you look towards Furia, of course, to have a lot of the firepower. You look towards MIBR, they're not here. This does sort of seem to be the best of the rest, and BS Plus, to me, they're really looking like that. They managed to get through in their Swiss group in the number 2 spot, but still went 3-0. And I think this is one of their big competitions. They got, like you said, BS Plus with KV1 managed to take down the Sound 1v1 Open. Managed to beat his teammate Wisty in that one as well. And they're, I think, the most exciting team in Sam right now. They're the ones that I think are, to be honest, most likely to be going through.
Oh!
They are. I mean, they have yet to drop a game here, Herc. So obviously, BS Plus the favorites at the moment. But this is a last chance qualifier. It's a slightly different style of tournament. Again, the fact that we were talking about that there's the only thing that's on the line this weekend is winning the whole thing. There's no sort of like consolation prizes distracting any of these teams. They're like, oh, we get some points, we get some money here or there, right? You got to win the whole thing, and that sort of changes the way they approach the tournament.
Oh, 100%. I think this is, I think we'll see nerves more than we've ever seen in any situation, right? Because there is no backup, there's no secondary, anything that you can gain from this moment. It's complete do or die. Like Dad said, if you're not first, you're last. There's nothing for you. No participation trophies. Unfortunately, it's just the end. So good luck to everybody, by the way, because this could be it.
For all but one team this season, this will be their last tournament of the 2026 RLCS here. Now, let's talk about the other upper bracket matchup that happened up there. Nova Drift is also in the top 4, sitting parallel, complementary to BS Plus's position in the tournament right now. They got there by going through Fapuchos here in 5 games there, as Fapuchos did take down team number 2 here, Stumpy, but ultimately they only scored 2 goals outside of that win. This was a pretty dominant win for Nova Drift.
Yeah, and as well, Nova Drift being one of those top contending teams with a lot of all 3 of those players not particularly well known out of South America. They haven't got one of the star power players like your Brad, your Drops, your
what a shot.
KD1. They've not got those big players, and I love seeing when a region gets this little bit deeper and there's a lot more chance for players like this to shine through. And I think going through in the space ahead, or rather in the in group. So they in Swiss number 1, the first group, Group A. They did end up dropping a game, and they only lost that to Fafuchos. So they had chances to beat them on the second time round, and they managed to take it. So they've clearly learned.
Yeah, but you know, one of the things you talked about, Stumpy, where you have like players that aren't necessarily as well known getting a spotlight. That's what I'm seeing in this squad here. First of all, their team plays have been solid. Kevin Nacho has looked very clean on the ball, definitely set up a lot of individual plays, and Roman has also been a part of that as well. I feel like this is just people starting to try to make a name for themselves. They get to win the LCQ, go straight to the World Championship, and now we've talked about all the great players that are on the board here in this LCQ trying to fight for it. They'll add their names to the list.
We'll see if any of these players can earn a spot on our top plays today with the action they'll put up. Here are the top plays so far from the LCQ, powered by Progressive Daz. Take it away.
Yeah, let's do it. Number 5, this is going to be Brad. Great flip reset here. Watch how he gets the flip on the side of the ball and then just use the power to get to the corner, right to the top left corner. This is great control to start off our top 5 plays in a big game situation. Brad just using that flip, just so well done. I mean, it's a great one to start us off, but let's get to number 4. I love this because look at this from Bruno. Bruno, you gotta play the ball there. You give him a free flip reset, and they're gonna punish you for it. This is just easy, good card control. You get a great first touch, get your flip reset, play it low. The defender, I mean, he's left on an island there at that point. Now we move in.
Great patience
3.
by
Bruno. I talked about you. Listen, right off the kickoff, just
the
get
guy
it
that
back.
was on the
Get
ball.
it back for us here with a nice skim to the bottom left, right off the
Sheesh.
kickoff.
Nice.
That is exactly what you want to see. Good wave dash. Again, reads the ball, has enough time, and just lands the skim. It is so clean, but we are not done yet. We are at number 2, and guess what? It's KV1 with 2. First touch to a flip reset. Use the flip on the double.
Bang.
Bang. What does Stack say? Hand down, man down. And that's why, because you cannot afford to give someone space like this. Great read of the situation, knowing, okay, I get a first touch, I can line it up.
What's up, Enoch? How we doing, bro?
But I mean, Knight. Here for
I didn't
our
watch
final
many of
play.
your edits, but I
like to
watched a
call
few of
this the
them
Knight
yesterday.
Special. Because
And
again,
I
he
thought
has
they
a
were
great
they were
first
pretty cool, man.
touch, gets a double off the ceiling, then off the back wall, they get the flip reset, then a double.
I'm not a big
Go to sleep, it's
soccer
over. If you
watcher,
let that
but
get a play like that, I
or
mean,
football.
It just changes the whole motion, the dynamics of the game. He,
Still thought they
look,
were cool.
He lines it up, recognizes he has free space, says, let me get one off the ceiling, boom, gets past 1, gets past 2, gets past 3.
What is that?
I absolutely love it.
Bro was playing ping pong with the other team.
GTS. We'll get to see more plays like that today, hopefully, from our teams in the competition. Again, those left-hand matches are
Yeah,
been
of course,
played. We're going
Enoch.
to finish this bracket today. We will crown an LCQ champion and send a team to Fort Worth before we turn off the broadcast here. So these are the teams, and you can see those 2 teams in the semifinals, BS Plus and Nova Drift. I think by most analytics here, Stumpy, we would say these are the top 2 squads, the favorites of the tournament. But how far ahead are they from the rest? How far are they apart from each other? Kind of how would you compare BS Plus and Nova Drift?
Let's chuck up the blooming numbers then, I reckon, because these 2 teams, as you've said, they are the top 2 statistical teams coming into the tournament. There are honorable mentions that I will go through, but they have been, and I think in SAM, when you look towards the top, it is a very top-heavy region. I'd say the same for MENA, and also OCE.
How are you?
It's one of
I'm
those
alright,
regions
man. How
where
about you?
a couple of teams at the top will be taking a lot of the plaudits, but there's a huge amount of effort going in just below that, right on the surface, which is where BS Plus and Nova Drift both live. They are getting those consistent top 4s, top 8s. That's obviously just not enough to get them through to their 2 land spots. I'd also like to, while we have the numbers on the screen, just shout out a team that I think might be potentially overlooked a little bit. I think Disaster Class have got a really fantastic chance here of going and making a good run. They've got a tough one to start
That's
off
good,
with.
Enoch. I'm glad to hear it, man.
Rhodes to start off with, and then they have to go through Nova Drift. That I'd put them in second, Nova Drift, but I think there's definitely a good couple of teams here that could be going for upsets.
I mean, you told me you got a team with Brad and Drops on it in South America, and you'd be like, okay, that's gonna be a strong team to talk about. It's the fact that this is the first time we're mentioning Disaster Class does tell you just how stacked this region is. And honestly, I feel like it's a different situation, Herc, than we had in MENA yesterday, where there were really kind of 2 teams that really felt distinctly had distinguished themselves from the rest of the pack during the league play. It feels like these teams have been trading back and forth some wins here. I think there's a better chance with what somebody was saying earlier about like they haven't consolidated talent onto a few teams where there's like a good star on kind of every team today. That means we're in for a good competition.
Oh, 100%. South America, I think Stumpy said it best. This is one of those regions where everybody at some point has had a turn on one of like the top teams in South America. So we've seen everybody had a turn. Now they've all separated themselves out a little bit, which in turn kind of evened the playing field more than they all kind of realized. So it's a matter about finding out who you get to go potentially to Worlds with.
I was going to say quickly on that point as well, all of these players, like you look like we mentioned, Brad, Drops, KV1, Knight, Drafinio, I'm confident that on every single team, we've got at least one player that has historically played for MIBR, Secret, or Furia. On one of these teams, that is just a consistent thing. Card is then on Twitter. Like, there is somebody from all of these different teams that has managed to play. So the pedigree is huge. And I really am surprised we've not seen a consolidation under one banner here, but it means that Sam is very wide open.
I think what I'm hearing you say is that Furia, Secret, MIBR have tried to do that over the course of the past year. They tried to build a super team over and over again, and all these players have been in contention here. We got 4 minutes till kickoff, so let's start talking about, start moving things forward here a little bit. Folks, if you got family and friends at home that you want to get involved with watching Rocket League, or if you feel like, I wish I could just see a more holistic overview of the gameplay that's happening at any moment in time, check out the RLCS crowd cam.
I almost thought that was Rowas for a second, but it's RMN9. RMN9. Yeah, wow.
So that was hard to say. Relaxing way to watch Rocket League, and maybe a little more familiar to this traditional sports viewing experience. A great way to introduce people to Rocket League. Here is today's schedule, folks. We've got 2 quarterfinal matches, 2 semifinal matches, and then the one that matters the most. Which team goes forward to Fort Worth will be decided in that grand finals. Let's start talking about the first matchup of the day. Begoja is taking on Disaster Class here. Disaster Class, I think it was Begoja's actually removed Leo to pick up Drew. Leo ends up on Disaster Class here, so a bit of a grudge match for Leo. We'll see if he can rally up with Drops and Brad Stumpy to get the win. This is a win and in, lose and out match.
I think it's also worth mentioning that Leo and the
What
team.
sports do I watch? I don't really watch any sports anymore. I used to watch American football for a while. This is like the main thing I watch. I know it's not a sport, it's an e-sport, but this is basically the main thing I watch, honestly.
This only goes to back up my point. And also, on Begoda's back in the day, or back earlier in the regular season, they only actually got knocked out of tournaments by either MIBR or BS+. So typically, you'd see Begoda's have a fantastic run through these tournaments until they hit a big dog. Do they consider Disaster Class to be a big dog? I don't know. I think that's going to be decided on the pitch.
I don't know, Des. They got big in their name. I feel like they're going to case themselves.
I mean, when you do look at like this team, right, you can definitely see like the kind of layer of rosters. But even when you look at the highlights, right, Knight had such a big time goal. It does feel like, you know, when they're able to get some space on the side of Disaster Class, I mean, they can really shake things up. But also, you know, you look at both these rosters, you look at the level of land experience between, you have the Drafinio, Knight, Brad. I like just seeing all of them. They know how to handle the pressure. That puts more eyes on Leo here for this matchup, particularly because this is going to be a high pressure situation. How can you know, step up when it matters most?
See the players settling in. And Herc, I mean, obviously, like, this is the first in a long, long road to the World Championship. If you win today, that still just puts you into the play-ins. If you win that, that puts you into the groups. If you win that, it finally puts you into bracket. It's such a long road, but man, the accomplishment of being able to say you are a World Championship contender, a World Championship finalist, of getting
I've always been a big NRG fan.
To compete.
I'm not one to like stick with one team though. I like to root for most teams just because I enjoy the competition so much that I just enjoy like solid Rocket League regardless. Like, say if NRG were to go out in like top 8, the team that took them out, I'd probably root for them or just root for like another team that I like as well or something, you know. But NRG is my main one.
Afterwards, so everybody, you're gonna see it. This is one of the most passionate, outwardly passionate regions in the RLCS, in my opinion. I'm excited to see, especially players like Drafinio. They want to make it back. They were just there, you know. So we're gonna see how intense it gets. We have our first taste of it. I love that we have the player cams on too, so it'll just be
W
that
players.
much more fun.
And Drew, on your screen here, one of the veterans of the South American region, been competing since 2019. That's 7 years ago that he's been competing in Rocket League. We've seen him on teams like Furia, teams like Secret. He's been on Crew Esports, been all around his head. Has been in many of the world championships in the past, including many majors. Lots of veteran experience, but yet to get that big LAN win. Plenty of experience though, Stumpy, getting the online victory. Many South American Open qualifier victories under his belt.
Yeah, and also worth mentioning that you've got STL on the side of Disaster Class as well, or rather on the side of Bigodes. He is former and very decorated Furia man, so I think that they've got a very good mind behind them. But this will be a tough series for either, and I don't expect it to be dealt with quickly.
Okay, well, chat, let us know who you think is going to win in the progressive fan vote. Daz, who's your pick?
I'm going Disaster Class here. I want to see the Leo win here. No disrespect, because I do like the roster that is Bigodes, but there is something like they have Mateus in their corner, Brad and Drops. I know they're hungry to make a stand, so I got to go.
Hey,
with
yo.
Okay.
You know, in football
Stumpy?
/ soccer, people like you are called
Doing the
glory
same.
hunters.
Brought me up
Really?
with Disaster Class.
Interesting.
I was saying earlier that Bigodes had done very, very well. They'd only really lost to the big teams, but I do sort of like the story of Leo being kicked and then beaten.
So is that a
to
bad
me
thing,
is
or?
funny, and funny normally wins in my mind.
Yeah, that makes
This is an emotional pick from. I didn't expect Stumpy to be so emotionally invested in this matchup, Herc, but I love hearing it.
No, he definitely, I believe it, actually, hands down. I thought it was going to be original, picking Disaster Class. And now I kind of want to go the other way just for the memes. No, I'm sticking with Disaster Class, if I'm honest. I think anytime you see a name like that, it just completely flips. They're the ones that usually end up looking the best.
I did not think I was going to be alone over here picking Dr. Oofy and Knight.
Yes, okay.
over the competition,
Cool,
but
cool.
I'm gonna go with Bigodes on this, or Bigodes on this one. I think that they can take this one down. But apparently they're not the favorites in this matchup, despite the fact that our analyst earlier said that they struggle against nobody except for like the top dogs in the competition. So we'll see what happens. Chat is inverted from the desk. Who's gonna be right? Who's gonna be wrong? Do we really even care? Let's watch the Rocket League, folks. Let's get into it. The final online weekend of the 2026 Rocket League Championship Series in South America is on the table today. Disaster Class versus Bigodes to kick off the SAM LCQ.
Like being a gold digger, then leaving when your man is broke. Wow.
Opportunities abound here with a spot.
Well, then I don't think it's a good thing. Damn.
Championship on the line. As Daz so eloquently said earlier, if you
I'm just here
ain't
for good
first,
Rocket League, man.
you're
I'm
last. Our first match of the day here, game 1, brought to you by Progressive as we kick it off.
not trying to
this is
have
gonna
all
be
these
a big one
labels.
to look at stacked, because again, these guys have a long day ahead of them. Even if they get a win here, you still got to go into a Titan in the semifinals.
Yeah, big dogs waiting in the semifinals, but a lot of pedigree here in this matchup as well. World's veterans, players who have played either in the play-in or in the main event for the World Championship before. Vino is one of them. France's favorite South American player, tongue firmly in cheek. As Bems goes right at Drops, this is coming right back in. An opportunity abound now for Disaster Class, but they're going to be back on the defensive end.
Yeah, they got to make sure not to get too aggressive here at the start. I do like what I'm seeing out of Leo already. He's had a couple plays where he's been low boost, still been able to make contact with the ball, just like not let the boost usage kind of get him uncomfortable. But this is the second time now he's had to go back after just being up so close, and you can see what happens. It's giving Bigodes some good opportune strikes. You have to be able to clear that up when he's playing third man.
Grapino playing one across, intercepted by Brad. Bems will give way to Knight as Bigodes try to mount another counter. Here goes Bems with Grapino waiting in support. Trying to get a piece of Brad on his way through, but Brad's all over that defensively. Leo will clear this away, and back to the drawing board goes Bigodes.
But your intentions are good. You're like a neutral.
Pressure here.
That's what I'm saying.
Physical. You have to be very careful not to necessarily, like I said, overexert yourself.
That's
So
why I
far,
said
though,
NRG is like my
one
main.
shot
I don't just because NRG loses doesn't mean I'm gonna like switch to another team and be like, oh, this is my team now. Like this is who I was rooting for or something like that, you know.
Nearly 2 weeks separating.
My favorite team gets taken down, they get taken down, you know. Maybe they're having a bad day. Maybe I don't know. You know?
Put on the brakes, tried to get Knight to jump past him. Leo to set it up for drops. Bems is there. Can Brad get up with little boost? He can, but he's got nothing else to play with here. As Leo actually misses the midfield boost and will concede that to Knight. And see if that comes back to haunt Disaster Class as they go on the back foot now. And Knight able to get this up at midfield. Looking to go around Leo. Drops jumping in to save the day. Grafinho over to Knight, and Brad comes across for another stop.
These are some close strikes. Begoja's getting closer and closer to the goal. So far, Disaster Class have been putting up a strong fight, but they have not necessarily been able to generate much offense. They have to change that narrative.
Knight's second touch to try and force the defense into a mistake, and Brad's having absolutely none of it. That's a good win, though, by Drops coming across the midfield, trying to catch Begoja snapping, as Bems will have to sweep that out.
You're removing a lot of messages in there. Damn.
Both boost and ball for the moment. And so this attack from Begoja shouldn't have a lot of teeth to it, but now Grafinho's got boost. So too does Bems. He used it all to run up on that shot and still denied out
Wow,
of
this is
midfield.
really back and forth.
And Disaster Class shut the door again.
That was a good
What a
dunk.
win by Knight, though. That's going to force Leo into an awkward spot. All the way to his own backboard. And now it's scramble stations now for Disaster Class, as it certainly has not been a master class on the offensive end. No shots on target. A lot of defense,
stop.
including that save there by Leo.
And he got the 50 win. And he's
Typo.
gonna get the
Yeah, no, you
corner.
good, I get
That's
it.
exactly what you wanted from Leo in that moment. But still, though, it's because he gets a little too aggressive when he's in that third man position, and he's had to barrel back, giving the offense a lot of space to create. You cannot do that here in this stage. It's been a tough game one for Disaster Class. They've got no shots on the board as we enter the final minute. Leo looking to get the first one. And he
Dang.
Scores! All you need is one. One shot, one goal, and Leo gives Disaster Class
What a shot.
late lead in the last minute.
That's why they're called Disaster Class, Stacks, because I'm telling you, it looked like it was a disaster, and you know what? That's exactly where they look comfortable. I certainly hope they don't plan on playing the rest of the series that way. These final minutes, though, still looking a little shaky, but they're able to get out and get some room.
That was great by Drops. Then that little scramble in front off the kickoff. Just put himself in position, guessed right, managed to hang around long enough to prevent any follow-up. And they hold this lead now for the final 30. Here comes Begojas again. Bems for Knight. Grafinho, he's got all the boost in the world. Knight going after Leo, but nobody was taking the shot. And that little miscommunication.
No, why is the stream doing it
Precious
again,
seconds,
bro?
And an opportunity gone by the wayside. Knight now with Drops and Brad to beat. Cut past one. Drops with the stop. Leo
I don't
alone
know
in
about
the net,
Rocket League
and
too
Knight
much.
knocked him out of the way,
Oh, dang.
where Bems
Hold on, I
to
wanna watch
score
this
the
real quick. One sec.
equalizer.
What a bump. Leo was going for the squishy save. Knight saw it, just landed, got up, and got a
Wow.
perfect
Yeah, that was a
bump.
good play.
Ben's shot was
I don't know
also
about Rocket
placed
League too much.
perfectly,
Why
too.
are
Placed it
there
right behind
so many
Knight
of the
so
same
Knight
car?
could
Is
get
it
the
meta?
bump.
I
Excellent play to tie
wouldn't
up
necessarily
this
say it's
game.
meta, because
7 saves
you can
in
wear all
just
or
under
put all
5
sorts of
minutes.
different
They
things on
needed
your
an
car
eighth.
and wear all sorts of different
Instead,
stuff,
overtime
and it has no
looming
effect on the
unless
game.
Brad can break the
But
marks.
there is like a placebo
Leo's got
effect
it on
to
the
it,
side,
so a lot of
lob it at
pros
the
wear
backboard.
like
It's gonna
a
come
lot of
up
the same
freely
cars
from
because
the
it makes them
backboard.
feel like faster
Drops
and stuff.
there, just a
So
little bit
I guess there's
behind
kind of
Grafinho's
a
touch.
meta to it in a
Now
way,
Brad,
but
indirect for himself. Bems will shut
it doesn't
down.
really play a factor
Leo
much.
keeps it alive.
It's more of a
Drops
mental
for the
thing.
win, and he couldn't get the read.
Like I
Overtime
use
in
I
game
use the
one.
same cars as them because
Both teams
I
striking
feel like
in
it
the
makes me
final
faster, but
minute.
in reality it really doesn't.
Now, as we get into this overtime,
Just kind of
feels
like a
everybody's warmed up
visual
and ready
thing.
to go, but it's really based on who can be consistent. Disaster Class is
And
struggled
the
with
cars
keeping
are the
ball
same
in the
too,
offensive
like,
half, and sometimes they're especially
This car
prone to
and
counterattacks.
the other car
They
that you
gotta
just
clean it
saw.
up because
Hold on.
right now
This
the
car
demos
and
are coming out, and they are in a vulnerable position.
Oh,
There's only
Brad
one
does
other
the
guy
honor
using
for
a
the
different
double
car.
no, and Knight just gets there ahead of Leo to keep
Go to
this
Grafinho,
one
please.
knotted up in OT. Bems great win. Is the bank open? Drafinho's there.
Oh, there he is. See that car? It looks a little bit different. Some of them have like the same hitbox, so it like interacts with the ball the same way. So that flatter car and the guy that just scored in the bigger, chunkier car, that car right there. Yeah, the Octane. It has the same hitbox, so it interacts with the ball the same way, but other cars can interact with the ball in a little bit of a different way because their hitbox is a little bit different. So there's a lot that goes into it, but they all, I don't know, the game's played the same way regardless of the car, I guess. Like you still have the same boost, still can do the same movements. Just the hitbox is a little bit different. Which some people would say there's slight advantages to certain cars, but it's very, very minuscule.
His former teammates in game 1 instead. Drafinho and Bems bring it back. Knight plays a huge role in it as well. An assist and the bump to open up the net on the equalizer. Drafinho, the veteran.
I really thought Disaster Class would take that, but fair enough to Big Odes or whatever their name is.
Wild affair to start things off.
Yeah,
I know the name because I play Rocket League sites, but oh yeah, fair enough.
Only had 3 shot stacks, so they really didn't have.
I realized that.
You know,
crazy.
The shootout was very one-sided, and I think that when you look at this, that's going to be the big difference maker. How well can Disaster Class manage the space and kind of control their level of play? Like I said, getting caught out for being too far forward on offense seemed to hurt them a lot. I think if they can make some adjustments there, keep the pressure is good, because they can't welcome the counterattack. The counterattack is where they look the weakest. They have to be able to clean that up defensively and give themselves more room to work with throughout the field.
Well, Brad put into an awkward spot on this opening kickoff. It's more defense on the part of Disaster Class as Knight hits the post. Drafinho chips it in.
Nice shot. It was also a good bump too.
Into game 2, and Magojes are off to the races.
Yeah, Knight, it's that first shot from Knight that comes through. And
what a bump.
It hits the post and bounces out. It's so hard to read as a defender, but for Drafinho, it was so far back, he was able to line up the perfect follow-up shot through the confusion.
Bems has read this right tonight. Drafinho's lurking. Brad tried to play around him. Drafinho doing all he can. He actually kind of played that away from the oncoming Bems. Leo now, drop down, great pass, right.
What a save.
Bems though on the shot from drops. Now he's gonna want that one back from that position. Maybe feel like he should have scored there.
Look at Drafinho trying to keep it close. Lines up the 50, that's a high ball. Knight trying to go get it. More pressure. Leo wants to get his team out. Bims keeps it in. Bims again, looking for Drafinho. No, cut out from Brad. Good bump there. Now Brad plays it past 1. Can Brad get it past 2? Still, he opts to take the corner and wants to get out. Drops, keeps the pressure up. Brad here to try to get the middle again. That's more of what they need, though. And the clears come through. Somebody to keep the ball back in play. But only for a certain amount of time. Drafinho's shot's going to be blocked out by drops.
Brad's got to get onto this one. Right to Leo
Ooh.
off the backboard.
Oh,
he still got the dunk
dang.
on Knight. Didn't think Knight was going to get to that ball, but he did just barely, and maybe it was just enough. As Brad has an open net. No, Drafinho
What a save.
comes in after the demo on Knight. Drafinho has been clutch defensively here for Bagojes as he comes back from midfield. Sends that ball out to the wing, and another clearance to get rid of danger. And now Bagojes back on the attack, looking to double their lead in game 2.
Drops. Let's set this up. Brad doesn't have a lot of boost. Actually doesn't even make contact there. Might be able to stay in the play. No, actually doesn't. Just opts to just drop out. So Leo has to cut in and drops, looking for a bump. Leo looking for a shot. Knight. Good read to stop it. This is a lot more offense than we've seen from Disaster Class so far in game 2. They're out shooting Bagojes, but still, Bagojes with so much pressure, it has been just so tough to get past.
Quick landing by drops there, allowed him to stay with that play defensively. Now Bems to the back wall. Leo's there to meet him. Needs another. He's got drops running downfield, but that goes over both Knight and drops. As Drafinho trying to play around Brad, he's done so, and that ball well downfield just intercepted by Leo, and now both teams kind of settling into a pattern here, waiting for someone to blink. Knight running interference again. He's been outstanding on the other half of the field, but he comes up empty on that ball. Graffinho gets knocked back. He's still getting pinballed around here by Leo. And now Bems will take over. Second touch to dump this in, and Graffinho tried to swipe Brad out of the way and just nearly grazed him.
With the pressure. A little high pop from Brad, and they want to chase it down, but he can't. Drops, almost able to come through for the shot. This is good pressure that you want to see from Disaster Class here. If they can keep this kind of rotation going, almost a chance for a shot. Good block out there from Knight. Bigoj's desperately clearing it away, but still awkward too. Leo almost was able to make contact there. It's just been chaos up and down the field.
By the narrowest of margins. As Bems blocked by Drops. He also stopped Knight. Ball still in a dangerous spot as Brad has to sweep it away. Brad has been phenomenal defensively for Disaster Class. Has really kept them in this as Graffinho comes from inside the goal. Now it's Leo. Flip reset available. Runs into Knight. Brad there to dump it in further, and he'll let this one come back down to Drops. But he's almost let that ball get away. Kind of threw off Knight for a moment. Leo's got a golden opportunity.
This is chaotic, man. What the fuck?
Away by Bems, and a huge defensive stop again from Bigoj's, who have been tested, unlike in game one.
And now they're just trying to keep this ball in the orange half, run out the clock. Leo tries to clear downfield, but you see Brad just get demoed. Leo's got to take it himself. If they have it in them to get another late game goal, 30 seconds. You need to make something happen here. Good little skim touch from Brad, but again, defense is there. Looking for the mid pass. That's also cut out. It has just been almost impossible for Disaster Class to really get anything going here, but they need to make something happen soon.
Bems out to the corner. Now they're in the shell. Bigoj's trying to hang on, and they won.
What a shot.
Leo
Wow.
with another clutch goal.
And if you look at Bigoj's, they're all sitting on that right side. Brad sees a lane, immediately gives it to Leo. Perfect placement. He could not be a second.
That was a nice little play.
Save. Great clutch shot from Leo, and Disaster Class still in this one.
Leo in the final 60 seconds of a game might be the best player in the tournament. Time will tell. Brad for Leo off the corner, and it comes out too low. Boy, would have loved to see if that stayed up for just a half second longer. But watch out. Bems off the kickoff, beaten by Brad.
Better watch out for Graffinho in overtime. You might get a little taste of what happened in game one. That being said, Disaster Class still needs to work through this, keep that momentum going. They're getting beat by Knight all the way up the field. This is an awkward spot to be in. They finally get out.
Brad's got very little boost, but still made his presence felt. Able to touch that back to Leo, but now Graffinho with Knight. Oh, threatening to run interference. He put the brakes on and really threw off the defense. Such a great defensive stand by Disaster Class not to concede early in OT again. Now Leo has that 50 go out in front, but Graffinho's there and Drops. Does well to stay back. Will it be Graffinho again in OT? There's no boost for him there at midfield, so he has to retreat. And Leo's got to be careful. He'll guide it back to Brad.
Drops, you see Drops upfield, trying to get the bumps. Right now, Disaster Class doing a good job kind of controlling the boost. Maybe even a chance here for
Oh
Drops.
my.
No, he missed.
He had the defender coming across from his left. He had to go right, but a costly miss for sure. Brad around the boards again. Look at his center, and Bems does just enough to keep it out to the corner again. Gonna charge that as well, and he does, cutting out Leo's angle.
But they're able to get the ball back. Now they have a little bit of room to work with here. You can see them taking their time, trying to pass it upfield, but Leo gives the ball away there. Knight doesn't have enough boost to make anything work here, so Brad can just play it to that side wall. Makes it hard for the offense to work there on the side of the Bigoj's, but look, a clean breakaway for Leo. He's flipping, no, doesn't have enough boost, has to play it for the pass, but Graffinho there to knock it away. Back and forth counterattacks between these two teams right now in overtime.
Graffinho not trying to do too much there. Try to beat one defender and leave it off for somebody else. Now Drops. That last touch falls right to Graffinho. Now Drops shot, gonna be well wide, and Bems unable to stop Leo. It's Brad again. Second touch. That threw off Drafinho enough, but still Bems in the way, and Knight will go around Drafinho to play this further on, and still swatted out by Brad. It's all that effort, and it's all for naught, because once again they run into Brad. Double demo and still nothing.
I mean, it just has to do when you're on the ball there.
This is such a close series already. Like what?
Really, just he plays a high place for the 50. He tried to get it over him. Couldn't do
Oh,
that.
what a fake.
And Leo doesn't make contact there. Was looking for the skim opportunity. Won't find it. Leo low boost. Wants to pass to Brad. Brad has to work around it. Can get a double. But again, Leo low boost. And third man, he can't commit there. So now they got to go all the way back. Disaster Class has to try to work through this Bagoje's defense. But Drafinho maybe trying to call the game here. No, cannot get that one through.
It was Drafinho, 36 seconds into
Oh.
overtime in game one. Nearly Knight, 3 minutes plus in game two. But we play on as Drops takes over. Leo will have the midfield boost behind him. Can Drops hit him with a pass? No, he cannot, as Bems is in the way. Brad King coming across, and Drafinho just booms the ball away again. And everybody will live to fight another attack.
Got a good first touch from Knight. This should be a free ball for Brad, and it is. See Leo, heavy touch. That's going to be a free shot. It is saved out, but you don't want to be able to give. You don't want to give those up at all. Now low boost here is Disaster Class. This is not where you want to be. Brad can't even jump. They're trying to drop it down. They probably should have put a shot on it from Knight. Kind of overdid it there. Didn't really know that Disaster Class is this low on boost. They're trying for the net time and time again, but they've been coming up empty.
4 minutes of overtime, bro. What is this?
Like sardines. Now Brad at least has some boost, but that won't.
Oh!
It's Drafinho again.
Drafinho snuck it in there.
Drafinho, another overtime goal. Brad again. This 50 from Bims sets him up with a lane, and
Leo
it's a
almost had it too.
Perfect shot right past two defenders. Drafinho, another overtime winner, and they are 2 games away from moving on to the semifinals.
Drafinho bar down early in overtime of game one, then just sliding under the bar in game two. As great as Leo's been in the clutch for Disaster Class late in regulation, Drafinho has been the Grim Reaper for the first couple of games on the side of Bagojes. 896 in game two off the back of just 2 for 3 shooting. It's the 5 saves that put in some work there for Drafinho.
Big 5
Dang.
saves.
Drafinho's playing pretty dang good, I'm not gonna
They
lie.
sure do. So drops his 7.
He's been the lead goal
Out of the
scorer
team's 9.
for sure. For Bagojes.
It's a big factor there. So there's a part of me that does feel like we may need to start adjusting the save values, the way the game is starting to be played these days. That being
Gibbs
said, though,
disagrees.
I'm sure he does. But the impact is felt regardless, though, from Drafinho. Big time goals, and you can see it in his cam as well. He's hungry. It's going to be a long day, but Drafinho's a player that's ready for it. Now they have to close out this series. Disaster Class does not take a timeout. Going into this next game, they want to play on.
Interesting.
Big
I mean, they have kept it
going
really, really
into
close. They
TFA
just keep
Stadium,
losing in overtime.
Keeping that timeout in their back pocket. Hey, after a couple of overtime games, I mean, you feel like you're right there. You just need an opportunity to go your way. You got to convert on one more than you have the previous couple of games. See if it happens now in game 3 where Brad, Drops, and Leo. It is Bems beating Brad to the punch here on the back wall. They scored very early on, did Bagojes in game 2. As Drops will take this from his own back line. And a wide shot that didn't really test Drafinho much at all.
So far with this one starting off kind of quiet. Again, you want to see, again, a little bit more kind of like control of that midfield. What are you doing when you're on the ball? Brad, aggressive to keep it in. Leo wants to stay in the play. He doesn't have a lot of boost. So now, Brad, he's not going to be able to do too much here. How do you make your stand if you are Disaster Class? It starts with scoring early instead of late. They have a lot of late game heroics. I feel like that's when they feel like they need to kick it in a high gear. But if they can get something on the board early, I feel like they'll do a better job down the stretch. Meanwhile,
Oh,
if
damn,
you're
okay.
Drafinho, you just keep doing what you're doing. Knight gets the first touch here, stays on top of the ball, hunts for Brad, says, Brad, I need you to get out the way. We are going to the semifinals. They are just on a roll. If they keep this up, they're taking
Their
this
bump
series
plays are
seriously.
deadly, man. I think they've scored like
An imposing
most of their
physical
goals from
presence
bumps.
so far in this
It's kind of
series.
crazy.
Leo's got over Drafinho, but Bems is easily there. And Drafinho with full boost. And you wonder if they can add one more here, talking about the Gojays, if that might just be enough to break Disaster Class's hopes. It's drops now for Leo. Got the shot off. Drafinho is
Oh!
defeated,
Gave him
and
a taste of their
Leo
own medicine.
scores.
I like the response. Get physical yourself. Leo gets the touch. The bumps into play. Drop says, I'm not done yet, and then responds with a demo of his own. Great matching there. The physicality for Disaster Class. They're back in the game.
Obviously, the spotlight in this series has been on Drafinho and Leo, considering that Drafinho replaced Leo on this roster. They've scored 7 goals between them. Everybody else, just 1. Here's Bems. Looking now for Drafinho. Why not keep feeding the hot hand? That goes off of Bems. Very awkward. Here comes Knight, and Leo's there to stop him.
Bems gets the ball with full boost. Is able to take his time. Wanted the opt for the pass.
Oh.
For Knight to try to get
Oh!
What the heck? is
That shot was clean. What the heck?
Kidding me? This is insane.
Wow.
Beautiful skim, man. You can't, Stacks. You can't. You get a skim off the corner and then into the opposite bottom corner. There's no wonder Bibbs wanted to give him the ball so bad. He said, I know a hot hand when I see one. Knight, show us some magic.
All right, well, so much for that whole point about Drafinho and Leo doing all the work. Knight getting in on the scoring after he had kind of done a lot of the dirty work, setting up some goals earlier in this series. That's another angle now for Disaster Class to contend with. Knight has Bems running through the middle, but Leo ran into him. And Drops won't get to this ball. It goes all the way across for Leo. He needs one more touch, doesn't have it, as Bems will take it out. Disaster Class now, got a scramble.
Oh!
Leo almost forced it through, and Knight holds his ground. Now watch the counter. He's got Bems running interference, and he scores!
Dang.
The counter is sharp as a knife. Time and time again, Bims is just bullying Drops, and Knight recognizes the perfect place to put the
Dang.
shot. Executes the flake perfectly. 3-1
Hey, what's up,
score
Juicy?
line. But Gojays is in front
Damn.
and on
I agree.
fire.
Oh, they fake it on the kickoff. Bems will blow it right up, and the shot just redirected wide as Bagojes, they're feeling it now. Inside 2 minutes of game 3. Still some work to do here in these longer series. Brad, he's up ahead of Knight, but Knight, great positioning. Going to be on Disaster Class to really turn up the heat and bring the attack to them. What great control out of Drafinho. Leo heard footsteps.
He saved
but
it.
Drafinho actually couldn't put it in. Actually
Damn.
pushed it out from the goal line. And a big break for Disaster Class.
I'm actually surprised he managed to push it out. I thought that was almost a guaranteed goal. It was so well executed up until the final moments. Brad will pop this one up high. Drafinho goes high as well. They're playing off the back wall. It's met by Drops. Drops will just try to pinch this off the sidewall. Can't do it. Bims. Good read. Drafinho just crashes through, deletes Drops. Leo has some work to do. Bims can't go. He's low on boost. So Drafinho wants to cut in, but Leo bumps him out the way. They tried to create a pass play on Disaster Class, but the defense was there to read it in time. Great work, especially from Bims in that moment. But here's Leo. Leo again.
Hey,
Leo
nice,
looks to the
Juicy.
bump.
Hope it's going well, bro.
Drops double straight down.
Oh.
And it's a goal. They're within one.
Okay.
Drops adding one.
Disaster Class
After
showing a little
Leo
bit of life.
scored all of their goals up to this point.
What a
Great
shot.
double. Bems nearly had it, but just out of his reach. Back within one. 44 seconds to go.
Stay hydrated, chat.
Will Leo wave his magic wand again? Gonna need some help from Drops. This goes actually right over to him off of Drafinho. Kiss off the ceiling. Bems does well to get around a charging Brad King. Now Bems flip reset over one. Rafinha shot right at Leo.
Oh.
The chip is just too high.
It's just pure panic from Disaster Class now. Knight does get a great double there, and he's gonna take the boost from Leo. They have to know he's low boost, but Rafinha fake challenges there. Doesn't keep the pressure on. Maybe they could be running out the clock. Final 10 seconds. They got possession. Leo, you gotta go. Gets to 50. Drops. You can't hesitate. Does get a good win. They want to set up Brad.
Nice,
Bims is
Juicy.
awkward.
Glad it's going
Brad
good,
wants
man.
to keep it up. Drafinho off the sidewall. Leo pops it up high. Drops. Can take this up the ladder, and he does.
Oh.
Looks for a bump.
Oh.
Brad drop down, but it's not enough.
Bagoje's up 3-0.
From the semifinals.
Okay.
All one-goal victories. This one, the only one where they actually had what would constitute a massive lead. And it felt like they were quite in charge until the final minute when Disaster Class came alive again. But just too little, too late. Leo with 5 of Disaster Class's 6 shots on target, but it was this one from Knight that certainly would have got everybody out of their seats had it been at the World Championship. Hey, if don't just keep playing like this, they may well be headed there. They've got a tall task ahead of them if they can close the deal here with Disaster Class. But right now, Bagoje is looking as good as anybody has right now in the South American region.
That is for sure, and we're getting ready to get into this game 4. And did you get word of a timeout, Stacks? I didn't hear anything.
I didn't.
Okay, it looks like they're
Nothing
going to
from
keep playing
admin, nothing from production, nothing from anybody anywhere. I believe we're just going right into game 4. So, I mean,
Really?
you can't take it with you, so that's whatever. I wonder at this point if they even have one in the first place. But players of this caliber, surely they know. But they're opting not to use it. Here we go to Utopia for a closeout opportunity for Bagojes.
They didn't want their timeout. What the heck?
Pick off. Gonna be a free ball for drops.
I wonder if there's strategy to it, or they just don't care or
They
something.
tried it. It didn't work. Touch. Yep. Got a piece of it. Maybe even more a chance here again. Leo is having to run back. Meanwhile,
Oh,
Leo,
no.
What was that?
Oh,
He gave
no.
the net wide open to him, and Knight just goes through and scores it. It's just kind of, he sees Drafinho looking for the bump, pulls off, and Knight just has a clear lane. He's going to score that every day.
Well, they'd had to play so much defense in the first, and especially in the first 2 games. They decided, okay, you know what, game 4, we got to change it up. Now we're going to try not playing defense. That also did not work. So now they find themselves behind the 8 ball very, very early on in a game they must win. 1 of 4 in a row they have to win. As Drafinho from the wing delays his shot and drops his there every step of the way.
Leo was looking for bumps, couldn't find it. Now this one will go into the corner. It'll be Bims looking for the pickup there to Drafinho.
Dang, bro. What?
They just keep racking it up, Stacks.
Get the sense if this continues, Drafinho's going to score exactly as many goals as he wants. And the remainder of this series, Brad just trying to catch up to him from behind. Drafinho stays with it.
This is not going good for Disaster
5 goals
Class.
in the series, 2 of them overtime
Matter of fact, I would say it
Every
is
single one of them
becoming
has
a
been highly
disaster.
impactful. As Knight with a great setup, but nobody there for it.
Bims, first touch for the preset. Use the flip to get it mid. Disaster Class living up to their name. Need something to change here. They want to have
Living
a
up
chance
to
in
their
the
name is
series,
crazy.
down by 2. Meanwhile, the Gojas has just been clearly in the driver's seat, showing no signs of slowing down. It has just been their game from the start, scoring twice in the first minute. They've just been able to hold on all the way through. Even when you see Disaster Class come back in the series, it just has not been enough for them to take a game.
Bems to the backboard Knight. I think he tried to score that from there, which is a very difficult angle. Now Bems and Drafinho, same place, same time for the same ball, and that might be a little bit of my turn offense now. What a pass!
Oh,
out to
wow.
Bems,
Okay,
who
what a
gets
play.
His second goal of the series.
I mean, he slots it home too. You give Bims a good lane like that, and of course, that's going straight top corner. Can't give Bims a shot like that. Again, you're talking
Good
about
power, good
the
placement.
level of experience
Shut.
on the field. Everybody on BeGoJS has world championship contender titles. They know how to make the most out of their opportunities, and they have dominated so far to start off this SAM LCQ.
Knight gave this a look. Leo will have it boomed away, but this is feeling a lot more like a victory lap at this point for BeGoJS. Like, yes, they have to lock in and defend, but it just seems like they have the entire playbook downloaded from Disaster Class. Out of the corner again, Knight. That's swept across by Leo, but nobody has any boost to do anything with it from Disaster Class. Here goes Bems right at drops. Needs another touch, doesn't have it, but Brad does. Knight out of the play. It's only Bems to beat. But again, they just can't connect on any kind of meaningful attack. Nobody took out Bems at the net. There was a pass. Nobody was there for it. Watch out on the other side. Does Bems have another touch? No, as Brad is there, as he has been most of this series. He's been stalwart at the back, Daz, but it just hasn't been enough on the other side of the field for Disaster Class.
Yeah, they need 3 with 2 minutes. I don't think we've seen them score 3 this whole series, at least in a game. So it's been
the game. They got 4 in the series total.
Herculean task. Meanwhile, on BeGoJS, it's about running the clock down. We'll see if they can get one. It's close,
Dang.
but it's just not enough. Drafinho says not a chance.
I mean, eventually, you gotta throw bodies even further forward. Leave yourself vulnerable to counterattacks like that. Knight trying to get around to redirect that home. This is on target. Drops can do very little with it.
That was almost in too.
Rafinha leaves that for Knight. All the way across now for Leo. Bems is already in the air. Now what can Knight do with this? Is he gonna try to set up Rafinha? He's lurking behind him. Got the flip reset, but this will fall to Leo. Final minute now. BeGoJS closing in on a quarterfinal victory. They've got juggernauts waiting in the semis, but still trying to close the deal here. Bems looking for one more, maybe for the road.
Okay, Knight, chance, and
Dang.
let's just put the nail in the coffin, ladies.
Yeah,
and
I
gentlemen.
don't.
This has been a BeGoJS sweep here to start off LCQ for Sam, and they're looking in excellent form here. I am really impressed, and I'm excited to see what happens in the future here because, again, like we know, they have a long day ahead of them. This is going to be their first of potentially
Okay.
3.
What a shot.
Leo will pick up 1 here, and unless we see some kickoff shenanigans, I don't really smell the comeback.
This is what Nova Drift has to contend with. This BeGoJS side, Leo, as mentioned, does get 1. He's had one, I think, in the last minute of all 4 games here. But just not enough, barring a miracle.
Oh,
Drafinho
damn.
with the double tap. He took Leo's team, and he's going to take his tournament life on the way out.
Nice double right off the kickoff. Able to set it up and knock it down. Drafinho, we're not doing any top plays tomorrow. Tomorrow's NA, okay? But that's surely a highlight. Great goal from Drafinho. As again,
Put it
we
on
said
the
it's
montage.
nice.
Tomorrow's
They're on the victory
NA.
lap right now.
Maybe on the play-in montage, we'll see. They've still a long road ahead of them, but as impressive as you could look, for sure. You got to play who's in front of you. They got a team that played very defensively and managed to break down all of those defensive barriers. The BeGoJS are through to the semifinals and a date with Nova Drift.
Now Nova Drift know what is lying in wait. And the Disaster Class, Disaster struck. Now you get to see it in Knight.
GG's to BeGoJS. They made it. At first, I thought the series was going to be wicked close, but then they just kind of ran away with it in the last 2 games.
Very impressive for me. I want to see exactly what they do. Of course, Bims as well. That being said, BeGoJS.
5 assists.
I mean-
Oh yeah, Bems as well.
You know, I didn't mean it like that. I didn't mean it like that, okay? All I'm trying to say is they played great. I love it. We'll see more of them after the break.
Keith, I want to try an experiment.
All right.
To help you on becoming.
All right, I know
a
which
prince,
ad
one
it
of
is
the
that's
called
giving me
Rocket.
freaking copyright now, so
Is it
I know which one to mute.
Puzzle like my crossword?
No, picture soccer
Okay.
with a car.
What do I hang my feet outside the window?
No, not your car.
But you said think of.
It's a video game.
Oh, okay, I get it. Where's the cartridge?
No, it's an online thing.
Is there a joystick?
Where's the
Not
cartridge?
like the ones you're thinking of.
But I need to get some quarters, right?
No.
I gotta blow in the cartridge.
Again, like no cartridge, but you'll need a username.
Username, huh? How about Keith_9914?
The bathroom code?
That's the only number I can kind of remember easily, so.
Not the bathroom code.
Every day, Michelin innovates to move the world forward on the road and far beyond. Michelin, motion for life.
Okay, they're not even gonna play the ad. Never mind. We need new community clips, bro. I wish it said the miles per hour or kph on that.
Just reminds her look at the finish. Oh, what a devil. Stizzy, down deal, down the jack. Open net. He doesn't have to hit it. Big shot, pass. Oh, up high, not over. 0 seconds. It's too late. On the ground. Harvey Ports. That is how you take an opportunity, Ruas. Nudge the exotic out of the way to open the door.
Part of the magic of Rocket League is the stories you could tell about it. The 0-second buzzer beaters, the epic saves, the underdog victories. It's all there. As we return to this legendary arena, we'll witness Rocket League's story unfold together. Who will hang their team's banners in the rafters of Champions Field? It's time to find out.
September 15th. Plot twist versus Fofu Chos? I don't know. I probably butchered that. What did you miss? The Bagoj's team just 4-0'd the other team. That was basically it. What's up?
Not much.
Never thought I'd hear your voice again, and now you're taking up my mind. One spark to ignite the flame, and then it happens all the time. And I'm feeling every little thing you say to me. Wanna wake up and ditch the city. Break out, these walls are caving in, and you're a tidal wave. Yeah, take me back when you said we can do this until we're dead. Just a little bit farther, we're breathing underwater. I'm keeping your heartbeat like a drum. We can be kids out on the run. There's nothing better. I'm just glad we're young together.
The music sounds like when you're high and you're hearing colors. What? That's an interesting way of explaining that. My bad, chat. If you guys saw me talking without my mic on, it's because I was talking about Ed. Love the music before. Wow. I see. I don't wanna. Do-do-do-do-do.
We were hopeful. We were hopeful for a close matchup, but ultimately this one, Begoje is going to move forward. 2 overtime wins in games 1 and 2. Walked through them in game 4 with a 4-goal separation there. That is Begoje's through. Disaster class going to be out of the South American qualifiers. Welcome back, folks. We have a weekend here of sending one team from each region through to the play-ins, and we'll get to see Begoje's continue on today here. Stacks, they're looking very strong right now. If disaster class is any sort of measure, we don't know. Was this? Did you feel like this was disaster class, or like not rising to the occasion, or was Begoje's just that much better?
Well, I think I mean, I think they rose to the occasion early on in that series. I mean, they definitely brought the fight to Begoches. They held their ground. Leo played outstanding on the offensive end early on in the series. I just think there was something that happened around game 3 where they just kind of got a little frustrated. It's like, we actually just can't beat these guys. And then you really saw it come through in game 4. Everything at the end of game 3 was just too little too late, and way too much Drafinho on the other side here.
Yeah.
Knight was just a riot in front that they didn't have an answer for him. Bems was outstanding in the midfield. I mean, everything worked out perfectly for Begoches, and they just outclassed Disaster Class in the end.
Yeah, it wasn't necessarily a perfect series for Begoches, but when you look at the body of work, I mean, like I said, they played, or like Saxy said, they played really well, getting physical when they needed to. Again, knowing, okay, who can I trust in this moment? You could tell like there's some chemistry there from how they're working around each other, passing with each other. It just feels like a fluid motion. Like this feels like a team that knows exactly what they want to accomplish, and they're setting out to do that. Versus Disaster
Yeah, they
Class,
played pretty dang well.
it did feel like, okay, we saw some moments of brilliance from them, but that's just it. There were moments. And you need more, especially with the level of competition that's still left in the LCQ.
How about that as an exclamation point at the end, too, from Drafinho? It just really hammered the point home that Begoches were that much better in game 4.
He put the nail in the coffin in game 4. He scored both overtime winners in games 1 and 2. And he's earned himself an opportunity to play against Nova Drift. Winner of that match will play in the grand finals. So the bottom side of the bracket feeling nice and stable for now. Nova Drift knows who their competition is. They'll be preparing for their match. And Begoches get a little bit of a break. Let's jump to the top side of the bracket and find out who's going to be playing against Plot Twist, or who's going to be playing against BS Plus competition, folks. Plot Twist versus Fafuchos here, going to be taking on each other in a best of 7. Both these teams making changes, forming even for this event. New players coming together off of other teams, trying to throw it together. This is what we expected every region to be doing in the last chance qualifiers here, Daz. Throwing something at the wall, seeing what sticks, trying with a last-ditch effort to make it to Worlds.
Yeah, talk about throwing something at the wall. Like, what is that? Did I just see Soso on the screen?
You sure did.
Mata, Sosa, and Royales. Honestly, I like it. I do. The team. I do feel like this is potential. Like if you had, if it looks like Mata and Royales are in the same room, back to back.
Oh,
I think is that
they-
no? Oh no,
yeah,
they're
the squad.
all. They might all be.
Yeah, I
in the
think they're
same-
all there.
Okay. Oh yeah, I like that. So again, you know, they're doing what they need to do for Plot Twist to kind of get things going. I'm excited to see, because again, there's a lot of good players on this Plot Twist side.
You just pulled up the stream.
playing the same LCQ.
Can see in the background.
Definitely have a chance to really make things shake here. But of course, you know, you got to win the matches in front of you, and that's exactly what they need to do here.
I mean, they blasted Twitter to get here, shut them out in 2 games, 4-0 to qualify for this quarterfinal. Struggled a little bit in the group stage to get this far, but on the other side of things, Fuchos had their hands full with Nova Drift in that upper bracket. When it came to the group stage, though, they were dropping games in both series, haven't gotten a sweep yet. Both teams have had a long time to prepare since then, though. It's been a few weeks, and now new opportunities here, and this one for all the marble stacks.
Yeah, and again, this is so much different from what you experienced during the regular season, right? Where, okay, you get to this point, you're playing the top 6. All right, we got some points out of this. We can feel good about this. You know, we're okay.
I don't
with the
really
prize pool and
need
all
to
that.
eat a snack midday, but
There's only
I'm
one
craving
thing
this
you're
one
playing
snack that
for
my mom
here.
shoots
So,
me got, so I'm gonna grab one
these
real quick.
teams
I'll be right
that
back, chat.
start down here with that extra match to play. It just feels like such a longer road, because there is no consolation prize. There is no, all right, we'll get them next time. Next time is next year at this point. So there is a lot of pressure, whether the players will admit it or not. They're going to be feeling it once we get into this.
Chat, let us know who you think is going to win the progressive fan vote. Hashtag PT. Hashtag FOFU. Daz, I mean, if we're trying to like break down these teams with the players we do know, I mean, obviously there are players on these teams, especially for Plot Twist, I think we're maybe more familiar with than Fafuchos. What are kind of the big moving pieces in this matchup, the players to keep an eye on?
All right, guys, here's my Plot Twist keys of success.
Okay.
Imagine. I know, but I mean, when you do look at plot twist, you're right. I think the only name I really recognize of Fuchos is Damasano. But for plot twist,
All right.
everybody I'm very familiar with. This does look like Royales has put himself in a give me the ball, let me work kind of situation, because we've seen that he is very smart, knows how to play the game very well, and the people who are around him can support that. Sosa is definitely someone who is all around, very solid player, and has potential to really be able to shake.
I'm gonna wait
things
until
up
at
and
least
take
40
series into his hands. Royales would be the one I would expect
because
the
I'm
most.
weird like that. I don't
Then
know.
Mata, you give him a clear view of the field. He knows exactly the right ways to work. So I feel like for plot twist, they do kind of have a standard, almost a 1-2-3 for them for the most part. But regardless of that, any one of these players can have a moment. And that's why I feel like they shouldn't be kind of counted out in this matchup. They might even have a lot of fans here in the fan vote as well.
We'll see if they can. Fuchos on the other side, coming in with a new name.
Wow, they're really all
Excited to try
huddled
and
right next to each
improve on the
other.
results.
Dang.
They've been kind of like a 5th to 6th. This is about the best result we've seen from them this season in a regional. But again, top 2 teams out, that would put them into the top 4 pretty easily. Can they improve and have their best performance of the season right now and continue on here? Let us know who you think's gonna win. Daz, who's your pick?
Give me plot twist. I'm going plot twist in 5. I think we'll have another short series for today.
Okay, Stacks.
Yeah, they can't do this to me. They can't invoke the name Plot Twist. Bring me back to the rival series days. Yeah, I'm taking Plot Twist here. I think Royales, much like Trofino was in the previous series, I think Royales is going to have a huge series.
I think it's going to be a huge series for Plot Twist as well. I think Sosa, one of the hungriest players in the scene. If you've ever heard him in an interview or if you've seen him on social media, the guy is eager, is so hungry to get to the World Championship and prove himself there. So much so, he'll fly to South America, join these teams, and try to play it through their last chance qualifiers. I think that the Plot Twist has got what it takes here. But Fuchos also, they've been playing together all season. This might be the time when it all lines up for them. I don't think it's going to be that one-sided. I think we're going to probably get to at least a game 6 on this series. We've got Plot Twist here on the desk, but anything can happen. How does the chat feel about it? How are the fans lining up when it comes to the predictions here?
Fan favorite.
Wow.
Sure.
That's name recognition right there.
Holy.
That's true. That is true. And branding a little bit too. The logo kind of pops. I keep mixing up with part-time pros for the shout out for the
that's a shout.
old OG
That's a shout.
Rocket League heads,
If you know,
if you
you
guys
know.
remember that Discord. Anyways, folks, we're ready to get into the next matchup. Who's going to be playing against Nova Drift? One of these teams going to be advancing the bracket. One of these teams, their season ends right here, right now. A best of 7 to advance in the last chance qualifier. Fuchos versus PT.
One of these teams will be competing against Nova Drift if they can make it to the final. But firstly, Wave, they gotta go through each other and then BS+. I think that for me, with Plot Twist, I love the dedication of Sosa. I think this is, from what I can think, his 3rd region he's now competed in. He's got North America under his belt, he's got APAC under his belt, and now, all of a sudden, he's cutting about in South America, Herc.
Yeah, this has been a fun journey to see him on it, but like we've said, today is do or die for everybody. It doesn't matter if you're Sosa, doesn't matter if you're Mata. This is the one to win, and it is just 1 foot forward in a much longer journey. This is only a semifinal, Stumpy. They've got arguably the favorite of South America headed after this series, so you have to take this particular game, this particular series at 110%, but also you can't tire yourself out.
I think these players would love if it was a semi-final.
Yeah, dude,
Unfortunately for them, it's still the quarters. We've got a long old day ahead of us. And these guys are looking forward to that semis. You and Wave need to have a little peek at the bracket. These guys have still got a couple of series they need to play before they even get through to the final. And as Dazarin said earlier on, anything other than first place, you may as well have come last place. And all these teams have blown up to get to this point to see what damage can be done in South America. It was a 4-0 in the previous series, the Godes taking over Disaster class. And I think the Plot Twist, although they had the chat vote, they did come first in their group, or rather in the Swiss A. They actually managed to beat out BS Plus competition based on their book hole scores. So they managed to get 1 over them, meaning that they did get the #1 spot in their group. So a very scary opponent for either of these sides. Definitely not a 90 to 10 tie ratio.
Excuse me.
So far,
Oh, what a
you
save.
thought that was going to be the one. I felt the pressure mounting on it. Shout out the save on there. And the shot alone from Misery.
Oh, okay.
Here comes Sosa. Flip
Alright,
it
it's
on
4
their
o'clock.
head, of course.
Let's watch this play, though.
We've been throwing names and eyes on Sosa for so long, waiting for him to find
Nice
success.
little pass to bump
I
and
feel
just
like this
open it.
Blotto's team could
In case you
be
guys are
winning
wondering what
his
I'm going to
career.
be chowing on,
We'll
it's
see. It was a
this
beautiful
quick
pass
bar.
off, right on into the
White
net.
chocolate macadamia nut.
Blotto's take the lead.
He did attend the World Championship this season just gone. He managed
looks
to,
pretty good, too.
lucky for him, get the last place for that is when he was competing in APAC. So APAC still trying to find a couple of those illustrious wins that they can get. We know that players he has played with definitely hunting for that kind of recognition. So he's moved to South America now, even just for this time round. But getting goal number 1 is Sosa in the back corner. Tavios picks it up, does get shut down by Royals, who can just about clear him away from the ball. But really nice vision from him to continue, keeps it pushing. And Motta, there's the camera focus on for a second there. He has been around for such an incredibly long time. He has been here, there, and everywhere when it comes to South America. So he has got the pedigree. Will his team be able to succeed?
So far, could be a yes. Sosa around the corner there, just over the top of his head, but Mata there to catch half of a tank to work with on this. Small little push forward. If you are Fofuchos and you see a triple flip reset
Oh my.
coming towards your way, triple touch off the back. I mean, you're panicked a little bit, but there's a whole lot of respect that's going down between these two teams. I haven't seen anybody quite do anything out of the ordinary in terms of their runs. I'm waiting. Misery, kind of one that I want to see step up. I don't know if that's a hot take or not. I do think he's more than capable. There it is.
I think if we're able to see any player take over these lobbies, it's going to be GG's on either side. But Sosa goes up high, finds Motta. Chance for him to pop. Dives away from it, gets the bump. Sosa can then commit in. Right in, his chance, inviting in Reales to clear the ball away. Instead, Motta's going to be doing that straight to the backboard. A heat check. Misery responds with enough to make that very awkward for Sosa. Sosa rather. Reales comes in, can get that block, and a fake challenge at Motta. I think really should have properly committed on that as there was low boost in the corner. A chance for a bump from Davios. Nothing can come forward, so Reales in the corner. Yet one more challenge. More challenges coming in, and seeing more chances start to come through for the orange side. Sosa, bit of time and space, but quickly shut down. I think we're seeing Plot Twist really struggle to get out their blue half so far.
Yeah, it will, at least in recent times, right? If you stat-wise, they're shooting 7 shots to their 3. So they've had ample opportunity. They're holding well onto that one as well. Mata's trying to turn it into 2. Davey, other plans, but honestly, fair enough on that. On the flip side, Fucho's starting to get boxed in the moments where it matters most. These final 30 coming through. Can they get out and at least stay out? Royale is going to play for the high-end player who I think would keep it there, although it does get taken off. Low boost seems to be the name of the game. If you're Fucho's, you want to take those resources away from Plot Twist, really keep them on the ground.
Very even in terms of the amount of pressure each team has had on the ball here so far, around 50-50. Misery sees Viking jump, jump in the middle, blocked down by Motta. Senior character on the pitch can then get the full court carry straight over the top.
Definitely going in, but
Plot Twist, game number 1, ended with a decent amount of management coming through from them. But I think there was a good chance for Fuchos to properly put the pressure on and make Plot Twist sweat just that little bit. No goal can come from it, however.
I like this Plot Twist team too. They're not really forcing anything. They've been doing an incredible job of really just getting a feeler for what Fuchos is going to bring to this series. And what they've brought so far is honestly not enough pressure in terms of attack. Plot Twist have had all the time and the space in the world. They had, what is this, in 10 shots alone. Of course, only 1 made it through, so I feel like there's a small testament to the level of defense that Fuchos was able to play in that situation, but it shouldn't even come to that, right? They should be able to hold them down a little bit more. We'll see if that's something that gets corrected into this game too. I think name of the series is all coming down to who can correct what as quickly as possible. There is no time against the team, especially with names like Sosa, Mata, and Royales on it.
Yeah, I'm very impressed at the moment with the, I guess, the game management from Plot Twist. I think even for them, it got a little bit hairy from Fuchos as they properly pushed and they really started to put that pressure on. But with nothing too convincing going at the net, I think Plot Twist are quite happy to absorb a bit of that pressure. Fuchos, though, they are able to put more pressure on. As I said, they got number one in their Swiss group. They didn't really show up particularly well when they managed to get through Group A, I believe it was. Yeah, after they got through Group A, they went 4-1 or 1-4 against Nova Drift. It was not a good showing for them. They only scored a single goal in the games that they lost. They got a lot more that they can put forward, but so far, Plot Twist, they have got a bit more pedigree, I think, that is showing. But demos and the like and being really awkward and annoying to your opponent will definitely be a way in for them.
Oh, for sure. I think if you're going to go out and about this a lot more aggressively, you're going to have a much better chance. So props to them for at least approaching this, you know, with a new intensity. This one got dropped down. No catch, though. They play it on the second man. Davey up next. Nice.
What a play.
Clean little pass off there off the top of his hood. I love this from Fofuchos. It's very methodical, too. It feels planned out. Look at this. Davey puts himself in a position that even the bump is not going to be enough to take away the shot opportunity, and they take that opening lead.
I said quite rudely that I didn't like that at all. I think there's really awkward rotation in the midfield. But in the end, that actually stopped the momentum that Plot Twist were building up to counter-attack. Because they think, oh, well, Fuchos have got quite an easy touch here. We then, therefore, won't even bother committing resources to try and keep the ball away. Slowed them down entirely. So well done to Fuchos for going for a plan that it did not have the DNA of something that I thought would work. The pattern recognition wasn't pattern recognitioning. Fighting goes for a bit of an air dribble, can't get it too much further, but a boost steal means that they are keeping their resources just ahead of what we're seeing from Plot Twist.
Yeah, right now Plot Twist is pretty far down. They were sticking with 2/3 of the team on no boost for about 5 seconds there, which is actually a long time to not be able to find anything. So Fuchos have learned, you know, keeping Plot Twist down on the ground or even at least to that halfway point in the air is going to make a big difference compared to before. First shot, though, Sosa. A little bit of time and space. He's gonna make the cut on it. There's the shot. I didn't expect it from him. You can see him just lurking in the back. Sosa's the kind of guy that unless you have forced him to rotate fully back to his side, you still have to consider him a threat.
I mean, the rotation from Misery as well. He was not expecting a quick ball to be shooting across his 6-yard box, so he has to dive across and able to make any contact. Great positioning from Sosa. Hey, just stop calling him Sofa. My goodness. Sosa. He ended up getting... Yeah, I did. Sorry if that came out loud. I thought I muted. Yeah, very nicely played. I'm very impressed with how Plot Twist managed to keep that ball with a decent amount of pressure when it looked like it was about to form into a counter-attack. Mata beats one. Misery is going to be there to clear that ball away, however. Chance for Royales in the corner. One popping central to commit. That's boost burned on both sides, but that touch in the air from Vitin means that Plot Twist are going to have to slow down somewhat on their continued push.
Right now, a lot of these attempts aren't even getting followed up too quickly because Plot Twist needs to be a little bit safer. And Fofuchos regain possession here, up off the sidewall, I assume, and there it was. Somebody quick enough. Was that a fake on it? Just handing it off back and forth to each other? Because I'm in the same boat as you.
Game's a lot closer than the first one.
Thought process is on Fofuchos. It's not standard. It's creative in a way that is working very, very well against Plot Twist and you and me.
Yeah, I'm being baffled by some of their decisions, but there's also no reason why they shouldn't go for them. It is working very consistently, but if they can get another goal from it, they'll be very happy. Halfway line is cleared as Vitin get it as far as Sosa. Low boost, but he can still want in the corner. Means that he can continue to be that threat. Sosa deals with the ball remarkably well. A lot of pressure falling his way, and then gets a demo at the end. Lovely play from Plot Twist. Slowed down by Royales. Little one touch. Not with a little bit of space here to commit on him, though. Vitin waits towards the backboard, but positioning meant that he was just about to block that net. This one further than Royales, but it will be finding the backboard. Can be cleared away. 100 seconds. And it looks like Plot Twist are the more likely to score next.
It does feel that way. I'm waiting for the pressure to just continue to build, but they do get sent back into their side, so they're going to have to play it from their end there. No boost spawn, but a nice powerful pass off to Sosa into the air. You see Mata kind of lurking and waiting, but these interceptions from Pofuchos are slowing them down. As another pass attempt here, just off the head of their car. That is what is keeping them in front of Plot Twist at the moment. Final minute, almost about to come into play.
I would love to find Reales there, but I think Reales moved a little bit too far forward, and Mota didn't have the boost to follow him up, so the counterattack will be on. Misery pops it bottom corner. Can't find its way home. Final 50. Fighting, low shot. Forces Mota just to send it back over towards Davey. I think in this corner, I think right now, Plot Twist will be very happy to keep it here. They're able to get it just past the halfway line. Davey is waiting. Another great position. And more confusing play. It is baffling me. It's baffling Plot Twist. So Fuchos, they are, I think it's changed it around. They are now looking more likely, especially with this continued bout of pressure.
I have not seen a team in quite, some time. And granted, it's been a minute since we've all gotten to sit here on RLCS, but I have not seen a team this committed to being like, you don't know if I'm going to fake this time. You don't know if I'm going to fake next time. And the joke's on Plot Twist. They're faking every single time. There is no pattern to recognize. This is a different play on every attempt. But the cool thing is they're so synergetic about it that it works.
It's enjoyable seeing Fuchos properly attack Plot Twist whenever they've been able to. Corner, Davey up high, and as far as Reales again, and that's a name that we've mentioned a lot of times in defense. That's an opportunity for him to show off, and I think even if
what a shot!
There will be a turnaround, and for Fuchos, an outstanding.
This series is already more close than the last one.
Low boost, lofted high. Davey waits just down in the midfield, sinks it past Sosa. One game in favor of the Orange.
I love this. Like we said, this was a team that came in with a completely different approach, strategy, and what felt like a million different plays in comparison to game number 1 against Plot Twist. They gave themselves so much more opportunity. 10 shots, I believe, to their 3 in the last series, or in the last game, excuse me. A whole new version of themselves that is definitely able to go head to head with this Plot Twist roster.
That is going to then be one leveled up, one apiece, so already a bit more competitive than the previous series where Disaster Class lived up to their name. Will there be a Plot Twist? Can they turn it back around? 1-1 in the best of 7. And bear in mind that also both teams do have a timeout they are able to take. We're treating this just as we would for any online event, so it's the exact same format. They have got that timeout that they are able to use, and they're just going to have to try and use it in the best time possible, because Disaster Class, they did not use theirs at any point.
Plot Twist, I mean, some of the names.
So many pros have that same pink headset.
You've seen for literal years, and the fun part about LCQ and getting to be on other regions, and I think we've all been saying this for a minute now, but we get to see other players that we haven't quite been able to hardcore pay attention to, because we don't hardcore pay attention to every single region outside of our own most of the time. So seeing Davi and Misery and Viti has been really fun. You would have thought a team like Plot Twist would have just ran away with this, almost in the same like that we've been seeing BS Plus do. But that does not seem to be the case. Everybody thought this was going to be a one and done and get out, but we have gone back and forth officially. We'll see how this one turns on its head. First 15 seconds is a little back and forth, with Plot Twist finally breaking out of their half. We'll see a shot attempt trying to be done here, but another interception. Goes Plot Twist back to the mid.
I'm just intrigued to see what Fuchos end up throwing forward. Weird players they're going to be. What completely baffling moment is going to overtake us in this game? As we do enter the third, Reales just ahead of the crossbar, and Sosa again waiting on the opposite side to receive a ball. His rotation is so aggressive, no matter where he's coming from. He's just stolen that back right boost, or that left boost, the top right boost, and then immediately comes back through. It's lovely link-up play, and Plot Twist again, first blood.
Absolutely hardcore on this. That's a player that you're going to have to keep in the back of your mind a lot. And if there is no intention to, you know, go out of your way to slow Sosa down, that is going to be a shot attempt that happens most times rather than not. Another attempt around the corner. Sosa almost tried to take it to himself, but low boost means a slow shot. And here comes Fafuchas trying to break out of their side.
Midfield is Misery, waiting and lurking. Motta saw the danger, however, so he manages to get rid of Fake, and Sosa, yet again, is on the striking end, the spearhead to the attack that Plot Twist are putting forward. A great pinch is going to be relieving that bit of pressure, but maybe only momentarily, as Sosa wants to restart it. Misery pops it towards the man in blue, and again towards the midfield, and seeing Fafuchos have a couple of awkward plays that have benefited them so far. But right now, it has been just working in favor of Plot Twist, who are starting to become a little bit wise to their ways.
Yeah, there's definitely a small correction
dropped down,
to
so
what was going
almost
down
dangerous.
in the last game, and correction even seems a little bit harsh. It was just Fafuchos was playing a very solid game 2 that I think caught Plot Twist off guard. But Plot Twist on the other end of things, going back to this version of themselves where they are very intent on finding those centers as close
what a
as
save.
they can to the net. Now trying to get a
We could
taste
try
of
him a
their
shot,
own
too.
medicine in front of their own. Around the corner we go. 50 goes back. It's up to Motta and Sosa to kind of really batten down the hatches, but a very good demo takes them out of their side.
It was a great demo. It wasn't really followed up there by Reales. He couldn't properly continue aggressing as he wanted to. In the midfield, fighting back in towards Motta. That bounce is horror for Plot Twist, but Sosa does manage to read it just in case the contingency plan man. Reales into the corner. Let's keep that pressure away from directly at the net. Davey, his chance to work it past, but again, Motta stays very solid. Vitin playing for the boost. This offense will continue. Misery to Fake.
Oh, okay.
Corner. It is choreography that the top teams dream of. It is every player involved in one way or another.
Oh, I love the way that Misery, too, the moment that it was sent out of his hands, the way he landed on the backboard, his new objective was just go for the demo, go for the bump of the demo, whatever comes of it, comes of it. But at that point, his teammate right behind him, ready for the play, like you said, beautifully choreographed. Everything, whether you realize it or not, with this team seems to be intentional. They are not guessing when they are headed towards this net, which is making them that much scarier for Plot Twist to try and defend against. Davi, another nice takeaway here. Misery's a little bit awkward, gonna have to flip it forward and just keep the pressure on, but they are able to do so.
And Misery was awkward because I don't think he expected Motta to miss it in the end. There was an error on the defensive side. And we're seeing just how many saves all of these players are making. Sosa right now currently on top of that table.
Dang.
Making sure that his defensive efforts are being put to good use. Keeping
Sosa
the
and
away.
Motta are both on that
is
leaderboard,
a
and no one else on the other team
nightmare.
is. That's crazy.
Fafuchos from Sosa in his own half, bangs it, puts a heat check on, asks the question what's going to happen. Vitin gives him the answer.
Oh man, the
Damn.
crazy thing is too, Sosa's first touch, you're like, he should in theory still be back there, and you blink and he spawns in front of the net. It was going in no matter what. Sosa was inevitable in that play right there, and that 2-1 up lead for Plot Twist back in their hands. For Fafuchos, you've kind of lost a little bit of this momentum that seemed so secure before. We'll see if they can get it back here. No connection on that path, trying to get open there. They try to go again.
There's a lovely bump attempt, and I do like that coming out from Fafuchos. Reales ceiling. Not going to pass Davey, however. We're seeing, like I said, the awkward plays now starting to be read. Vitin round one. Misery just had to get a bump, isn't able to. The quick shot on target. The in-game feed lighting up with action. But it is still that 2-1 lead, staying firm for Plot Twist. Motta, backboard, wants to tap it out, does do so.
Oh,
and
dang.
who is there yet again? It is Sosa with the elephant gun into the hearts of Fafuchos.
It's such a heavy domino effect too, because it goes all the way as far back as the demo, and Plot Twist choosing to spawn despite being clustered up to go for the boost. And they take that full team resource into their play there, and there was nothing Fafuchos could have done in that moment because they were just physically too powerful to go against. enough in the tank to pop this one up into the sky and keep it over. Who's going to spawn in their favor? Mata's going to go back up again, leaves this one for Sosa. Final 10 seconds and a 2-goal lead, though in theory should be enough. It's one more fake, but not enough time. And I think that'll do it. Plot twist. They've figured out Fafuchos just enough to take a second game in the series for themselves.
I feel like they're just biting less on their nonsense. Just every now and then, Fafuchos, they do something. They're like, yeah, well, what do you think of that? And Plot was like, we just got boost, man. Like, we were barely looking.
Sosa had 770 points that game.
We're going to stop looking at everything that you're doing. We're not going to buy
That was
your
locked in.
fakes. We're not going to be waiting to see what your next play is. We're going to play our game. And if you want to mess around in the middle of it all, then so be it. And I think that for Fuchos, there'll be a learning experience for them that you can get pretty far through tournaments, but you might not be able to go through a couple of these big dogs. That was the awkward defensive moments that we saw come out from Plot Twist, but they stayed very, very steady. Otherwise, it was a full team play for Fuchos that managed to work them through the Plot Twist defense, and an error that put them down just that one more goal.
I'd also like to, from Plot Twist, recognizing that Sosa does an incredible job of just threading through the entirety of Fafuchos, right? So there's been so many moments where he just is this sneak attack player, despite you knowing full and well he will be doing it. Been an effort from Fafuchos.
Prefers to just jump off the bed. I'm trying to offer my chair because he's getting
but maybe they weren't prepared to really.
I don't know if you could see it on the face cam. I don't know if the face cam picks it up. I know it picks up a little bit of my bed, but she literally, like, when she stands up, she falls over now sometimes and stuff. Like, it's kind of sad.
Plot Twist did play a little bit of
what happens with animals sometimes, you know?
Not buying into all the bells and whistles anymore, and just making it a lot more simple than it comes off.
Yeah, I think the simplicity is right now for me the play from Plot Twist. They're going for an infield pass. It's go for a heat check and then see what happens. They're doing nothing revolutionary. Currently, the Fuchos are struggling to deal with that 3-1, the biggest goal difference rather that we have seen in this series so far. The Fuchos have got a little bit of learning to do. Try not to bite on what is being put forward to you from Plot Twist, because they are, I think, a little bit better than Fafuchos at a lot of these moments. But we find ourselves heading to the Coliseum. Not sure what the delay is, so we're just waiting for everybody to be nice and happy. We're seeing Misery restarting their internet at the moment, so we'll be back very shortly, so we're all good. But right now, I think, Herc, when it comes to Fafuchos, I think they're playing their game extremely well. It's just that Plot Twist aren't buying into it.
Agreed. It's really just as simple as that. I think Fafuchos actually have a really fun playstyle that I would even like to see go up against, like, the BS pluses of South America right now, right? It's just enough to catch these really
resetting his Wi-Fi?
good teams off
When I reset my Wi-Fi, it takes like
friggin'
5-10 minutes
right?
just to reboot back up.
It is no longer checkers. This is chess, and the teams like Plot Twist are down to play the long haul game and learn about you. Really slow themselves back. A team like Plot Twist, especially somebody like Sosa, their goal is not to just completely obliterate you, right? They're not aiming for 5, 6, 7 goals. They want 1 or 2 very quality ones, because they are more than aware they can defend against Fafuchos for minutes and minutes on end, right? So it comes down to Fafuchos really starting to clean up their act on the attack a little bit more. Yes, things have been almost like, you know, you're blind choosing what play in the book to go with right now, but maybe they need to be a little bit more thoughtful with it, and then a lot more prepared on the back end for those sneak attacks being led out by Sosa.
I think as well for Fuchos, they don't necessarily have that same level of pedigree that we're seeing from Plot Twist. Like on Plot Twist, they have had 2 players that have definitely gone to RLCS lands for. Not too sure if Royales has. Let's have a quick look. But I mean, that's the kind of no, it doesn't look like he has. So when it comes to the actual pedigree of these players, that is a clear win for Plot Twist. They know what they're aiming for. It's a known quantity that they're after. Sosa was at the most recent World Championship. He's been there. He's done that. He just wants to do it for a 3rd region. He wants to make sure that he can qualify there yet again, which is frankly greedy. but I like the greediness. I enjoy the greediness. I think it's to be respected.
I think, you know, Sosa's one of those players that you gotta just respect how long he's actually been able to do it too. Because no matter what, it actually still is on a level that will scare most teams. It's about finding that right combination. And he's got plenty of regions to try and figure that out from. I like him on this one so far in Plot Twist. Mata and Royales, I think, set him up very, very well for success. But Fafuchos, they are quite literally the plot twist against plot twist right now. It's who can figure out who first.
I think so far Plot Twist have figured out Fafuchos, but there's not mean it's necessarily going to stay that way with David. Chance for a double, and it just goes horribly wide of the post. It's a nice play, and we see a lot of intent coming out from Fafuchos very early on. Mata with a demo is going to open up the net entirely. Royales in 24 seconds gets our quickest goal yet.
Right there, it was just a clean catch too. There was no boost on the end for Mata, so just going around it, whether it was intentional or not, it's a great catch to finish. These early game leads have done very well for Plot Twist. This is like I was talking about. They know how to defend. They're setting themselves up. There's the first line of attack there out of Sosa, Royales and Matas just getting in line, ready to go. We'll see what Fafuchos can bring. It's a slow shot, a center defended. Here's the third attempt, nothing to go through.
I mean, that defense from Mata, again, player that we keep pointing out, he is an absolutely incredible player, has been around for a very long time and is showing why he's been around for that long. Sosa lofts it to nobody, so a brief recess while we take a hydration break with Royales in the back corner. Chance to go high, sees Mata central. Will he find him? He attempts to, but Mata does end up leaving. Leaves the ball to go towards Misery. Instead, a little bit of control here starting to form for Fafuchos.
A couple of quick cuts from them. Everybody kind of, you feel the desperation to get out of your half, but right now, even Plot Twist recognize that you don't even have to do too much. Even just bumping one of those orange players on the way out just frustrates them enough. Too committed on the play to push up forward, still nothing to show for it. Instead, it's another Sosa flying towards your face, towards your net.
It's tough, that's awkward as Royales does end up flicking it high in the opposition's box. Not a chance for a double, instead goes straight for the net. I really would have felt him going for the double there, but instead the great block from Misery to shut him down. Davey up early and a bump and another bump on the return. And they're playing the Uno reverse card. Misery attempts to block it straight back down in front of the goal line. It does get removed himself. And that early goal still the only one standing in this game. Royales beats one, but not quite the second.
Yeah, right now it's just same story as before. Plot Twist allowing Fafuchos to play their game, and their game unfortunately is getting red. Vitin up next, 50 down, follows slow, still does go for the center, but Sosa, of course, is going to be there. He's just there every time, and it's always going to turn into the attack. This is what I was talking about before. He's so quick with it. Unless you are just there and prepared, that shot's going in. It's Davey on the back with nothing in the tank. It was just a little bit too far of a commit from that final man. I don't think, of course, Misery expected him to get over him like that, but I mean, you do almost have to expect it in these situations.
I didn't expect that either. I thought that Sosa had lobbed it towards a slightly awkward position. He might try and get the 50, then kind of go on from there. And it's a chance for Davey to make us stop talking about them, but instead Royales is going to shut them down. And yeah, Sosa, I really thought that was just going to be get the 50, move on, go on, whatever. We've still got the 1-0. Being able to wrangle it round, and then Davey at the back, bless him, with no boost. Now an open net here. Fighting, I had to for something. Don't hate it. He had to get the touch, otherwise Royales does get the goal regardless. And we're just seeing Fafuchos scramble in every scenario. They're scrambling to get back. They're waiting with low boost, and then they're rotating. It's becoming messier and messier with every passing goal we're seeing fall against them.
And that is the difference between these two, and the reason why so many people are going to favor a team like Plot Twist, right? You can be flashy, you can be great in the short term, but this is a long-winded event. This is best of 7 after best of 7, and against the best of South America. So teams like Plot Twist, they're going to be a little bit more patient. And also, like we said, the experience difference, right, between the two plays such a huge factor in this head-to-head. So Plot Twist really just playing not only, you know, to their betterment, but I was going to say their resources, but nobody was there. There was no resource. There was no back end.
I mean, you can have all the resource in the world. You got 2 players back with 100. There's a pass in with 0. Tavios just waits, sees it coming in, Vitin passes it over, sends it bottom right corner. It's a really well choreographed play. In the dying 80 seconds of this game, suddenly a bit of life springing through from side in orange. Motta, a challenge in the midfield. 70 to go now. Davey does get bumped. Sosa again attempting to go high, and we'd see that game management that we've seen in the previous 2 from Plot Twist. The first one and then the third one. Fake again, and now maybe they're starting to work, getting overconfident. Sometimes, though, you just sprinkle these things in. You can't go for a fake every single time. You can't always be awkward. Sometimes you need to go for the higher percentage play. Lovely pop reset. Down for Misery, but Sosa slaps it away.
Try to clear it out to the center there with low boost. Means high shot is still going to get followed up by Plot Twist. Working what they got in the tank. Misery gonna take the shot. I'm waiting to see when that was coming through. This is a little bit more of a classic from this team, more reminiscent of what we were getting in the early stages of this series. Just a nice little pass off in the center, giving themselves
Fofuchos is not going out just yet.
To try and find that tying goal.
I mean, it was
double fake
kickoff. So it's
and it's in the net.
No way! No, that's such a sad goal.
Nah.
Oh no! Oh, that was like the wet bread of goals. That's horrible.
That's
Sosa
tough.
just sees it and goes, "Oh, I'll just hit it. What are you doing? I guess I'll just hit it then." I thought he'd given the ball away. But Vitin, he waits in the midfield and just thinks, "Oh, I can't really go for that very good." It's in. It's in. Oh my goodness, it's in. Oh, that's such a sad goal.
The funny thing is knowing Sosa, that was done with a straight face and in his world, completely expected.
Yeah, he just thinks, well, I'm just going to hit it then. I don't know what you're expecting. What, you want me to go for a reset? Nah, I'm just going to hit it. What else would I do? I'm just going to hit the ball. And that is going to be game dub for Plotty T. And one more needed to send them through to face off against what we keep calling the favourites in BS+.
I will say, I think it takes a team with a lot of patience, a lot of confidence in themselves to be able to
triple
go
match
against
point for Plot
BS+.
Twist.
With what Plot Twist are bringing, I think they're calm and collected enough for it. What's missing is that attack. But I did say at the beginning of the series, I was like, you know, somebody is gonna need to have that spark in their fire in themselves, but they can't tire out. Plot Twist, I feel like, is not overexerting themselves. They're just they're playing their game. They're saving it all for what potentially is next.
That's what I mean. It feels like it is management, and this is like Plot Twist playing their game, but I feel like they could also be playing like this in ranked or something. I feel like the Futures have got a lot more that they can give, but we're not really seeing it. They're overthinking a lot of these encounters. They are, as I said, 2 of those goals at least, they got given up from just sloppy rotating by the last man going in, and then the final defender isn't able to get back in time to then easily clear it away. It's been overextensions. It's been... yeah, it's been sloppy from Fuchos rather. And I think that when you've got the path of least resistance to just smack the ball, you may as well just go for it. And Sosa's been the absolute epitome of that. He's been right place, right time, repeatedly. And under the Eiffel Tower, we may well see Plot Twist go through into the semi-final. But the Fuchos have got a lot more to give.
They do. I think, you know, from the glimpses we've gotten of them, when they are just quite literally the most synergetic team we've gotten to see so far, they are great off the backboard. It's another shot up. Sosa's going to completely clear it and cut them off in that moment there. What is missing is the consistency. If Fuchos could get a little bit more consistent, not only with their attacks, but defensively, that is what has kept them behind, because once they fall apart, they spiral out of a game completely. So Fuchos trying to get back in it. Currently, though, Plot Twist, they've got that match point, so they already know that they are in their heads.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a position where Plot Twist, if they can just continue to occupy that space and live in there rent-free, then they're going to have an even funner time of it. And Sosa is going to be continuing on that fun trend. Receives the ball nice and high in the midfield. A great clear from Reales, but what is it again, Herc? Another overextension from defense.
That is the second time they have given up a goal like that, where that third man, and not only just
I was gonna say, if Fuchos keeps pushing up too far,
you're overextending yourself on nothing. You're not even giving yourself the chance to be able to get back and defend it. You just look at it and you kind of have to throw your hands up and be like, well, you know, if Sosa's taking the shot, it's gonna be on target at the minimum. So,
even if it's not that quick or good, it's gonna be on target. And we've seen a not that quick or good shot go in. So you need to treat them all as threats. Great fake though, and that has been their bread and butter. A wonderful save from Reales. It really felt like it should have been a goal. That would have been a confidence maker for Fuchos. It's a shame that's not gone in for their own benefit.
Yeah, I mean, but you do have to give the flowers to Plot Twist, right? That's the level of defense it takes to be able to hold up in a series against a team like BS Plus, and then you have to look further than that and be like, against, you know, the OCEs and the NAs and the Minas of the group stage, because you're fighting to play at Worlds. You're going well past that is the journey and the dream right now. So you got to always think 10 steps ahead, whether you like it or not. Does this playstyle work there? And so far, in my tiny baby professional opinion, Plot Twists have the patience and the makings of a team that can do that.
Yeah, I think patience is a great way to put it as well. We're not seeing that patience from Fuchos when they go behind. Oh, I think actually when they go behind, they're playing their best game. That's when they're going for these really nice looking fakes, and they are going for the wily plays. Will this be another pass? Central it is, and it's two to commit. Horror defense from Fuchos. I saw where this was going. It was wrapped up. It's obviously being popped there, and then both jump. Vitin should have stayed back, or whoever it was that was next to him, Misery, should have stayed back. Instead, neither of them do, and it's a nice free shot from the faster Reales.
If you are Plot Twist, you are just absolutely
dearie
eating this up. You could feel it off the kickoff too. They were just a little bit too on the behind in this moment. Also, this is just a great angle. It's beautiful. It's
a stunning shot, and I really want to give Plot Twist the credits. They're now 3-0 up halfway through the game, the most dominant game we've seen so far, and I just really have not been impressed, unfortunately, at any given moment from Fuchos in this one. Well, apart from that one chance where there was the fake and then there was the shot mid that Reales managed to save away. That was lovely, but that really has been the only chance. Right now we're seeing Vitin. We're halfway through the game. He's only on 86 points. He's barely got involved, and I think that the bright lights may well be too bright for him on this particular day.
Yeah, this is it's another thing to, you know, play up against everybody in your region. It's another to go against the people that have fought physically and in person against the other regions of the RLCS. There seems to just be a little bit of an experience difference between the two, and I say that very respectfully. I think Fuchos is so fun. I think they are extremely creative. I actually hope we get to see this combination of players in the future, because they are fun. They just need a little bit of refinement on both ends of the field, but if they could be disgusting. Unfortunately for them right now, it just seems to be a little bit too far ahead of them in terms of this matchup.
I think any team that plays with an identity, no matter what that identity is, I'm going to have more of an affinity towards them. If they are particularly demo-y, if they are particularly mechy, if none of them ever defended, it's always all attack, that's fun, that's cool. I like this wily nature, like a team of foxes, but it's just not working for them. And Plot Twist, they have brought in an absolute machine in Sosa, a man that has worked tirelessly since 2018 to get through to lands like this. Got through to, I believe, his first World Championship with APAC previously. But got a couple more series for him to go. Gets a block, gets a save, final 30. we may as well say goodbye to Fuchos now, because Plot Twist are going to be moving forward and will be taking on BS Plus.
Oh man, it's gonna genuinely be such a fun matchup, especially because it feels like Plot Twist are playing, you know, intentionally with like one hand behind their back right now. This is not the most intense version of this team. Mata, Royales, two incredible players we've seen over the years. Now in the combination with Sosa will go up against the favorites of South America after this.
Yeah, one more series for them, and then they've still then got the final to contend with. I think that also BS Plus, while they are the favorites in the next series, that is a great showing from Plot Twist. I am extremely impressed with the way that they managed to, I think, just hold on to the series. Yeah, they lost a game. There was a couple of wobbly
Fair enough, the Plot Twist. They came to freaking play. Fufuchos just couldn't get it together, unfortunately.
And they did not flick things up. They did not play any different play style. They would play solid, play firm, go for these infield passes. Again, really nothing crazy. We saw one or two really beautiful goals in that. But every other goal was a nice, simple infield pass. Or just on Sosa's case, hit the ball off kickoff.
Yeah, if you're Sosa, it was just, as long as you hit the ball, you know at some point or another it was headed towards that net. But for everybody else, it was a battle. Plot Twist in the end of things, find their success, and they have one more chance on the road to Worlds.
Okay, plumber's fixing that burst pipe. We should be all set. Good thing you're protected 24/7 with your home and auto bundle from Progressive.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to figure out the right caption.
Excuse me.
I have protection, just need a lifeguard.
What about that emoji with a shocked face?
Or maybe flooded with emotion.
That's too much. Try Tuesdays are cray.
You know, technically, you don't have to post everything that happens online. I totally believe you. Life is meaningless without affirmation, am I right?
It's the song right here. This is the one that gets me copyrighted. I don't know why, but all of a sudden I have an appetite today. So if there's some leftover dinner from last night, I might go snag some of that. Which I feel guilty because I haven't taken my walk today, but I don't know. Oh, here we can turn the volume back on. Alright. I'll be back in just a minute, chat.
Magic of Rocket League is the stories you could tell about it. The 0-second buzzer beaters, the epic saves, the underdog victories. It's all there. As we return to this legendary arena, we'll witness Rocket League's story unfold together. Who will hang their team's banners in the rafters of Champions Field? It's time to find out.
To know where you came from. we're breaking open. Feel like our future's just begun. And all I know is that we lost time. If we stay right here, we could free ourselves inside. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together. Just lead me into your world. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together on our own. Just lead me into your world.
Alright. We get to watch Bagojays play again. This time they're against Nova Drift. Apparently Nova Drift is clearly a pretty dang good team because they were already waiting in the semifinals. And Bagojays had to earn their way here, but I don't know. I think it'll be a good match. Hopefully. I realized that last night's dinner was taken, but my brother did bring some fries from his work home last night, so I'm gonna nibble on these. Stay hydrated, chat.
Let's run away together. Just lead me into your world. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together on our own. Just lead me into your world.
Thanks, we got this semifinal, another semifinal, and then we get the grand final. Hopefully this doesn't go on too late, because I would like to still get my walk in, and the later the day goes on, the less energy I have, and the less willpower. I'm like, I don't want to go. But as long as it's not real late, then I'm gonna force myself still, because I'm eating food midday, which I haven't done that like this much food midday in a while, so I feel like I'm obligated to take a walk now. There we go.
2 matches down and plot twist.
Well,
Tighten things up, made quick work of Fafucho, sending them home, ending their 2026 RLCS season here. The final's going to be close at the beginning, but my goodness, locking it up on those final 2 games. 5-0 on Parc des Paris, and they are through. They have a match against the tournament favorites, BS Plus. We'll see that one in a little bit, but my goodness, this one, it was close until it wasn't, Daz.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, just like domination for plot twist. You know, in the series in 5, very, you know, predicting it going in. Great to see, but when you watch it in real time, you're like, oof. Okay, this was they kind of had the belt a little bit. But for plot twist, it's a good start to their day. You want to see them have this performance, especially when you know they're taking a BS Plus in the next round. So we'll see if they can keep it up.
Yeah, I think I was a bit annoyed with Fafucho because you could kind of see the ideas they were going for, and you could see the fakes they were going for. And like I said, these wily little plays, thinking, oh, we can fake out this touch. And they got a goal in game 1, I believe it was, where I completely misread what anybody was going for. Then it ended up in their goal. And then it just sort of stopped happening. It was this goal here, actually, game 2. And it just sort of stopped working from that point. And in the end, it was just, unfortunately for all the Mechie kids out there, infield passes that just sort of won. It was the basic plays that really made it work for plot twist. But that's a sign of a great team as far as I'm concerned. If you know what you can do to win and you don't overextend and that you know that you've got a bigger opponent on the horizon, save a bit of your energy. Just do what you need to do.
Looking at this too, the way like you look at the highlights, especially this game, I think this is the one where you really could tell that okay, this one is going to be plot twist all the way. Just again, you start early with the strikes. Sosa doing a good job getting himself on the board in big time ways. But look at a lot of these goals, kind of just counterattacks against Fafuchos, and that's really kind of like the biggest thing. Plot twist is so strong individually, they catch Fafuchos running back to their goals so many times. And it's just the speed from plot twist on the counter that has made them so deadly. And they close out the series like they needed to. That's normally a hard games to close that one, but plot twist made it look easy.
And they've advanced in the bracket. They have a top 4 finish guaranteed already, but top 1, the only thing that matters in these LCQ tournaments. So they will have to win 2 more matches if they won't play for the title of world champion. We'll give them a little bit of a break though. BS Plus getting ready on the other side of the field. That match will be happening after the conclusion of our next match. It's time to get the first team into the grand finals. We saw them play earlier today. They're back on the pitch now here. Begojes taking on Nova Drift, one of the other favorites from the tournament. These 2 teams have played 1 time on the season. This was back when Begojes didn't have Drew, had Leo. But they did take that one down. Begojes has the 1-0 series lead over Nova Drift. But we saw some highlights at the top of the show in the pre-show there, Stumpy. Kevin Nacho putting up a highlight reel. Can he do it again for his team?
But are they just a highlight reel team? Do they get the results? Because these players have not necessarily achieved what, if you're going by those individual plays, what you would expect for them to be doing. Do they just have these amazing, you know, pop-off moments? Do they hit the clip, but then they struggle to really have it transform throughout the length of a series? That's my current worry for them. Whereas Begodes, they've absolutely smashed Disaster Class. They've got Knight, Drafinho, and Bems, you know, players that have qualified for LANs, for Worlds. Drafinho is one of the most prominent KBM players in the world right now. And he's currently going through the LCQ, yes, but I struggle to see, I really do, I struggle to see how Nova Drift, to me, a team of what I may well very short-sightedly consider to be clip farmers, can do against a team that is a lot more well put together from my admittedly limited SAM knowledge.
That's fair. That's definitely fair. One of the things that I like from Nova Drift is, like, you're right, you don't notice these names a lot. Stumpy, I do feel like, you know, if they get a win here, that's a chance for them to put the name in your brain a little bit more as, you know, the seasons progress. It does feel like we're kind of in a changing of the guard stage, especially from that Begojes win. Almost an hour ago, Brad had announced his retirement from RL Esports, and then, of course, you know, Drafinho, you see on the screen, said it was an honor to be part of Brad's story. So looking at this, you know, this LCQ, there is a lot of experience for sure, lots of like story players, but then there's a chance for some new growth here on the side of Nova Drift to kind of usher in their own names in SAM history. So I mean, it's a big series for them.
I mean, but Nova Drift, yeah, we maybe saw them clip farming against Fufuchos. We saw that Plot Twist sort of having a similar game just a moment ago. Fufuchos maybe just a little bit in
Bro.
this point. The two matches they played, they 3-0'd Plot Twist the first match of the groups, the final game, the decisive game, the game winner, or the match winner, they're 6-2. And then they went up against Disaster Class, who we saw get beaten a little bit earlier. They reverse swept them in 5 games to make it to this point. So Nova Drift has had to put in the work to get to this point. It's just a matter of, is it enough today on the day when it really matters? Who do you think is going to win? Let us know at home.
Why does the stream keep doing that?
I'm gonna go Begojas on this one. I think that this series will probably be the longest one we've had of the day. Probably like a six gamer, but I gotta go with the experience on this one.
All right.
I'm gonna go also Begodes here, and it's because I would love for Nova Drift just to prove that I'm completely incorrect, and then they're not just clip farmers, and they yes, they can exist in a highlight reel, but can they also exist towards the end of a tournament? I'd love for that to happen, because it's cool when that does ultimately, when you can transcend what somebody has put you in a box for. But Begodes, they just 4-0'd Disaster Class, a team that I said could really do an upset here, and then got absolutely battered and didn't win a game.
I kind of want Nova Drift to win just so that I want them to clip farm so they're clip farmers and they win in this spoil of the tournament, and you're like super wrong. But I do think Begojas will actually be the team who comes out top here. I'm going to stick with Drew on this one. I think he's kind of the dark horse pick, just given the bracket, but honestly, given the name value and given the stats, I think he might be more of a favorite in this, so it might be a Begojas versus BS Plus in the grand finals. Split down the middle. Nova Drift's got some fans out there. The clips are working. They're bringing in the fans for them, but they're not quite fan favorites here. Drew's been around for a long time, folks. Let's get into it and send one of these teams into the grand finals. Top 2, not going to be good enough today, but it definitely helps on your road to the World Championship. Nova Drift is sat on the sides watching. It's time for them to get on the pitch. Begojas trying to continue the momentum. Let's play some Rocket League.
A lot of names and a lot of faces, and one more story on the road to finding out who will be joining the rest of the world at the World Championship. I'm Hercules, alongside me Stacks. And Stacks, all I know is this region has been such a joy to get to watch.
Yeah, it absolutely has been. It used to just be an offense-only region. We've seen even today the defense has been key. Game 1 brought to you by Progressive as we kick off our third to last series on the road to putting a team at the World Championship. Ramon trying to leave that one for KNS, but Knight is all over it. And on paper, when you think about where these teams came from, obviously the Nova Drift side went through in the upper bracket and won their match. Cool, good for them. Guaranteed top 4. That'd be great in an open.
And it's internet.
As
Damn.
this double comes through from Drafinho, and he starts this series the way he started the last. This is the team from the lower bracket.
Ended the last,
that's
but yeah.
the favorite.
I see what he was going for there.
I mean, for starters, we need to keep that double commit on the attack there. It's okay, guys, to let one person go up in that moment, especially against somebody like Drafinho. You need all levels of defense that you can get on this one. Otherwise, it's going to keep happening. It was another shot on target. Demo at least, opens up a little space to break through and get pushed back. But oh my goodness, I mean, this team, they are coming out absolutely swinging. It's not going to stop here. Knight,
oh, what a shot, bro. Damn.
2-0, just like that.
This is spectacular from Knight. The flip reset, just push it as far right as he can. Ramon can't catch up to it. 2 goals in the first minute. And this is a team in Begojas that struggled to get the offense rolling early against Disaster Class, but as that series wore on, they had everything flowing, and they're right in that same form. Night shot denied by Ramon, but now it's Drafinho for Bems. Pushed off to the side.
Hopefully Nova's just warming up or something.
Kevin Acho finally do, but Bems is all over this. Second touch forthcoming, and back downfield we go, only as far as Ramon.
And Nova is not a team by any means you guys should be counting out whatsoever, especially when you look at the name Kevin Nacho. That was somebody you saw if you were tuning into the pre-show. He was in our top plays, and for good reason. He has the ability to really push this team forward. He just, unfortunately, has not been allotted the space, and that is because teams like the Gojays are coming into this hyper-aware of this player right now. So he's been pushed back a little bit further than most. He is able to catch this ball, not allotted the space to be able to get a second touch off of it though.
Oh.
Rahman ahead to Kevin
Push
Ocho
up.
after Kevin took out Fems. There's one on the board for Nova Drift, and it's physical play. That's exactly how Bagojes got here. They get a dose of their own medicine.
That's the Kevin Nacho we were talking about too. This is a player that you're going to see similarly like in the last series that we got, like Sosa, that is going to be hyper intensive to play against. He's ready to bump, demo, push you out of the way, but also is not afraid to stay in your half longer than he's expected to. Little shot there from Knight coming off, but Rahman has done an incredible job defending so far in this game one.
Fino around the boards only as far as Kevin. As Knight trying to disrupt him, he'll be called into action again and does so brilliantly. Needs one more touch to get past Kevin Nacho again. Hasn't worked out on this occasion. Drafino caught a little awkward. Good recovery. Just trying to stay in the play as long as he could and almost slipped it by KNS. Oh, that's great by Knight. With KNS running forward, trying to get the demo, managed to just evade him and make the stop. Now Knight, hard out of the corner. Here's Drafino again for another double. This time Rahman is all over it.
Now Rahman is really sticking to this. And defensively, I gotta commend him because there has been a number of shots headed towards that net that he's been able to keep out and really give his team a chance, keeping this within one. Low boost all the way around except for KNS. So shot, it's gonna go wide. Don't have to stress too hard defending it. But Bagojes is trying to keep the pressure at least in this blue side, resetting forward, just like I said, to keep the pressure on, which has been a decent attempt. You are playing up at the moment. We'll see how long that lasts. This final 90 seconds approach in this game one.
All Knight backflips. Little confusion over who's going to take charge of the ball. That goes right to Bems. Good comms. That time on the part of Bagojes, it is Bems to pop one over and nobody else diving in as the entire defense of Nova Drift was all over it. Now KNS with Rahman behind him. KNS has Kevin Nacho rotating out. Here's Romano, his side flip. Kevin's gonna have a look at it. Kevin Nacho for Rahman, and it's off the bar. Good.
Oh, it was just close enough, a little bit too high there, but there is plenty of time for them to be able to get back into this one. You can feel Nova kind of starting to circle much quicker around each other to try and find something. They're playing back from their side. Kevin Nacho grabs that back boost. KNS off the sidewall, but as they're all trying to situate themselves, it's Bagojes who's already inched into that blue side, prepping to take those shots. 30 seconds left on the clock here. Low boost all the way around. And still, you're playing down by one if you are Nova.
It's a demo coming from a mile away, but Nova Drift.
See how I do it, Jet.
Not quite feeling the effects of it just yet. Kevin Nacho out for Rahman. Down to 10 seconds. Got to scramble now. Get the ball at least going partially in the right direction, but away from everybody. That goes out to KNS. Kevin Nacho will have a chance. Able to get it to the ceiling. All the way across. KNS with a huge bump on Knight. He won't be in the play. And Drafino almost brought it down to ground, but now the Gojays hold all the cards and they take game one.
Fair
this
enough.
team is intense. I will say Nova Drift is absolutely making them work for it. This was not a widespread margin as one might think. I think Rahman, Kevin Nacho, and KNS equally do an incredible job of fighting against, the Drafinos and the Knights. In this case, I think, name-wise, it's Bems who's trying to play catch-up, against everybody else and trying to gain some respect, which he's earned mine, by all means. Despite being statistically lowest of the three, I think he slots in great. Nova Drift, I'm excited to see what you bring into this game too and are able to correct, because the few moments we did get to see Kevin Nacho on the attack in tandem with Ramon, that was the version of them that had snuck their way up into this final day for South America in the LCQ.
I believe it was 8 demos as a team for Nova Drift. They're trying to basically beat Begojace at their own game. The problem is Begojace has one key thing that Nova Drift doesn't have: Graffinho. He scored an absolute banger to kick things off in game 1, and that set the tone for Begojace as they try to, again, when you look at the bracket, pull off an upset. But when you, again, look at the talent on the two teams, I feel like Nova Drift is definitely punching upward here against this Begojace squad. They can hang with them. They've proven that, but they're going to have their hands full.
Oh yeah, that was only game 1, right? You were in for a literal marathon against these two teams. So we'll see how long they're able to last in the fight against them. Otherwise, you know, they're gonna have a complete blowout. I think Dazzle was the one that said that he thought that this was gonna be the longest we'd seen in quite some time. So I don't know, it really is dependent on this game too. That's how it felt in the last series and the series before that today. It really, these game 2s are setting the standard and the tone for what the series overall is going to be looking like.
Little delay as we get into game number 2 here. Again, Begojace taking the first game 2-1. That was their hallmark against Disaster Class as well. A couple of 2-1 games, granted, they needed overtime for those games, as Leo was fantastic in the final minute of both those games for Disaster Class. But then, again, as the series wore on, they really didn't struggle at all with Disaster Class still trying to play more of a defensive style. It's very clear that Nova Drift is going to have to push forward considerably in this series, and they did. They at least had their opportunities. They did not just sit back and let Graffinho take shot after shot after shot at them. They didn't let Knight run forward and clear out defenders all the time, but still wasn't enough in game number 1 as Begojace do take the opener. Long road ahead here, though. Grand finals waiting on the horizon as we head to the Temple for game 2.
To the Temple.
A very intense series and matchup, and like you said, this is all on the road to the finals. This setup of an LCQ does not, you know, forgive anybody. It is complete do or die. Nova trying to really, you know, get some handle and some control in the series after falling in game 1. Not a bad performance by any means. It was just Begojace. Hey, like everybody has made mention to before, you've got Graffinho. That's the difference. And on top of it, you've got Knight. Knight is such, I think, an underrated player in this situation. You can look at the all-time LAN appearances. I mean, Graffinho alone, right? He's sitting in the top 3. 9 LAN performances to his name. He's been there more than most outside of people competing in this LCQ.
One thing that can't be discounted from this Nova Drift side is the scoring prowess of a player like Ramon. One of very few players to average over a goal per game during the second half of the season. He is up to the heavens here, but Bems is right in front of him. Now KNS will have a go. KNS, flip reset over Graffinho, but Knight is there at the back. Now Kevin Nacho will try. Will he be able to set up his teammate Ramon? No. As that gets around and all the way across, Kevin Nacho can chase it down. He's actually kicked it out right at Bems, who had Graffinho running forward. Had he maybe stayed on the wing, who knows what could have happened. Wires got crossed a little bit, and that high bouncer gets away from Ramon. KNS will try, and
it's just in.
has to deal with Ramon running interference, and
Damn,
KNS
fair enough.
just banks one in.
Holy, not only pinch, but there was no connection on it, just enough that the second follow-up off the ceiling had so much power that it was just absolutely lasered in there. Opening lead, handed off to Nova Drift. A great performance all the way around. They stayed calm in it, and they're still gonna go back for it again. Kevin Nacho passing this one off. They tried to sneak it down. Maybe a little bit too creative on this one.
That is a tight angle, and he almost scored it. That's that scoring prowess, so we alluded to a moment ago. Here's Trevino, though, picked the spot behind Roman, and he backflip for the save. Big clear from KNS, and Bems will eat a demo for all of his defensive efforts. Here goes Kevin Ocho. More momentum now for Nova Drift.
Oh.
They're a team that can absolutely hang here in this series. As KNS skies one up, Roman is there, just put it netward, why not? But Knight is right there to guide it over towards Bems. And that's well done defensively here from Begojes, realizing they're getting a more inspired effort now early on out of Nova Drift. Gonna try and throw one down in front to Bems, unsuccessful. Knight will have a go, and Kevin Ocho swats the ball away, only as far as Trevino now as KNS makes the save.
The funny thing is Begojes have had a handful of opportunities in that moment. It just felt like nobody was that committed, except
Ooh,
on the
okay.
flip side of things, Nova Drift overly committed and rewarded in that moment. You see Roman off the ceiling there on low boost, used the power that was left. It was KNS who full sent in the moment, hoping that that was headed straight to the nose of his car. It was Nova Drift once again headed to
Nova's
the
starting to wake up a
forefront
little
of this game.
bit.
Kevin Ocho trying to factor in here in a big way. KNS waiting at midfield. Roman over to Kevin Ocho. Got a second touch, and that falls right into the lap of Bems. And this goes over to KNS. Loose ball for Knight. Throw a shot on. Again, you might as well see if you can get a juicy rebound. Kevin Ocho's got to chase this one down and needs a second touch. He's got it out of harm's way temporarily.
Rough little center there, low boost, no commit, but I do respect Begojes
What a
in their
touch by
moments right
Jafino,
now.
what the
You're
heck?
playing from, behind. You gotta be patient with everything that's out on the field right now. Cannot force anything, otherwise it's going to turn into another attack, a quick counter attack at that from Nova. Just a minute and 12 seconds. Jafino playing from the ceiling, 30 in the tank to work with here, but all angles covered by Nova. Knight leaves this one down to Jafino. They're going to see if he can lead the charge here. Kevin Nacho just immediately intercepted and took it back. Even though it doesn't result in a goal, it still wastes a little bit of time, much needed time. That's no longer on the clock in their favor. Bems from the backboard. Can he get towards it? No, it's going to be Romana. A nice 50 though, sends them upfield. We'll see what they can do from here.
Kevin now in the final 30 seconds just try to salt this one away as Begojes, a rare case, they have been completely stifled by Nova Drift in game 2. Kevin Nacho again, throw it on target.
Dang.
Steal, and a
Okay,
3-0
wow, Nova's
lead,
really woken up
putting an
now.
exclamation point on what's currently a shutout for Nova Drift.
Holy catch. Not only catch, but pitch down on in. I mean, Kevin Nacho is just, I feel like a player that we all should be talking about so much more than we are. But if you aren't paying attention that much, he is sitting in the top 4, just over 1 goal per game. And when they happen, Stacks, they aren't just good, they're great. They're quality shots that are leading this team on a charge through the big names like Jafino.
Okay. Fair enough to Nova. They fought back really well that game.
Well, well, well. Game on here in the semifinals. Begojes had to know it would not be easy. No matter how confident they were coming into this series, as KNS comes alive here. A hat trick on 4 shots. And for all the talk about how great Roman was scoring during the regular season, the latter half of the open stage, here in the LCQ, KNS has been great. And he's been kind of the offensive catalyst for Nova Drift. Now, have they run into the BS Plus Co's of the event? No, but again, you can only play who's in front of you. And they have been battle tested up to this point. They have not had an easy go of it. They have been in close clutch time situations. And this is one of them for sure, where again, you get Begojes coming in with all the momentum, Herc, and then Nova Drift has to find a way to stem the tide. They did exactly that.
And which, this is what I wanted. I wanted to see if they were capable of like having a very quality response to that initial win by Bigotes. So we'll see what comes of it. I'm really interested to see if Kevin Nacho is still allotted the same amount of space that he was able to find in that game 2 there. I do anticipate Knight and Benz spearheading a little bit more on him and opening up the world for Drafinho like we saw in game 1, but again, all of it matters what we will see here in this game 3.
Mentioned KNS coming in just under a goal per game in this LCQ, and granted, most of it played 2 weeks ago, trying to catch up now in his first series of the day. Those 3 goals in that last game will certainly help. And this one will as well.
What a shot.
Double out of KNS.
What the
What a shot. Look at this too. It's Ramon trying to just keep
Dang.
it in front. KNS goes, no,
That was
no,
clean.
We're going to take this all the way up to the top and float it on down into ourselves. That is the
Not the
player
duck
that is
explosion,
throwing
bro.
themselves just under 1 goal per game. He's got his one. You can only extend from there. We'll see what they do, but Nova doing such a solid performance in responding to their first loss, just completely building.
Oh, what a
Great
save.
All right, where's their answer to KNS? It's night shot.
Oh, what a save.
Sent away by who else for KNS? Kevin's got to come out to meet Bems, who does steal that corner boost. He'll put on the brakes to go after this ball, and Rahman sends it all the way across where Drafinho can only watch it. He'll have to make a turn now. And what can Drafinho do? The challenge has been laid down. Oh, he got the dunk, but it's wide.
Another shot out mid, almost going to be sent back, but everybody from the end of Bigotes was getting
Oh
timbered,
my gosh.
rightfully
Wow.
so. Novadrift was coming in with a vengeance on this. Double demo in the back. Kevin Nacho just left this out. It's KNS fully on the solo play here to go up 2-0.
That is insane confidence, too. Hey, this is mine. And so quickly, going up to the skies to drop that one home. Kevin Nacho now trying to keep the offense flowing. Drafinho's all over this. KNS thought about diving in, thought better of it. And Ramon will have that right for KNS. And at this point, if you're Novadrift, you want this guy on the ball as often as possible because he has been an absolute killer. Here's Bems with KNS now deleted off the field. How fitting. Bems looking to center, and KNS right off the respawn very quickly. Off a whiff by Drafinho. Couldn't force it by Knight, but it will fall to Kevin Nacho. He's going to go to work now. Flip reset right at Knight. Easy stop, but they're not able to clear the zone as Bigotes find themselves on the back foot considerably now, well into game 3.
The fun part about Nova too is these quick cuts. They're forcing those to drift around and make the most 180 cut you've seen in quite some time. But back end, for the most part, has always still been a priority to defend. All 3 members of Nova back in time, trying to
Wow,
keep
Nova is
shots
really starting to
away.
play. Like, they're
One
playing a
from
lot
Benz,
better
we'll
than
see
they did in the
potentially
first
another
game.
one here.
Or,
Although we do get cleared out
yeah,
to the orange.
I
Here
think it
comes
was the first
Ramon
game, I
off
don't
the
know.
backboard. Can he pass this off? Not quite.
There was absolutely no boost on the side of Novadrift except for Kevin Nacho, who comes in and gets a huge win to prevent what would have been a very simple counterattack, almost certainly a goal. Still could get one as Kevin Nacho disrupts the pass, and KNS there to sweep the ball off to the side, and now get a race to get a piece of this. He does. Knight's still in the net as Kevin Nacho will play to the corner, and Ramon there with no boost. Minimal problem. KNS there to help out. Novadrift continue to just baffle Bigotes.
Ramon is doing such a good job too of lurking and waiting right
Oh, that
now.
may be in.
There's that clear that he was being so
Yeah,
patient
damn.
about, and it's even going to reward off in a goal. There was nothing left in the boost tanks of anybody from Bigotes here. I was making mention of how long he had been waiting and centering himself, and it just takes one
Sheesh.
on-target clear to completely dismantle Bigotes. This is just, unfortunately for them, just a very big caught off guard moment.
There may be a timeout in the future. That ball given away to Drafinho. I don't think he was ready for it, just how free that ball was handed to him. Have to make that adjustment on the fly. Here's Drafinho again, though. with Knight running forward. Still couldn't come up with any demos. Minimal contact, I think. I don't think he got a bump there as Kevin Nacho waits for the midfield boost. And he'll use it to at least put a hand up on Knight. And Ramon there to stop the pass to Drafinho. Now KNS will clear again. Kevin Nacho keeps that neutral right at the boost pad. And the final minute will come in with Nova Drift well out in front in game 3. And Bem's forced to make a goal line save. KNS beaten by Knight, but Kevin Nacho makes the save on the other side. And yet again, Bigoj's kept off the scoreboard since game 1. Coming up on 10 plus minutes now that they have not been able to break the Nova Drift defense.
No, not at all. I mean, this is just a very attack-heavy team in Nova Drift, but rightfully earned that title. They are so methodical with it, and I mean, look at even the shots that are still coming through in the final 25 are so quality. They might be able to get another one here finally. Defense has become a much stronger priority to Bigodes. They just can't quite counter off of a lot of these shots. And that's where Nova ends up sitting in front in this head-to-head. Their counters are so quick. Bigodes continues to get caught out time and time again with no boost, no way to defend, and now another win on the board overall towards
Fair enough, Nova. Fair enough.
A kind of grindy struggle in game 1 where they had the opportunities but could not convert. Since then, back-to-back 3-0 shutouts for Nova Drift. And they've got Bigoj's really wondering what's gone wrong. And Bigoj's will take some extra time to figure that out as we look back at what was the Nova Drift highlight reel. for all the
Bigoj's
talk about these guys more or less being clip farmers, I mean, they've played solid fundamental Rocket League. There's nothing special about that goal there. There was another goal from KNS earlier. It's just go up, get it off the ceiling, bank it home, no problem. They have just outplayed Bigoj's over the last 10 minutes, or really 10 minutes plus, as they started.
I want to see how many
back
Worlds
late
tickets are left.
in game 1. And now this tactical timeout, Bigoj's find themselves really being tested more so than maybe at any other point in this tournament.
It takes, and I feel like this has been my word of the day so far, but a very patient team to pull off a win in South America. Historically, this region is just so offensive and attack heavy, right? They are known for being fast. They are known for being mechy alongside being quick with everything, not only physically but mentally, right? In a lot of the plays that they bring forward. This team, Nova Drift, has such a solid balance right now that
there is still tickets available for Worlds, but it's filling quick.
Everybody in chat is saying it so well, but Nova Drift at this point, they simply really are just outplaying Bigodes on every front of the field.
So Bigoj's find themselves trailing now 2-1, Nova Drift. Again, just a brilliant effort all around from what has turned into KNS and friends, which is no disrespect to Kevin Nacho and Ramon, who have played brilliantly. But KNS, the lion's share of the scoring, 5 goals out of the 7 that Nova Drift have as a team. And boy, if this keeps up, again, we mentioned his goals per game rivaling that of some of the upper echelon, a couple of the guys from BS Plus competition as well. I think Wisty and KV1 are way up there, well over a goal per game. You don't expect KNS to get there in this series, and maybe not the rest of the event up to the level they're at necessarily, Herc, but again, he has been a steady offensive threat. And for all the talk about not having an answer for Drafinho, Bigoj's have not been able to stop KNS really at any point other than early in game 1.
Yeah, I think right now the statement that needs to be put out more than what everybody is saying is how do you stop Nova Drift? What do you do to KNS? How do you take that ball away from Kevin Nacho. And how do you get Ramon out of your way when you're trying to take a shot for yourself? There's more questions than answers right now towards Nova Drift, but that is why they seem to be doing so well. We'll see if Bigotes has any form of an answer after that timeout got taken. But as of now, it stands to be the same. Nothing but pressure from Nova off the kickoff.
Trevino will bring this to ground, but can't do much with it. Kevin Nacho with a great ball across. Roman will just take the boost, leave the ball for KNS. That's gonna kick out. Right out for Kevin Nacho. He could play it himself, actually, against Trevino. And Knight hard off the angle on the ceiling and finally boomed away by Trevino, who, I mean, that's all they can do. That's a great little skim to bring the ball all the way across. But the problem is it didn't go to a teammate. So, I mean, it looked good, but didn't really accomplish much. Knight trying to accomplish a whole lot more. That is flipped, but was well out of the play. Now Roman cleanly passed one, but Bems is there at the back.
That was a phrase that I'm really hoping we're not going to end up having to say about Bigotes, which is, you know, really clean, but didn't accomplish that much. They have all the fight in the world to be able to be going head-to-head with this Nova team. In theory, they should be either at least, you know, back and forth, which so far they still have opportunity to do so. Another slow shot on net, going to be turned away by KNS himself as he carries it towards the mid. Trevino just trying to pre-jump the intercept, and he does, but it doesn't slow the team down regardless.
Trevino's shot easily dealt with by Roman. Now Knight out to Bems, and again you see Knight sweeping across every time, just trying to get any contact, and then fittingly enough, he gets plastered to the back wall. And nothing comes from that attack as Kevin Nacho will just control through the air. That goes past Knight, and Trevino has to play keep away from Roman as he lets it down to Bems. Now Roman could have KNS running forward, a race to the boost won by Bems. There's going to be awkward control here for Bigotes, and just not able to get out of the zone as quickly as before, and you know, having to play 3-on-3 Rocket League the whole time, where this is a team that has been so physical. They have not landed any demos in this game. KNS actually takes out Bems. I think that's their second demo of this game as a team. Kevin Nacho's shot sent away by Trevino. But the bullies are getting bullied right now.
Jeez, and it just feels like Trevino was trying to do it all right there. The back-to-back saves, even leading the charge all the way towards net, but the follow didn't come through. At some point, it's gonna exhaust him. They need to get a little bit more well-rounded in terms of taking turns, carrying this ball out. Otherwise, it's gonna stay the same. Ramon has a turn to pass this one off.
What a save.
Sent out by Trevino, who seems to be trying to do it all. And so far, he has. The one thing they need him to do is score.
Kevin Nacho taken out well behind the play. But he'll spawn back in. Full boost for him and KNS. Ramon will have a full tank. There's about 700 boost, it feels like, on the side of Nova Drift. And it almost feels unfair. Here's Ramon with the flip reset. He delayed. Loose in front as KNS got another demo. This time taking out Knight. But they just lacked the crucial touch to put the ball away at the end.
Another big clear there. Knight absolutely
what a shot.
had to be the one to do it. Look at this. They got so evil with it. Sending him upfield, just waiting. It was the boost steal. It was patient waiting. There was nobody back in time.
Okay.
Finally, outsmart Nova Drift enough to take a lead when it matters most.
Comes very, very late in game 4. Very opportune goal for Bigotes. And now it's KNS, who has been on fire. They got a demo on Trevino. Knight got, I think, flipped on his way into the goal. But now Knight looking for a measure of revenge, but denied by KNS. We're gonna talk about Trevino trying to do everything. KNS has been everywhere, and sometimes you have to double check to make sure there aren't two of him out there. Now Trevino, bring one across. KNS just a light touch to feather over towards Kevin Nacho. And they're not too pressed about this attempt either. Ramon very casually out towards midfield. He got a piece of Trevino on his way up the wall. And now over to the side, KNS, awkward flip. Cavanagro can steal some boost, but Grafino making sure to catapult this ball out of the way. Here's Ramon with 20 seconds left, and Bems with another big stop.
I like this one down, but there was nobody quick enough to try and make that center. You got your final 12 seconds sitting in front of you, and you're on the wrong side of the field in this moment. If you're Nova, you're playing from behind. Another shot attempt from Bems. Tries to make a center. They're going to have to play this one up in the air. Ramon was already there, catches it. Enough in the tank to give some power. Kevin Nacho next. No Hail Mary attempt. Instead, it's another pop-up, and Bems is going to take it away. Big clear upfield, but the ball's still in play until Ramon makes that catch.
Okay, 2-2 in the series.
Drop to the ground, and Bagodes
Yeah,
have
I
tied
feel like
up the
Bagodes
series.
didn't play that great, but they still took the win, so fair enough.
They can't blow anybody out apparently after, kind of using up all their goals against Disaster Class, but they can grind out a victory. Another one-goal game taken by Bagodes here today. They had a couple again, or actually 3 out of the 4 in their quarterfinal match, and they have pushed Nova Drift to calling their timeout. So after game 4 in a best of 7, we're all out of timeouts. It is full speed ahead the rest of the way, a best of 3 to put somebody to within 1 series of the World Championship.
The funny thing is, I'm actually very shocked that Nova Drift would call this timeout. I don't think it was a bad enough performance to warrant needing it. Maybe they feel it, physically more than emotionally in this sense.
I don't know why they
might need a
to be
break
honest.
to breathe, but I think that they still did very well, right? This was still only a 1-goal loss on paper. They did get outshot more than they normally did, which I think, granted, at some point in time, Nova needed to anticipate that you were gonna have, the Kevin Nachos being held back a little bit more, and your pass and plays aren't gonna have the same amount of space that they were allotted at the beginning of the series as Bagotes starts to learn about them. But this is just some clean back and forth, level-headed Rocket League. Daz was onto something. He was saying that this was gonna be going all the way to the end there. We'll see how much further it ends up going.
Well, we know we will at least see a 6th game, but first, gotta go to what is quickly becoming, I think, everybody's favorite in our map rotation. Parc de Paris, game 5 on the horizon now.
Parc de
Bagodes
Paris.
and Nova Drift all knotted up at 2 games apiece. A narrow 2-1 and 1-0 victory, sandwiched around a pair of 3-0 shutouts from Nova Drift. KNS, 5 goals in those middle 2 games to lead the charge for Nova Drift. Somebody else might have to pick up the slack now as we go to game 5. Who will stand out? Who will take control? Time to find out at Parc de Paris in game 5 in our first semifinal.
These 2 teams have just been going absolutely back and forth with each other. A double demo traded off the kickoff to see who can gain control of this ball as quickly as possible. Seems to be Nova for the time being. Kevin with a catch off a flying ball right there, but low boost means it does get sent back out into the mid. This boost is taken away. You're pretty much just playing for 50s if you're KNS. And Nova not gonna battle, not gonna get taken down too quickly as the pressure is still on.
Going back to that timeout taken by Nova Drift, I'm kind of with you. I'm a little surprised they took it there because they certainly didn't play poorly in any aspect of that game. Yes, they gave up an open net because Knight happened to be downfield, and it was kind of fluky. We'll see how things progress now in game 5 with Ramon getting bumped off the side wall.
Oh, what a save. What a save.
Save on Knight too, and he'll probably just stare down Bems like, all right, come on, let's go, have a go at it. He'll stop him too.
you can feel the stress too, and you're also watching the stress of Nova being on the defensive end right now with this much pressure. Not only are they making the double saves, but some of them are being made off of double commits. And so Bigotes understands that they have the right amount of pressure on this net right now. Bems taking another one. Jafino just kind of lurking around, looking to find some sort of a bump or a demo of anything. If you guys missed it, he is #1 right now in the SAM LCQ, leading demolitions with just over 3 per game. So we anticipate an attack-heavy game from Bigotes once they want to start to do that. And it seems like this game 5 could be the one.
That's Bems to the side. Disrupted a little bit by Kevin Acho, but he's got to scramble back, as does Ramon, who played off his own backboard. Now Knight with Bigotes keeping the pressure on. Bems out of the corner. Through Ramon. Down in front, and KNS again with another critical stop. Now Kevin Acho right at Bems. That goes through. Ramon up ahead now for KNS. Drop it down, but nobody else is there. And Rafinho clears it only as far as Kevin Acho. That's a great touch, actually, to KNS. And again, the more that Nova Drift can just kind of have the ball gravitating over towards KNS. Great things have happened so far in this series. Will it continue?
So far, we're getting a much more stagnant tug-of-war for possession of this ball. Kevin Nacho all the way around is going to have to bob and weave. Almost got the handoff, but it was a little bit too early into the wall in the spawn demo. You're choosing to disrupt in their face, and it worked.
Yep, that's the great advantage now of being able to choose where you respawn. Rafinho immediately back into the play, and now trying to get across midfield, but instead KNS just parks it, beats 2. Trying to go after Bems. He has, and Kevin Nacho scores.
Okay.
A brilliant performance from KNS.
So clean. This is the level of synergy.
Wow,
that
what a
is
play by
allowed
KNS there.
Nova to really, like I
Good
said,
finish by
see past
Kevin,
a
but
lot of these teams
KNS
in
did
their
most of the
journey.
work there,
There's
let's be
this
honest.
Underestimation to just how well these players are playing together right now. Just a beautiful choreographed play overall. 1 goal lead, 90 seconds on the clock here in this moment. Low boost, but it's still, they're gonna make the clear. They're gonna take the shot, and the pressure is still on for Nova.
Kevin Acho doing all he can to stay with this ball, and that's a job well done to force Knight all the way back. That's going to be lazily out to Bemzo. KNS was chasing down Rafinho. Now Bems picked his spot, and Kevin Acho just narrowly making the save. KNS underneath Rafinho. Knight's going to run out of juice, so Ramon can clear it anywhere he wants. He chose to go right at Bems, and KNS ceiling pinch is just off the mark.
Rafinho's trying to get this one passed off, and he will. They're going to have to play this one very, very clean. Knight played from the behind. The pinch off the sidewall is going to allow Nova to get out of their half there. They just need to waste time, but Jafino has possession and a shot. This one off the backboard. Ben's going to try and catch it here. 30 seconds on the clock. Bigotes have to really get it together and find themselves again.
Why is he there? Here goes Knight. He'll have a go. Kevin Acho's in the way. Give him a savior medal now. Bems, great infield pass, and the shot from Rafinho. Low, easily savable. KNS will bring it across. Kevin Acho ranging over as well. The net looking inviting, but that's a big clear. And Roman will add 1 for the road at 0.
Wow.
And Nova
Okay.
are 1 win away.
This team is such a fun team to watch, truly, when Nova Drift gives themselves and finds the space to do those 2-man passing plays. It feels like there is absolutely no stopping them. You know, I gotta give flowers to Ramon on that one. He walks away with the MVP honors on it as well. He is being so well-rounded on this roster. Just defensively, he just seems to always be there. Being able to allow KNS and Kevin Nacho the security to go and do what they have been. Nova Drift, you are so evened out that it feels like Bigotes cannot catch up or slow you down.
You cannot be one-dimensional at this stage. You know, being, you know, having somebody who's just a pure scorer, who's just a pure defender, that worked in 2017, 2018. It works to get you to the top 6 of an event, which is where Nova Drift's kind of ceiling was during the entire regular season. This version of Nova Drift is a legitimate contender to go to the World Championship, and it's because they've got this 3-headed monster that play all 3 roles incredibly well. Attack, defense, midfield. There's no weakness here for Nova Drift. They were kept off the scoreboard one time in Game 4. That's it. They've been the team that has been throwing shutouts against Big OJs. Can they do it one more time? If they do, they're in the grand finals. Here we go.
1 win away for Nova Drift and a spot in the finals to try and make it to the World Championship through the LCQ. And they're trying to give themselves a chance to go up against the top of the top, but the top of the top right now.
Big OJs is not giving up.
OGs, it's night to put Big OJs on the board.
Scoring early as they did against Disaster Class 16 seconds in. That also leaves a lot of time to hold on to that lead. Surely love to get another one very quickly, but KNS going to work. Slow play with no boost, no problem. Kevin Acho can turn on this ball. Little wave dash to give himself an angle, and that's well read by Drafinho, not letting him have any time or space. We'll see now if Big OJs do throw caution to the wind. If they do, they could get beat by some of these quick Nova Drift counters.
Ooh, that was a nice little attempt there. Roman is going to be able to get back in time and then push this one out to the side. Nobody getting caught off guard in this moment. Still playing from behind in this first minute of play, though, is Nova. As they try and push out from their end of the field. Little 50 that goes down. A shot to the backboard there. Great save to keep them out of the way, but the pressure's still on with Nova.
That was a great setup, too. They'll be shocked they didn't
score.
Dang. And then they'll just watch
Is just
right over top. Looked like 2 kind of got tangled up here. KNS and Kevin Acho both going to the same point, neither pressing X to jump. And it's Drafinho who doubles the lead.
And if you're Nova Drift, you're not even too upset about that.
Neither
You just
pressing
kind of
X
got
to
a little
jump.
bit ahead of yourself.
Oh!
This is Rocket League, ladies and
That was
gentlemen.
friggin' dope to witness. What the heck?
Decade of Rocket League, I have never seen that.
Oh,
Yo.
surely not going in. All right,
What?
Drafinho there for the save. All right, so let's play something that, again, resembles more of the car ball we're used to. Kevin Acho off the back wall. KNS will propel this downfield. Drafinho will end up on the backboard, but it's Bems that has that ball away, and Big OJ's trying to add to what already looks like an impressive advantage the way this series has gone, but that's a great win by Roman. KNS was coming on, and Bems all over the ball. He'll leave it for Knight, who beats 2. That leaves Bems against KNS, and he just couldn't get around to tuck it inside the post.
Here's Roman. He's going to have the space to try and make that clear, but I do like this from Bems. Bems and Drafinho are doing a good job of really trying to have control of that mid. That bump out does give a little bit of space. He inches off the side. It's slow enough, though, that it does get sent back almost immediately by Knight there. Drafinho has been all the way around multiple times. They're just circling, but the good thing for Big OJs is they're playing ahead. They're up by 2. This is the biggest lead we've seen them have and hold in quite some time in the series, although that could end here with a shot from Nacho.
One thing I love from Big OJ is that they're down in this series, and they're utilizing fakes incredibly well here in Game 6. Just to kind of keep the pressure on. That is an incredibly bold thing to do with your season on the line. But it's worked out great. I mean, having the very early goal certainly helps. Having a second to go with it, icing on the cake. It's Kevin Acho, the last of his boost to stay in front of that ball. KNS, good ball out to Roman. It's still going forward, and Kevin Acho will score it through. I think it was Drafinho at the end. And they're back on the board.
You got to remember, this is the player that is sitting in that top 5 and even ahead in goals per game. So Kevin Nacho, you got to remember, he's going to be averaging just over that 1. He's gotten his 1 now. It's about building on it from here out. Plenty of time for this team. This is the, I believe, number 2 overall in goals per game as a whole in Nova. So we're expecting some more throughout the next 90 seconds. But for now, Bigote's name of the game is just continue to shoot and keep Nova in their half. Another shot on target.
Dang.
Shot on net.
Graffinho has
Bigote
come alive.
is showing some life.
5 goals in the quarterfinal. Another 3 here in the semis. And especially 2 big ones with his team's back against the wall. Down to a minute 24. And now a team that averages just over 2.5 goals per game. If they're going to prevent us from going to Champions Field, they need 2 big ones now.
Kevin Nacho is trying to find his team, but it's Ramon getting over 1, not past 2 though. Graffinho really truly is the final boss of this squad right now. Like you said, finally starting to really come alive when it matters most. Trying to help his team force that Game 7, wants to see Champions Field for a chance in the finals here. Last minute of play, all the way upfield tonight. Boost spawn right in their favor. Can they get control of this ball again though as it falls to the hands of Nova Drift? KNS down over to Kevin Nacho. Kevin Nacho to the backboard, but no second allotted.
KNS did a good job. He did everything he could. Got up high above the lower challenge. Just didn't matter. The defense from Bigotes, again, the 2-goal cushion certainly helps. Kevin Nacho trying to run interference, trying to get involved in any way he can. KNS now, throw it to the corner, just trying to find a soft spot in the Bigotes defense. It's not working out. Kevin Nacho beaten by Graffinho. Down to 10 seconds. And a huge win from Bems will certainly salt it away. We will go to Champions Field to put a team in the grand finals of the LCQ.
Okay, we're getting to Game 7.
I truly would not have wanted it any other way, and I assume, honestly, the rest of the world, unless you were hardcore fans of either, but this is just such good Rocket League. Extremely head-to-head, 2 different approaches to the series overall. The difference now being that Graffinho is getting involved way more than we have seen him in any other series or at any other point in time in this particular series. Getting involved on 2 of those 3 goals there, shooting 2 for 2 on paper in terms of shots and goals coming from that. This is a different Graffinho. This is the Graffinho that we have seen on LAN so many times, Stacks. This is the one that's attempting to put Nova Drift in their place.
It's shocking after Game 5 where, I mean, not to say that he 1v3 the whole game, but in many aspects he did single-handedly keep Bigotes at bay. That there was that one early sequence where he made a save on all 3 players within about 15
now that I think about it, we've had
he was winning 50 after 50
lot
after
of
50. That completely changed
experiences with Animal
as soon
Crossing,
as Graffinho got an early goal for Bigotes.
And the one thing I hate about it the most
is while there may be some players
how
out
Mum
there
reacts
that,
every time.
Yeah, they kind of roll their eyes like, oh, all right,
From
we couldn't
being
put
honest.
a team away. Now we gotta go to Game 7.
Because it's like she
Graffinho
takes
out
the
here
sadness
thinking,
and
first of all, he's seen
emotion out on
Game 7.
us.
He's
We're
one of
such
those
bad
guys
animal
that
owners and stuff.
thrives in
Like,
this environment.
what are we
Champions
supposed to do?
Field for a
They
spot in the
they get
grand
old.
finals.
That's how
Will
it happens.
Graffinho do it again? Let's find out.
Off the rip. Everybody's back and forth in this midline. Graffinho's going to be the one to try and save first attempted shots. Takes this one away. Going to look for one of his own. Plays it very patiently. Tries to get that
plus
pass
if they have something that is detrimental to their health, usually you have to catch it before they get in their older ages, because even in their older ages, if they go and get surgery or something, there's a way higher potential for them to pass because they're older.
Spot to be in. Guessed right. That's
Exactly.
just wide.
Well, she's
And the quick clearance from KNS and Ramon to the corner. Ramon just trying to hinder Bems any way he can. KNS gets knocked back to midfield, and he will retreat all the way. He actually had just about a full tank.
I haven't even fucking walked today, and I feel like this is just gonna go on forever. This is the first semifinal of the day. There's one more semifinal and then the grand final. And each series is like 40 minutes to an hour.
Now Bem's in a very awkward spot. Knight had also jumped. There's no boost at all on the side of Bigojes, but they do still clear the zone.
Yeah.
Boy, you talk about doing a lot with absolutely nothing. Bigojes just got blood out of stone, and they almost scored on the other side.
Yeah, but to Isaac, it doesn't matter,
To
so...
do it there too. They play it so close on net, and it's either Nova making an extremely gnarly save, or it's just too close to the net. And it's
that's what
going
life's
off
about,
that
right?
top
Living for other
crossbar
people
there.
and making other
Finally,
people happy.
Kevin Nacho able to give him and his teammates some breathing room. We'll see how long that lasts. Not very, as they have to play this one back into their end to be able to get on out.
It would have been very easy for Bigojes to fold after those couple of shutouts in the middle of the series, or early middle of the series. They have battled back, they've persevered. Now they have the upper hand in what is a scoreless game, but the run of the game right now, heavily favoring Bigojes. Drafinho's going to be able to turn on this. Important boost pickup by Roman, as he ensures they won't get starved out entirely. Knight trying to dish that off towards Drafinho. Bem's cutting in at midfield. And Bem's got a crucial second touch that forces KNS to stay home. And this is not where...
Oh, it's in.
KNS at all. That's where Bigojes wants Drafinho from the wing under the bar again.
It was just enough.
I'm getting real
of
concerned
also
now.
getting,
She's falling over that
himself
much.
Thrown at night. Or at night,
She was having that issue on my bed earlier. She kept getting up and falling over into it, and her legs like weren't working properly.
Pressure situation that is stressful enough that Drafinho just needed to stay calm, and he was going to be given the shot opportunity, and he did. Kevin Nacho now is going to have to play this one from all the way back. You can see Bems and Knight just following them. Bigotes at this point in time is on full-on pressure towards this team. And what's happening is Nova doesn't have the time or the space anymore to be creative. It's just a shot being thrown, and it is, more importantly, a shot in the dark at this point in time in the series.
There's a smack of desperation at the moment out of Nova Drift. They are just about triple committed on the attack. They don't get punished, but it is an attack that's gone awry.
Chat, I feel like Nova should show a little bit of life here.
Still able to at least
There's no way they just go out 1-0 and that's it.
Now Kevin Nacho.
It's been so back and forth this whole thing. Like I said, what did I say? What did I say? Now I think this is where it gets a lot closer.
The second flip into it is actually just awkward enough that there was a world where I think that they
I mean, like back and forth. Like I don't.
miss it, but no.
I think this could
Just enough
potentially
on
go
the
to
touch
OT.
keep that one centered and take that shot there. It's a tied game entering the final 90.
Drafinho got clipped. Couldn't go for that ball off the kickoff. Kevin Nacho nearly ran out of real estate there. He is in an awkward spot, and still just stones Bems. And Roman at least able to force this over to the corner, but Drafinho hard out of that corner. KNS over one. Roman trying to run interference against Knight. Drafinho is back to slow down KNS. Boy, that could have got real hairy real quick. Now Drafinho bring it to ground with a pop, and Roman stealing the boost from his own side. And Knight doing all he can to force that back, and again it's KNS, the only one left at the back.
Roman's playing this all the way from his backboard, used everything in the tank to try and carry it forward. You got to remember that this is
Oh, what an inside pass.
highest scoring team overall in South America. So Nova, they know that they have the capability to outshoot, but right now the pressure is sustained with Bigotes. Knight tried to pass it off. Bems has taken his turn. Another shot maybe can find its way towards Knight. Drafinho is trying to be the star power to give them the opportunity to keep going, but KNS has been the one to beat, and nobody seems to be able to get past him on the back line.
Well, the fall to Kevin Nacho here. He's lost the ball. Knight has Drafinho in front, and Knight will bounce it home after Drafinho
To a fucking bump.
takes out KNS.
Getting scored on by a bump is ass, man.
The one, the OG of
Bigojes was doing that earlier.
potentially throw them to the final.
I was about to say, they didn't win. What was that? There's two seconds left. Keep it up. Keep it up.
Gonna try and catch it here. He pops it up high, but it's sent all the way back into the end. KNS still has this ball in play, but it hits the ground. Your first team to enter the final will be
I think. I don't know. That's what one of the casters was calling him.
And to come back in game 6 and 7 to do it, but they hang on.
Fair enough. Earlier in the series, I thought Nova was going to take that. They were playing really, really well. But Bagojays came back. Fair play to them. GG's.
It goes all the way to Champions Field. Will it be BS Co. who waits for them in the finals? Or will it be Plot Twist? We've got our second semifinal coming up right after this. You don't want to miss it.
Keith, I want to try an experiment.
All right.
To help you unbecome your parents,
I want to try an
a game
experiment.
called Rocket League.
Ooh, is it a puzzle like my crossword?
No, picture soccer
Okay.
with a car.
What do I hang my feet outside the window?
No, not your car.
What you said. Think of...
It's a video game.
Oh, okay, I get it. Where's the cartridge?
No, it's an online thing.
Is there a joystick?
Not like the ones you're thinking of.
But I need to get some quarters, right?
No.
I gotta blow in the cartridge.
Again, like no cartridge, but you'll need a username.
Damn.
How about Keith_9914?
The bathroom code?
That's the only number I can kind of remember.
Apparently there was a place that burnt down in my town again.
Every day, Michelin innovates to move the world forward on the road and far beyond. Michelin, motion for life.
Pressure starting to build though. Oh, it landed the bump, but saved it. System are looking to finish. Oh, what a dabble. Oh, Stizzy, down deal, down the jack. Open net, he doesn't have to hit it. Big shot, pass. Oh, up high, not over. 0 seconds. It's too late. On the ground, Harvey Ports. That is how you take an opportunity, Ruas. Nudge the exotic out of the way to open the door.
Part of the magic of Rocket League is the stories you could tell about it. The 0-second buzzer beaters, the epic saves, the underdog victories. It's all there. As we return to this legendary arena, we'll witness Rocket League's story unfold together. Who will hang their team's banners in the rafters of Champions Field? It's time to find out.
What? Back in 56 minutes. That's a little excessive. And it's counting up. Why is it counting up? What the heck? What? What is this timer? Bro, what is this timer? Alright, I'm gonna go throw my trash away, refill my water, and go to the bathroom just to stand for a minute. So I'll be right back, chat. Also, stay hydrated. Dang, they're back in 0 seconds. Let's go! Hey. Dang, I'm gonna be taking a walk at like 8 o'clock, bro.
Champions Field spectacle here. Bagoja is holding it down, locking up game 6 and 7 in the final moments to make sure they will play for the title of LCQ champion and get that spot at the World Championship. Still a bit of a ways to go. We got 2 matches to go before we find out who is going to take that spot ultimately, but we have one of our contenders. It's time to find the other. Nova Drift here, Stacks. I mean, what'd you think? I mean, I felt like it was a kind of an instant classic of a match. Great back and forth between these teams.
Yeah, they were great for the first half of the match, really. It's odd because they took the timeout after game 4. I didn't think they really needed it there, but to their credit, they turned it around. They got another shutout. They didn't win any games where they conceded any goals, so they had to kind of overwhelm the Gojays if they were going to win. I mean, Drafinho kind of ended the series the way he started it, and that was, I think, the big theme throughout the series. As Drafinho went, so did Gojays, and once KNS stopped scoring, nobody else really picked up the slack. I mean, Ramon did end up with a couple more. Kevin Acho added a couple more, but they never had that big offensive flourish when that guy was on the ball.
Yeah, I mean, Herc, KNS, what a series from this player. It sucks for him that he's out of the tournament at this point. That is the end of his season, but making a name for himself here in these games, maybe going to be a bit of a raised state. What's what I'm looking for here? Like, his stocks are raised for next season, and when we get into the recruitment period.
Oh yeah, no, I think if you look at any of the players on Nova Drift, their stocks should go up headed into the next season. All 3 of these players combined are incredible. KNS, such a well-rounded player, but same can be said. Kevin Nacho, as a offensive heavy player, I love him. I think he's great. I think this team needed to find each other so everybody could finally get some eyes on them. And they did that the best they could. I think being taken to game 7 by Bagotes of all teams is a valiant way to be able to go out.
It was an incredible series, but ultimately only one can continue. Nova Drift season ends here. Now, time to find out who they are playing in the grand finals. Who will Bagojas have to go through? Let's head to the other side and welcome the tournament favorites onto the pitch for the first time today. Wisty, CRN, and KV1 playing for BS Plus Competizione. Who is going to advance here? Plot twist, earned this a little earlier with a match we saw. And 2 players that really made a name for themselves in the 1v1 space. KV1, such a performance this season, having to go through Wisty to earn that title. CRN, rounding out this roster. This one has all of the makings of a champion team.
Yeah, again, you've got so much offense on one side here with BSCO, and granted, it's who you've played, but you got, I mean, Wisty's coming in almost 2 goals a game. Like,
that's a cool room, I'm not gonna lie.
Unreal. And again, yeah, it's about the same as you would play in an open up.
And
at
a cool
camera angle. And so to be averaging almost 2 a game with so little left to play here in this event is absolutely absurd. This is a team that they won the last open. It was far too late for them for that to have mattered, but they did win the last open. They at least came into this kind of summer with some momentum, and I mean, they came in the favorite and they have just dominated.
Look at their opponents here. Plot twist. I mean, you're talking about the 1v1 champion of South America, KV1 here. He had to go to game 7 against his own teammate, Wisty, to earn that title here. I mentioned it earlier. Royales is the deepest player in the 1v1 bracket on the other side. He made it to top 8 in that tournament, but ultimately dropped out 4-1 there to a player, Tuco, who got beat by Wisty the very next round. So if obviously this isn't how you now analyze 3v3 Rocket League, Herc, but when it just comes to 1v1 prowess, you've got the number 1 and the number 2 region seeds on one side in BS Plus versus just the number 8 on the other side.
I know, technically, yes, you are right. This is not how you should judge 3v3 by any means. However, There was a time when KV1 was on his up and up here, right? And people weren't taking that into consideration as much as they should have. And the fact that they have two of the three are sitting that high on that leaderboard, I think it absolutely should be taken into consideration. You should be afraid when you see those names. You should be afraid when you see that combination of players up. I think that it absolutely gives them an edge. I think teams that have the ability to have such solo capable heavy players learn to play together makes them scarier than anybody else in the world.
Well, and then being teammates here, both being as strong 1v1ers as they are, being on the same team, I agree with you. This is going to be a pretty uphill battle for Team PT here. Are they going to be able to get it done? Will Plot Twist advance to the finals? Let us know who you think is going to win, and we'll make our picks on the desk as well. Herc, what you got?
I truly don't know, man. Listen, I feel like, for starters, Sosa's inevitable. Sosa finds his way into any lane, no matter what. So as soon as the Plot Twist put Sosa on there, I was like, dang, Plot Twist is going to Worlds. It's them. I do think I think it's BS Plus though. I think this is another Game 7 coin flip.
Y'all heard that? Y'all heard that? You know.
Situation.
Stacks, do you agree? Is it that close? Is this a Game 7?
I don't know about a Game 7. Listen, stats do need context. But GoJace is a pretty good team. BSCO outscored them 11-2 when they swept them in the upper bracket. Granted, 2 weeks ago. Sure, whatever. They're also outscoring teams 37-8. I got BSCO here. I think that they are a heavy favorite. And I would be stunned. I'd be delighted to see a very close series, but I would be stunned if they drop out here.
I would describe Sosa as an incredibly hungry player, a player who is willing to do anything it takes to get to that world championship. Inevitable is a bit I don't think he's quite inevitable just yet. There's one player who is inevitable, and unfortunately he is going to Dicky's arena for everybody else. But I don't know. I don't think I'm hearing the story you're spinning.
To that word.
I hear the story you're spinning. I do think it's a thing, but yeah, production. I haven't even said anything about BS Plus. They already know where I'm at this one. BS Plus, they are so strong in this tournament. You take away the Furious, the Team Secrets, and MIBRs of the world, and you put them in this sort of bracket. I feel like this is BS Plus's competition to lose, but Plot Twist has the fans behind them. It's a narrow margin, but that's all you need to be a majority favorite here. Look at the two colors. Look at them and enjoy them, folks. Because only one gets to continue here.
I do like PT's colors. It's like the Miami Dolphins.
Grand Finals.
If you know, you know. Kind of cool looking. Stay hydrated, chat.
It all comes down to how you show up on the field. Stats, records, all that matters going in. But when the 5 minutes hits the clock, it's about who shows up and who shows out. BS competition versus Plot Twist. One spot in the grand finals here for the LCQ Stumpy. Game 1, brought to you by Progressive.
BS Plus competition, they are going to be extremely hard to take down. KV1 already gone through and won the Sam 1v1 Open. And he opens things up with an absolute slam dunk top left. Don't mind if I do.
Morales wanted the challenge, but Morales, when you go up, you got to be a little careful there. Pitch to the top corner. KV1 starts us off with the first goal.
And to me, he's certainly been the guy. I mean, he's been so impressive so far on BS Plus. I think KV1 has been a massive representative of the region for a little while now. We're seeing just how much impact it's going to be having on teams like this. And Wisty, he was the player that was beaten in that final by his own teammate. The stranglehold, it seems, the BS Plus competition have got over South America right now. When you look past Fury, look past MIBR, is this team.
Now they're just trying to keep their wits about them. You look at Plot Twist, and Plot Twist, no slouches, lots of experience, but it definitely feels like an uphill battle when considering what BS Plus has been able to bring to the table. Stumpy, but they've made it this far. It's been a decent day in the LCQ for them. It's just about continuing to keep up that momentum, especially not letting things like, a goal in the first 10 seconds slow them down.
Yeah, it's certainly starting as they mean to go on, I think, for BS Plus, but CRN just has to try and defend against a low boost Sosa, who has been absolutely fantastic for Plot Twist. And he's in right place, right time so far. And Motta has KV1 into the nether realm, but defense comes through from CRN. Steve then goes and joins his teammate. Suddenly a little bit of defending to do, somewhat awkward.
Oh,
as
okay.
Absolutely rips it on there.
You said it though, Stumpy. It was awkward. You saw the touch from CRN. So heavy, gets the ball so far away, and Royale saw a gap in the rotation on the defense and just slammed it home. It's a great equalizer. Plot Twist fighting back.
And if there's going to be a chance, it's going to be to try and take down BS Plus in the first game. Really try and shock them. The momentum starts going against BS Plus here, then, or rather goes against Plot Twist, then it's going to be a lot harder to try and wrestle something back as the series goes in favor of their opposition. KV1 behind and awkward, but does pretty well with it. Wisty removes their backup man in Royales, who's waiting for this ball to pop out central. Wouldn't even have the chance to. Motta on target again. Sosa shoots wide. Motta leaves. CRN takes his time, slows it down. Now the counter-attack can form. Beats one, not the second.
Yeah, you saw that little like lapse there on the side of Plot Twist. It just felt like they were super uncomfortable. Royales though, wow,
Oh, dang,
good
okay.
double stop there, stayed on top of the ball, and almost managed. He picked it up. He did.
Oh!
Coast to coast, Royales just goes across the field here.
I mean, Wisty as well turns in to go for the challenge. Sort of fake challenges.
Royale's got a double save to a goal. Dang,
Like,
fair enough.
I know you've not got much here, and he's literally.
I think he
put that
wants
in
to
the
win.
Only place that it cannot be reached. A brilliant counter-attack from nothing.
Oh,
Plot
it's
Twist
in.
take a very momentary lead. KV1 is straight back on him.
Yep, like you said, momentary lead. I mean, that's a great drawn of kickoff though for Plot Twist to get that ball popped right up. KV1 was just all over it. And now, if you're Plot Twist, you got to start paying attention to the kickoffs here, because now you're giving up one quick. Now again, tied up game, and even though, I mean, the individual score does not match like the goal scored here for both teams. You have like players, some players have 28 points, some of them have 44
Call
points.
them out. Wisty and Sosa. Go on,
Yep.
call them out.
But look, this is why you need somebody to look. Wisty gets one save, he goes from 28 to 84. I feel like
Big up, Wisty.
I said it earlier. I mean,
Oh, my
might
flick.
need to do something with those save values.
That's
Might be
not a
those-
great touch by Sosa.
That being said, ball too
And
high
it's in.
there.
Damn.
So it won't be an immediate goal, but BS
Second now.
competition get one.
He's second on his team, 196. That's how quickly it can change, everyone. If you're in a game and you fancy being toxic, firstly, it is hilarious to type in the score of the lowest pointed player in the entire lobby. That's obviously funny. I would have typed 28. That's great. But then Wisty turns it around, gets himself a goal to join his save, to join his two shots. But it has been a much closer game so far for BS Plus than I personally anticipated. I think they might be caught off guard somewhat as well, but they're dealing with it very well. Still back them to have that little bit more fortitude. A great carry play from Motta. Pretty far. Royales then goes into bump and certainly making BS Plus feel uncomfortable here.
Yeah, Sosa was looking for the pass, one at the outlet, but Royales couldn't get the mid boost and turn in time. He's got to go all the way back. This is awkward for him because, again, he's got to get the boost. Can't read the ball, so leaves it for Wisty. He's taking his time, wants to force Wisty to give up the possession, give it straight to Motta, and it does work out, but oh, I didn't think Motta would be able to get out. That was such a big win in the midfield, but even Royales was caught off guard because he was awkward. It just feels like Plot Twist need to get on the same page here if they want to keep up the offensive pressure. They have the right idea, but not everybody's able to execute.
And that offensive pressure has been so important to BS Plus so far.
Oh,
There's a chance here
what
as
a
they
shot.
forced in for Motta. At BS Plus, they still maintain their position on top of the goals scored leaderboard. They are the #1 team throughout South America this competition
What a
so
dunk.
far. And Motta is cutting that down goal after goal after goal. It has been a 6-goal thriller to start off semifinals number 2.
Yeah, a lot of high action, and it doesn't show any signs of slowing down. TRN can't get that through. We'll try to get a win there, but big dunk, and Sosa a little late, thought the ball was going higher, so his aerial just got thrown off. Touch to get sent away, but look at the speed on BS competition. They are just so fast. It's so hard to keep control if you're on the defensive side. A shot from Wisty, blocked out, and Motta had to get a touch, otherwise the follow-up shot was coming.
Reales as well. Just about can tip it away. And you're saying about the speed earlier. That can also work against BS Plus because they had a team bump. It meant that then their continued offense did become a little bit less effective. And suddenly we're seeing in the final 20 seconds a lovely set of chain dashes for Motta. And he removes CRM from the pitch. Final 15, KV1 on the push.
Oh, Reales wants to cut it off, but it still hit the back ball. Have to communicate in this moment. Plot was looking to get out. KV1 bringing the ball in. Sosa pops it up. CRN. Pass.
No, stream, stop.
By itself with the bump, but it gets denied, and we have overtime here in game 1.
It's going to be the 4th overtime we've had so far this event. Released today on Championship Sunday on this beautiful Friday.
Getting each other's way.
Sosa, a player that not necessarily has been given the chance to show off in this series so far in just game number 1. KV1, he has had more than enough chances. He gets another flick, gets another shot on target. Wisty, that's his opportunity to. CRN waits and lurks, makes it really very awkward. Goes to the bump in for Reales. Can he get another screamer from his own half? Said doesn't fancy sending it on target that time.
Yeah, Reales has been struggling, been kind of low on boost. Does burn his boost very fast, and you saw what happened right there. Heavy touch sent the ball away to Wisty. He wants to be able to get it out and follow it up. It's kind of rough to do that when you're giving it straight to the opposing team. Option controller gets demoed there. KV1, can he get this to Wisty? Mata all over it. Wisty doesn't want to commit. Does pick it up here. We'll have to turn it around. A little awkward here, so does leave it. But again, just cut out. Fight for that midfield right now. Both teams opting to get some control for offense. There's a demo on the play. Sosa with the pass. You thought it was a late for a shot, but no one was ready to intercept the pass.
A little bit of a cross-come shot there. He didn't know if he was going to be sending it on target, if he was sending it to a teammate. Very... Oh, I didn't love that from Sosa, but I've said that before, and then the team has succeeded. KV1 no boost, has to just about pop it high. Very awkward for him. And now an extended period of offense from Plot Twist on target again, but easy for KV1. Those ones aren't the ones that you want to be finding the way in, though. That is merely to try and work down the boost from your defending team. Wisty to the backboard, an attempted bump, unsuccessful.
Now, Plot was trying to turn it around here. Looking to get physical. Mata can't get a bump on anyone. Reales up fast, but didn't have the boost. Tried to fake out the defender. So CRN will get the clearance. Mata with a catch again. Gets bumped out the play. Reales get cut in the midfield. Now, it's just CRN last back, and they put this one on again!
Dang, okay.
Reales with the hat trick and the final goal to win game 1.
Puts Plot Twist on his shoulders. The backpack is open. Reales is carrying it. 3 out of 4 goals for Plot Twist there. And I'm gonna be honest, CRN throws it.
Reales is he's on one right now.
And he dives in as last man. A massive error. And that means a BS Plus competition. They lose game 1 after going up in the first 5 seconds.
Yep, first 5 seconds, but just over the stretch of that competition. Reales showed up and showed out. Shoot 50%, 3 shots, 3 goals, 3 saves to go with it. Sosa did a great job trying to set up some assist plays. Mata was all over the field as well with a goal and an assist himself. It was just an absolute battle, which, I mean, does show no signs of slowing down the way that this series is going. I think we're all in for a treat here, so.
Yeah, definitely. Very high quality series, and Plot Twist, they've started off exactly as they mean to go on. They have, I think, taken it to BS Plus competition, and I don't think they outplayed them in every regard, but they certainly just took their chances as and when they came. They didn't have a huge amount of these proper convincing shots. The shot totals are actually very similar. They were both on 12. They're identical, in fact, but they didn't, a lot of them were just put it towards the net.
If this ends up being like Mina, I'm gonna be so disappointed.
Trying to wear down BS Plus, whereas I think BS Plus's chances were a lot more.
Where the
like,
grand finals are
this is the
friggin' like
one that makes
4-0.
its way in.
I think
This
it was
is
a
the one that
4-0,
makes
right?
its way in.
I think
Of
so.
course, they couldn't work through as
Like some of the
many
games
as
were
Plot
close,
Twist
but
managed to, and Laz, is it going to be Sosa again competing to go to a world championship for another region?
It certainly looks possible, but we got a long series here, Stumpy. We're only in game 2. We just had 7 games in the first one. That being said, I want to go back to the pre-show because you had a great
on the
point.
first semifinal. Oh, okay.
Never mind. Hold on. Wisty starts off with the first one.
Keep complimenting me. Keep going. Keep going. Screw Wisty. I don't care about him.
So
What are you
tall
gonna say
and
about me?
handsome. You're so tall and smart and handsome.
Yes, clip it, Jack. Clip it.
Good beat from KV1 to set up Wissy. Actually, it wasn't in the pre-show. I think it was in the first game. You had talked about the speed from BS Plus, saying that, you know, that could be the thing that harms him. And we saw a little bit of that in game 1. We're also seeing the exact same thing we saw in game 1 with BS scoring in the first 30 seconds. So it does feel like a bit of a trend here. But Plot Twist's big thing I want to point out was the counterattacks. They've been really strong on those.
I think Royales especially, he's able to identify a moment where a player isn't quite able to get back. It's just not necessarily there for that second touch. He's got a fantastic read of the game and the pace and the positioning of all of these players. Awkward position there for him, unfortunately, but maybe it actually works out. He then goes for the snapshot. He dunks on CRN as well. A few opportunities really starting to open up for Plot Twist. High to the scene of Royales again, but what a pre-jump from Wisty to shut that down off the rip.
Yeah, no, CRN trying to go up the ladder here. Gets the flip, uses it, not enough, and Mata gets back to the ball before KV1 can come in for the follow. Now Mata with a high flick, looks for a bump on KV1 where Alice will get up off the sidewall, but not before it's cut out. This is Plot Twist trying to set up offense, but they are losing the battle of possession. Now BS Plus trying to set up a bump as KV1, but the defense able to handle it on the goal line.
In the immediate turn though, CRN any touch there if he keeps it low goes in. He's not able to get the touch in the first place, however, but it was a quick turnaround. Can't really blame him on that. Pinch central. And look at the sharks circling. BS Plus are waiting, are forcing their moment to arrive.
Now with 3 minutes left. This is a bad position you don't want to be in if your Plots was Mata and Royales both came together for a save. Sosa,
oh man,
BS
is
they are so
locking in on that goal line right now.
But you can see Sosa and Royales. Okay, finally they're taking time thanks to Sosa holding them off in the midfield that they can get settled up, but they are not out of the woods just yet. CRA, missed the top corner. Royales versus KV1, 1v1. Royales looking for the air dribble bump, and no, it can stop KV1.
What a save.
Royales did everything right there. Pops it high, goes to the edge of a bump, and just about that 1v1 ability comes through for KV1. Wisty on target with Sosa then saving both of these teams, leaving everything out on the pitch.
This is a wild shift in speed here in the second game. Both teams, like you said, just leaving it all out. Oh, light touch for Royales. He's the only one with boost here. Mata trying to play the 50s while Royales trying to dodge the bumps. KV1 has Wisty in the midfield. Wisty leaves it for CRA. Shot top corner, no, blocked out by Mata.
I think KV1 actually slams Motta into that as well. I think he had the save regardless, but maybe just a little bit more expeditious with the help of KV1. No touch from him, Royales, backboard, KV1 easily found. Past Motta as well. Sosa now has to wait. Can he avoid the bump? No, he can't.
Okay, dang.
At long last, with the help of Wisty, you bet it can.
KV1, big carry, the bump. Maybe Royales panicked there too. Didn't expect it to go off the bar. Wisty tracks it, stays in the play, and it pays off big time. That's 2 assists from KV1 and 2 goals from Wisty.
This final 100 seconds, BS Plus have just managed to eke themselves with a brace with the help of Wisty and KV1. I think there has been a little bit less opportunity so far for Plot Twist in this second game. Here in the temple, their prayers have not been answered. RN, right-hand wall with KV1 waiting central. A 50 will do, and Sosa will be happy with that as well. 2 commit into the corner. The boost now available. KV1 will rotate via that so that Motta can't pick anything up. It's a great boost play. And you're just seeing a bit of keep away ball here right now from BS Plus.
They have done everything they need to, right? They've played the game. They've, like you said, they've gone to the temple. Their prayers have been answered. It has not been the same on the side of Plot Twist. Now they need to make something happen. 45 seconds to go. Can Mata start this thing off? Look at the sidewall. Royales, a little aggressive, but does get it past 1. Also does get another piece of it. Wants to be able to send it to the midfield, but just quite can't get around it. Sosa uses all of his boosts, can't make contact there. This is Plot Twist struggling to hold on to the ball. This is BS Plus killing the clock. They're just sending it back downfield. They take it from all the way down there, and it is just disaster on the side of Plot Twist in this game.
It's great game management. BS Plus really. What have they done in the last minute and a half?
Oh, what a bump.
Very little. They really haven't done much. And that is so frustrating to play against. As we get to the final 5 seconds with it in the opposite corner, it will be BS Plus taking game number 2, setting our second semi-finals at a level 1 all.
What a response there from BS Plus. You know, you go into the first game, you put some shots on, but then you show some signs of weakness. You say, okay, we're letting in too many on that counter. Maybe we're playing a little bit too aggressive, and they just turn it around in a big
That
way.
looked like the
Still
BS
wild
competition that the casters were
That's 7
expecting.
demos.
That's what that looked like,
I think
in my opinion.
their average is like 7.19, I think, from the pre-show. So they're still getting physical. Plot Twist did struggle to play around it. Take a look into the highlights. I mean, you're going to see a lot of Wisty. You're going to see a lot of KV1 because those two were fully connected in the offensive charge, combining for 7 shots. But again, coming out with 2 goals there, all because of KV1 just really taking matters into his hands.
It really is going to come down to Plot Twist and how they're able to respond to that. And I think that so far they've shown that they can respond to it very well. I think that Plot Twist have definitely got that ability, and fight that they possess is going to be integral to working through what I would ultimately consider to be a stronger team in BS Plus. The BS Plus have got a game plan. They know how they want to play. They're extremely fast, sometimes to a detriment. It does leave them susceptible to being faked, but I don't think that we've seen that too much going through from Plot Twist so far. They've not been able to slow the game down and take it to their pace because we've seen just how much ball control is had, and Wisty immediately off the kickoff registers a shot in the first 2 seconds. A demo, KV1 midfield, CRN on target. It is the same story yet again. Another early goal for BS Plus.
I'm glad you pointed it out. Another, like you said, another early goal. This one in the first 10 seconds. BS Plus back in front again. You wonder, Plot Twist, they have to be tired of playing from behind like this. Oh goodness, it's getting worse.
No.
It's getting worse. Another one off the kickoff.
I mean, they've had 1 in the first 10 seconds. This is now 2 in the first 12. Anyone can cook, but unfortunately, there's already 3 chefs in the kitchen.
Ooh. You're such a wordsmith.
Thanks, man. Sorry, it's midnight for me. It's late. It's late, and I'm mixing up words. I'm raw dog in the dictionary.
You're doing a great job.
Thanks, man.
That being said, looking on the side of
Stumpy's
Plot
falling
Twist,
asleep over here.
they did a great job to get to this point, but it is getting out of hand. It's been all BS Plus here in the first minute.
And BS Plus are playing with the big light on. That's crazy. That's crazy work to play with the big light on. I'd turn that bad boy off right away.
Yeah, that's the type of play in the darkness.
Not like to an unhealthy level, but like just a little bit in the dark.
Did I just hear a lighter flick?
But maybe that's me speaking with the fact that it's like the dark outside right now for me. I just kind of want that to be replicated everywhere. But there is some light in this game.
Oh, okay.
For Plot Twist. A great counterattack from literally who else but Royales.
It's good too. I mean, just a good read of the play. Able to catch the defense just out of position. Royales getting some life in. Royales sitting at 199 points. In the first minute, Sosa
What the
and Mata combined.
Royales just like fumbled over the
6 points
on the kickoff. That was whack.
Mata with 4. That's unbelievable.
That is 2 touches on the ball for Mata. Has not had much time on ball in the first minute, but I can understand that. It's been a long first minute, all things considered. 4 goals in that first minute. So maybe not too many opportunities there.
You can always ask
what a save.
Mata, but what I'm seeing is only 2 ball touches. That is
You're starting to get
absolutely
worse than
shocking.
Stacks, man.
No, that's harsh. You don't mean that.
You said, what's the Mata? Like, that is...
What's the matter with you?
What's the motto with you?
Hey, Mata has earned himself another 2 points. He's now on 6, so big up Mata. Love that for him. CRN pops it high, but Reales will be meeting him. Sosa chance to go on target. It's going to go just above, and KV1 can clear him out, and Motta's still on 6 points.
No touch for Morales, pass one. But it'll be another save there for Wisty. Royales trying to turn in on the play, does wrap around the ball eventually. Sosa now 50 in his own box, high on the box, and Mata sends it downfield. Sosa looking for some bumps.
Sorry, he's just now on 10 points.
Maybe if he can get a save coming up
soon. Oh my, what a flipper
it
shot.
may be big for him. No, it's cut out.
30 points.
30 for the clear.
Yes, that's a clear. That's massive for a guy like him. We're halfway through the game. So that's good. You'll have to see it. I mean, it has slowed down in fairness to Plot Twist, though. BS Plus, they absolutely ransacked the Plot Twist side of the field. They've come a lot closer. Edgeable bumps. My goodness, he's just farming all these touches. And it registers as a shot on target.
Alright, now on top of this one. Tries to wrap around. Wisty holds on to it. Gets a high flick. This one now dropping straight down. And he sets the KV1. But Mata there again. Does Mata have the double? Leaves it for Royales.
Oh.
Right for the low shot. Just not enough.
Oh, what a shot.
And we got a 1-goal game.
Don't mind that. Motta finally gets himself registered. It's just a fantastic little turnaround. Stays around, continuing to be
KV1
a
accidentally
nuisance.
bumped his teammate.
And it felt like this game was
Messed them both
soft done in the first 30 seconds.
It did. It felt like, okay, this is BS Plus just taking over, taking the game in their own hands. And all right, 3-goal lead at the start. Surely they hold on to this. But now it's starting to feel threatening, especially when you see some fight. Once Royales gets going as well, things look really strong in favor of Plot Twist. We're talking about modest points over the course of this game. Now, after that goal, he's second on his team with 178. So I think we can lay off him for the rest of this one.
It's on 142 though, so my target immediately shifts.
Oh boy, okay.
Like
Maybe you can get one before
I've got another target in sight. Acquired, so you're right in the firing line. Great demo from Motta is going to be closing down the defensive capability of BS Plus. Another chance for a 50. Great 50 straight to Sosa. Beats one. Bounces high. It's going to be hard to defend, especially with a shot like that. But CRN, he covers low as Wisty covers high.
Wow, Mata no boost, but he actually doesn't flip backwards. I think if he started flipping, he would have given it away, and then the offense would have jumped. Instead, he took his time and immediately sent it over to the side, which was kind of big. It'll be huge if it means they come back into this game. But we will have to see Demo on the play. 45 seconds remaining in regulation. Mata, last bag. Sosa actually came off the respawn. It's Sosa now, throwing it towards net. It'll be saved into the corner from CRN. BS competition, trying to hold on. Plot Twist, they want to knock at the door. They want to shake up this story, but it has been a tall task here as time is running out.
This is also exactly where BS Plus have done so well previously, where they were able to game manage. They just needed to cut off a few seconds. Wisty going to be loose into the corner. It does give Sosa an in. If only he had a little bit more boost. No chance for a Musty either as he fails that first jump. Motta going to go from 0 points to hero points with Royales now picking up in the center. Can't quite beat KV1 midfield. Sosa needs to quick turn. He leaves it. Drops low. As he misses the boost, he misses his chance. And BS Plus gain another game.
All right.
So now
Fair
BS
enough.
Plus 2 games away.
Although Plot Twist did fight back really well in that game, to be fair.
Still looking pretty strong, pretty solid. I mean, like I said, we talked about that demo average. 7 last game, 8 this game. Physicality was a big thing that opened up the scoring here to start us off. Then plus a kickoff goal. Okay, they are just running the score line up. They get 3 goals in the first minute. They concede 1, but they're able to hold on by giving themselves such a large lead. We thought we saw life in Plot Twist when they struck back, but they just couldn't get it going as often as they needed to, despite outshooting BS Plus 10-7. No, 10-6. Sorry.
Good math.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's Plot Twist's, I guess, thought.
Thank you.
Okay, if we are now taking these shots, we're putting a few on target, maybe make them that bit more threatening. Because they're clearly having the opportunity to have these shots, but they just aren't necessarily being able to convert them as much as they need to. And if you get these chances, BS Plus are clearly letting you have the chances. They're letting you have these shots. Take advantage. Make them that bit more threatening. Try and sneak something through. In game number 4, BS Plus will be quite happy with how this series is turned so far. Plot twist, maybe frustrated that they started to come back in that game, but they did just let a few goals go so early on.
Again, they started off with a demo. Again, oh, I thought they started off with a goal. This one doesn't go in.
That would have been so fire.
So fire.
That would have been.
That would have been all over the subreddit, and you know it.
Yep. Just plastic.
That's tough, man. That's tough. I'm sorry that happened. First 30, though, has been that pressure from BS Plus, but immediately held off, which we have genuinely not seen so far for Plot Twist. It does become that little bit harder for Plot Twist, or rather for BS Plus, to be able to essentially start every single game with a handicap.
Yeah, this is. I mean, it's good if they can keep it at this even scoreline. See if they can strike first. They got to be able to kind of switch the narrative of how these games are being played. It's always them kind of playing from behind. If they can set the tone, I mean, it would just be just so much better off for them, not just because of the scoreline, obviously, but just the way the game is going to move, knowing that BS Plus is coming your way. It makes it a little bit easier to manage. Anyways, Morales, he had Mata as an option to pass there. Decided not to. He wanted to play it high. Mata opts to play it low because Mata doesn't have boosting or play. It feels like the offense is starting to fizzle out for Plot Twist here.
Keep having to change. I don't know if I should say this on stream, but I keep having to change cheeks on my chair.
Lurk and wait. Gets that bump. It's really nicely played. In fact, maybe CRN just about escaped with his life.
One gets tired, then the other one
no follow-up.
has a chance to get tired. What am I saying? I don't know what I'm yapping. Forget it. Never mind.
In fact, yes, it does.
Stay
I
hydrated.
don't know how that has, because no one was in a position to follow up.
Yeah, wanted to be able to see, some strong follow-up, especially at this stage. They understand how important each possession is, but not being able to execute once again. Maybe, hopefully, not a worrying trend here. KV1 off the corner. Wanted to get the bump on Reales, couldn't find it. This one will go to Sosa, but Sosa does get bumped. No free ball. KV1 jumped up. As he jumped, he became the last one up with boost. Now Wisty off the respawn will have a go. Is anyone up? Reales gets into the air, does play ball though. Wisty not gonna fake it under one. Instead, he'll have to hurry back to defense because CRN's the last one back, and the pressure's coming.
Oh, what a save!
Wisty got back and got the save.
Unbelievable idea for a play there, though, from Plot Twist.
What is that touch?
That come through. Sosa's shot, though, a little bit too safe, just dead center of the net. The intention was brilliant. The execution was poor.
Are they setting up for more? No, this is a lot of space in the midfield now. Mata, good use of the flip. I think that was the last of the second set for the dodge. Meanwhile, KV1 moving upfield. KV1 land off the back wall. Sosa there to meet it. KV1 gets a demo on Mata. Will it help increase some of the offense here for BS competition? Hasn't done too much. I mean, the rotations have been pretty solid. This has been a tight game. KV1, you thought that was going to be the one that would get there. Reales with a stop.
I was literally thinking then, that's a goal. That's KV1 shooting at a net where nobody was particularly wanting to go for the ball, but I think then that meant that anywhere he went, there would be a player from PT covering it. Really well managed, as Wisty can't beat Reales in his own half. Chance for a flip.
Oh, what a touch.
Midfield. Sosa, you better finish that. No, CRN ruins all of our fun.
Reales pinch to Sosa. Back to Reales.
Oh.
Shot saved from KV1
good
at the
try.
goal line. A little bit more pressure starting to mount up. Bumps in the play. Wisty removed, but gets back into it. That's a big win for the 50. Speed check. Sosa gets there in time. Sosa will get the ball again. High floater right over the goal line there, and it'll be an easy catch for Wisty to bring it back into the midfield. You talked about the speed from BS Plus. They have started to slow things down. I think they're afraid of making that mistake.
I think so. In the Motta gets
what a save!
Oh my goodness, nearly an own goal rebound from BS Plus. Would have been horror with the final 30 ticking down. Wisty pinch it central, but that's left-hand wall. CRN up high. Sosa, a great interrupt. Gets in the way of that ball entirely. Both both teams here, I think, starting to play for the overtime. Motta, a reset.
Oh.
He doesn't want the overtime.
Oh.
Going for the boost. Maybe an own save? I couldn't quite tell.
It did bounce off his car. I don't know if it was going in or not, but it was very, very close.
What the heck
it was
just
right
happened?
in front of the goal line. Overtime, game 3. Plot twist loses. They'll be on match point. This is kind of a must-win situation for them if they want to keep that control of the series.
KV1 is wanting to wrestle this series. Just keep it simple. Don't lose it here. Don't give them an in. Demoralize. Make sure that you shut it down as early as possible. It's a good demo from Motta, but instead it just bumps him out of the way. We see on target KV1. Didn't see Motta from the blind spot.
The bumps on the play. Rouse has no boost. Good fake there. Has to play the 50. It's going to be whoever follows up. Sosa had a well follow-up, a low boost. Options limited. Bot on the sidewall, just picked up the mid. So Sosa won't be able to grab it. TRN is still in boost.
Oh, what a touch.
Mata in danger, almost got bumped. Sosa plays it high. Mata, can Mata do it to win? Tries to, but blocked out. KV
Oh, that's
big beat to
risky.
follow, and Royales has to feather this perfectly, and he did, but it was so scary.
That was, yeah, that was
sides. Neither team
a little
giving
intimidating.
an inch here. CRN, quick turnaround. After a nice delicate dribble, one high from Wisty. With teammates relatively low, they can't commit fully. Royales straight to the ceiling. Can he get that double? He gets the reset and the
Oh, bruh, ain't no way.
on game number 4.
He's been such a playmaker for his team. You need someone to deliver you a goal, and Royales can always get that check. Plot twist, a big game win to bring him back. We are in a tied-up series.
I mean, that is plot twist, making sure that every single moment turns in their favor at the hands of Royales. That is so incredibly impressive, the composure on the 12th shot in that game for this team. And they held BS Plus competition not only to less shots in that, they made them make more saves, they had more pitch control. There were moments of shakiness from BS Plus that needed to happen for this series to stay alive.
The energy there is awesome, man.
Like you said, it needed to happen, and it did.
The passion.
Now you look, you could even see it in the cams. Royales is trying to get things kind of settled here, making sure everybody stays focused. It's like such a big moment, but they are still being able to communicate and talk.
I'm just gonna do
over.
burgers.
Doesn't
and
feel like
I know you don't like it, but I'm just gonna make a tomato salad with
not really
mozzarella balls
anything
in it.
super like nerve-wracking
Okay.
out of these guys. Everyone's super experienced and they want to win, and they
so I
know
gotta run
that
up
they
to the
have
store
it in
because
their
they spend too much time at the beach.
Look
All
at
right,
the
love you.
comms, like, all in the same room. I'm not too sure where Sosa is. I don't know if he's in there too.
Yeah, he's there with the black t-shirt.
Is he there in the background? Okay. All in the same room. They've locked themselves in the cupboard and they're not allowed to leave until they get a ticket to Fort Worth. That's what it means for these guys.
Lock themselves in the cupboard. What the?
They're doing a challenge.
Stumpy.
We don't leave this room
It's getting a
until we
little
make it to Fort
late
Worth.
for you. We get it.
So fingers
Chill.
crossed they're allowed out of the cupboard sometime soon. But Plot Twist really are living up to their name.
They are. Narrative going into this was, BS Plus, the team to beat, the team that didn't drop a game on their Friday or Saturday. Their main event day 1, day 2. Just felt like they were going to dominate. Now we see them not only showing holes in the armor, bleeding from time to time, and like we said, at this point, it's anybody's series. It's going to be a swing game here. Both teams have timeouts here, and game 5, whoever wins puts the series on match point.
Ooh,
Is not good enough. The only
That's
save
unfortunate.
keeping it out of the orange net. DRN and the boys, they have to move past that. I'd be annoyed, but these are bigger men than me.
They're probably not taller, though. Pretty tall.
That's true, that would be terrifying.
Yeah. Let's see what they do with some space here, though. Royales. Oh, tried to play it high. First touch got too far away from him. Wisty cut it away. KV1 recognized the time. Had a flip there as well. Wisty's follow-up, not good enough. And the defense from Plot Twist is still holding on.
KV1 just hung himself a little bit too far away from the ball. Again, very good idea. Wisty here with so much space. Goes to the simple shot on net, but it was forced high by the defending player into the arms of the second. Wisty fakes CRN to catch. End up going slow. With 3 defenders, that's just not going to sneak through.
I just want to say that CRN player camera is not moving. I don't know if anyone's noticed it yet. That it doesn't move. Off the back wall, Reales clear downfield. We'll play at 50. Mata. Have to go for the West. No, good fake there from Mata. Reales will try to get there quickly. Wants to be able to set it on mid, but that gets sent away. A little bit of aggression there offensively as BS Plus want to speed their way through. Plot Twist has been able to meet them every step of the way. It's been so hard for BS competition to get a goal in. They've already sent 6 shots. Plot Twist have only sent 1.
I mean, the heat map of this is going to be glowing bright orange, and not just because it's on that side. A lovely demo. CRN then passes Central.
What a
pretty
shot.
routine in the end, but that is every player doing their job to perfection. Wisty on demo duty, CRN passing, and then the tip of the spear sinking through the flesh of Plot Twist.
There you go. Like you said, big goal there. But it takes everyone, right, getting involved. It takes what BS Plus have been known for, the physicality. You need a demo on the play. You need the assist coming through. And then, of course, KV1 able to finally put the shot in. So they get on the board first. Now it's Plot Twist time to respond. They have plenty of time to do it. As Reales wants to start it off, KV1, high ball. It does get away from everybody, but Sosa doesn't want to bite, wants to wait for it to come to him.
I mean, every game so far that BS Plus haven't scored early in, it has been a win for Plot Twist. That has been precisely a single game, and it was last game. But so far, that bodes well.
Yep.
See a chance for a long shot. Instead, just passes it to Motta. Very polite of him. With 100 seconds left, BS Plus. At what point do they look like 70th minute England and just park the bus? And will it be an error?
You never want to look like 70th minute England.
You really
I think we all can agree on that.
Really don't.
Reales trying to play it close. He gets demo for his efforts. Look at this. CRN playing it low and slow. And yeah, he's able to get sent back to the midfield, but Reales pushes it right back in. And again, just kind of like that battle. They're looking for a break here. Need someone to step up. You know, we talked about the points. Last time we talked about the points, yeah, it's Sosa on your target lock. He's got 30 here as we're in the final minute.
30.
Is Plot Twist gonna show some life here? Oh, I just had to say something. What the heck?
Motta's given you an assist there, Sosa. You better take it. As Motta outplays pretty much every single member on BS Plus.
Dang.
It's just still just showing that resilience on Plot Twist there. Because when Mata picks it up, takes his time, and also able to kind of land a bump on that last defender. Wisty, fed up.
Oh my.
Give it to KV1, and they get the lead again.
Wow. Well, that lead didn't last long at all.
Lovely play. Wisty just sees one dive in. All he has to do in that situation is get it central. The only place that wasn't covered by the Plot Twist defender was central. 50 seconds.
What the
straight into the
What? What?
On the side of Plot Twist, look at Reales' positioning.
Wow.
Wow. Me and Cole have tried that in ranked, and it's literally never worked.
Well, now you have evidence of how to do it right.
Yes. Ball kickoff. Absolutely love that.
Oh.
Can they get more here? 41 seconds, Stumpy. I mean, they're trying to turn the momentum around, but it has become chaos here in the final minute.
Yeah, it's been a wrestling match, and I don't actually know who's got the advantage. Wisty to receive, nearly gets bumped out. Oh, look at that double into the legs. The bump and temper. Sosa.
I don't know how Sosa just saved that, but okay.
Able to get in the way.
And points don't matter at that point. That's an incredible stop. He doesn't have boost. He'll need to get some here because right now they are still hunting. Wisty shot.
Oh!
Wisty! Oh!
I didn't even know that hole existed. Gets it just on target. Sees what he can do.
Wow.
Threads the
Dang.
needle to perfection, and he sows something great. BS Plus competition, 3-2 in this game, right at the death. But Motto with 100 boost straight towards the midfield. One at mid, KV1 is up, Sosa had to go for it. He was now going to keep it away with Royales in the back corner, flicks high, clever move. First to it will be Wisty, challenging along with Motta. CRN can let it drop, chooses not to, but Royales with no boost against a pre-jumping KV1 from the backboard. CRN, his chance, midfield, will be hitting
Dang.
the floor.
Fair enough to BS competition though.
One more, and they go.
That was
through
a
to
that was
the
a good game.
They had to put work in toward the end of that game because plot twist still bringing it back, and I mean the offense and the defense leveled up. It just couldn't get it across the line. But for BS Plus, they strike first and they weathered the storm. That was plot twist trying to come back into the game. I need to take another look at the highlights because it was so many for me to even keep track of. Offensively, defensively, kickoffs. That game had a little bit of everything. So high emotion. And I have confirmation, we have a timeout on the side of plot twist.
Ooh, okay.
I mean, it was 1-1 going into the final minute, and then it ends as 3-2 1 minute later. A fantastic showing from both teams, quite frankly. Even Sosa at the end, he got 160 points. I'll give him that. He wrestled himself back. He's not been sitting too deep at the bottom. It's all right.
That's fair. That is fair. Now you get ready to go into this kind of game 6, and World's RLCS championship on the line. Just being able to qualify through for the LCQ. You want to make it to the grand finals to fight your way through. I mean, after this, you don't even want to think about what happens after this. You want to think about getting the win, and you have to refocus here in this moment. I think that for Plot Twist, as experienced as they are, that's exactly what they're all trying to do right now.
Only a couple of these players have managed to go through to the World Championship historically. We've seen Sosa there, like I've been saying, after competing in APAC last season. Motta has been to Worlds as well. We have, of course, seen KV1 there. I don't believe we've seen CRN, Wisty, or Royales there. So half of this lobby knows what it's like, and the other half is pining to join the incredibly small group of players that has ever made it to a World Championship through this LCQ format, which is such a cool addition to the circuit.
Absolutely. And if BS competition make it, I would be interested to see if that whiteboard makes it to the stage. I don't think I've seen that ever happen, like a coach holding a big whiteboard behind his team before. I thought that was really interesting. Just rooting on it. That being said,
I was gonna say I've seen him pick up that whiteboard twice, but I haven't seen him put anything on it necessarily. Granted, they usually turn the camera off before he does anything, but
I do not speak Portuguese.
Ooh, but they have apps for that.
They have apps for that.
Very inspirational of you. That's a good point.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. Not too worried about it.
In this first 20 so far, the Plot Twist, they've had a bit of pressure against them, but they haven't conceded. So they've done pretty well. But they have now, unfortunately for them, ruined their stat of not conceding the first 10 seconds and then winning that game.
Are we gonna get a game 7, or is BS competition or BS plus
can they do it in 6?
competition going to just shut it out?
Championship field.
Morales wants to catch that. Sosa had a strong clearance. Demos, when they come out for BS Plus, it is just so tough for Plot Twist to kind of get that follow. It does slow them down a bit. Now Plot Twist with a way out. They're trying to be physical on their own end. A fake challenge from Morales. Wisty does not bite. Instead, Wisty stays on top of this. Morales finally has the challenge. And KV1 fakes it to CRN, and it'll be a close save. Follow up for Wisty.
Oh, okay.
Watching that from the defender's perspective, that is unsavable. Great start by Motta. Royales does jump just in case. And the perfect positioning. Royales, again, I feel like I keep saying it, does everything right after that first action. But it's just finding that perfect spot, the pixel perfect point, where a goal will just about sneak its way in.
Now, the trend continues. The first early goal has been struck by BS Plus. Plot Twist will look to respond. Sosa getting a little aggressive, but it'll be Mata on top of the ball. Let's play it off the corner. Wisty will carry it back to the orange end where Sosa plays it high, but can't get the follow. It was really awkward for him to track the ball after the initial hit. Battle for that midfield kind of continues, but looking a little shaky on the side of Plot Twist in terms of just those individual mechanics.
I think it's going to be the nerves, right? This is then where, when you get to Neo Tokyo, you know this is game 6, and you know that you need to win the next 2 just to get to the grand final. A place where BS Plus, I'm sure, have already ideated themselves being. As good pressure coming through. KV1 is going to be continuing at that work. Morales to receive, one central again. What a jump from CRN.
Dang.
The recovery here is something
Fair
that
enough.
everybody can learn from. Quickly jumps in and instantly leaves the wall. KV1 bulldozes the way home for goal number 2.
Big move there,
Anyone
especially
can
like you said, that recovery was so impactful in order to set that play up.
Anyone can cut.
Up by
Anyways.
2. They are looking at the grand finals. Plot Twist is giving everything, but they need to give more because so far it has not been enough. They're halfway, or 2 minutes, I should say, and 20 seconds from the tournament lives being over.
Fought very hard, and I absolutely back them to continue fighting hard. They went 3-0 down in a previous game and brought it back to 3-2. That one goal was a little bit too far
Stay hydrated,
for
chat.
them to come back from. Maybe this is the perfect spot for them. Wisty gets beaten out by Sosa, but only gets 15 into that corner towards CRN. Who beats the defending player, rushes in. CRN did not look like he still had control of this one, and Royales jumps in on it. With no boost, was it the instant wave dash as he lands? I don't know how he got that speed so quickly.
I was getting all up in the
He got
camera.
loud. I could tell him fix the cams because he was screaming in it. Okay, 1:55 now. Plot Twist season is ending, and it looks like there's nothing they can do about it. Another one. KV1 gets a goal, 4-0.
Tough as it bounced off the
Kind of
post.
looks like
KV1
BS might run
finds
away with
himself
it.
there. It does feel poetic that all of them have scored in this game.
There still
now.
is almost 2 minutes though, so I don't want to
Every
count
player has
Plot Twist out yet.
contributed a huge amount to
You
this
never know.
series. It is 10
You
shots
never
for
know.
BS Plus and 0 for Plot Twist. An absolute battering on Neo Tokyo.
See the land appearances pop up on the screen. KV1 and Mata. 9 for KV1, 7 for Mata. But only one of them is going to be moving forward in this, and to fight for a chance at least. Meanwhile, you got players who have never made a land appearance, let alone a world championship appearance. And CRN and Wisty, and they are giving it their all here to make it through. Mata with a double though.
Okay.
He gives a little bit of life here. Still some time, but needs some kickoff heroics.
The question continues to be asked, but I remember a stat that I was told years ago by a lovely statistician, Direct, where in an RLCS series where one team is up by 4 goals, I believe there's a 97% chance of that team then going on and winning the series. So when they have 5 goals, it becomes a little bit harder.
Yeah.
Yep. Surely 5 is 100%.
It must be. I'm not sure what it is when it is 5. They've now got a 4-goal lead still. But that's also, obviously, when there's a bit more time. There is 1 minute left, 1 goal needed every 15 seconds. And it will not be starting off right on that 1 minute mark. And BS Plus competition, Daz, I think, can put one eye towards the grand final.
Yeah, you're right on that part. Lots of work put in. Close series here. Goes to Neo Tokyo. BS Plus have owned Neo Tokyo so far. Still have one more series left, but this does feel like, as Stacks likes to say, a victory lap for BS Plus.
The final 20 seconds, Daz, it is absolutely a formality. BS Plus have played their game to a fantastic level, and plot twist, I think, will be gutted that they don't get a chance at a team that we've been calling the favorites the entire time in Game 7. Plot
Fair
twist,
enough.
their season is over.
I mean, at least PT didn't get swept, though.
And Sosa,
They took
thank
2
you for
games off of them.
participating. You've been chewed up and
GG's to
spat
BS
out
competition,
by the
though.
machine.
Or BS Plus
And there is
competition.
now only one series remaining. Who, out of Big O Days and BS Plus competition, is gonna make it to LAN?
Yep, so close. Now,
Yeah, so far.
because you know you got another series waiting for you. You haven't crossed the finish line just yet, but BS Plus still looking in great form as they are able to close this series out in 6. But who is going to cross that line? Who is going to be the LCQ winner, Sam, and represent South American region in the World Championship? We'll find out after the break.
Oh.
Keith, I want to try an experiment.
All right.
To help you unbecome your parents, I want you to try a game called Rocket League.
Ooh, is it a puzzle?
I want you to try a game called Rocket League.
Picture soccer
Okay.
with a car.
What do I hang my feet outside the window?
No, not your car.
But you said think of.
It's a video game.
Oh, okay, I get it. Where's the cartridge?
No, it's an online thing.
Is there a joystick?
Not like the ones you're thinking of.
But I need to get some quarters, right?
No.
I gotta blow in the cartridge.
Again, like no cartridge, but you'll need a username.
Username, huh? How about Keith_9914?
The bathroom code?
That's the only number I can kind of remember easily, so.
No! No! Okay, we're good. They almost got me. Almost. Black light. Okay. Chat, I'm going to go to the bathroom and refill my water. I will be right back.
Magic of Rocket League is the stories you could tell about it. The 0-second buzzer beaters, the epic saves, the underdog victories. It's all there. As we return to this legendary arena, we'll witness Rocket League's story unfold together. Who will hang their team's banners in the rafters of Champions Field? It's time to find out.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm smart. The bag's right here in front of my face. Think. Because me and my dad are gonna go for a walk after this. And there's a little free book library up where we're going. Yes?
When do you want to go for a walk?
Huh?
When do you want to go for a walk?
I just said after the grand finals. So it could be a fucking hour. Yeah, well, I didn't plan on fucking walking this late, but if you don't want to go at that point, then I'll just fucking go by myself, whatever. I don't care. I was fat today and I ate food early midday. I had Mum bought Cliff Bars for some reason, which I'm not gonna complain about it. So I had one of those, and then I was gonna have the buffalo mac and cheese left over, but I think Mum took it to work or something. But Isaac brought fries home, so I ate a bunch of those. So I need to walk, put it that way. Because if I had fasted all day, then I wouldn't feel as bad of just eating dinner and then not walking, because I had fasted all day. But I ate food earlier. Well, I felt guilty for eating earlier, but it made me feel better because it means my appetite's actually coming back now. Which I haven't had my fucking appetite in 2.5 weeks. I was thinking about maybe bringing this up with a few books in it to put in the free library. Because I don't think I'm going to read this book that I grabbed. I was thinking about it, but then I started reading it and I was like, eh.
What is it?
It's, The Mind Electric. Which it doesn't even give a summary, it's just people giving compliments to the book. Yeah, I was like, what? Maybe this is it? A girl believes she has been struck blind for stealing a kiss. A mother watches helplessly as each of her children is replaced by a changeling. A woman is haunted every month by the same 4 chords of a single song. In neurology, illness can seem as strange as any fairy tale. The clues to unraveling these mysteries hidden in both the details of a patient's story and the tells of their body. Stories are etched into the very structure of our brains, coded so deeply that the impulse for storytelling survives and even surges after the most devastating injuries.
Only 2 teams
But the stories our brains concoct are also malleable, shaped by cultural narratives about bodies and illness that permeate the minds of doctors and patients alike. In the history of medicine, some stories are heard, while others, the narratives of women, of black and brown people, of displaced people, of disempowered people, are too often dismissed. In The Mind Electric, neurologist Priya Anand reveals through case studies from her Boston hospital and beyond, alongside history, fable, and memoir, all that the medical establishment has overlooked, the complexity and wonder of brains and health, and extremists, and the vast gray area between sanity and insanity, doctor and patient, and illness and wellness, each separated from the next by the illusion of a different story.
I think they're exploiting the speed that BS Plus are putting forward, but then they didn't always do that.
She
in the series, Reales especially, we're going to see
she went to Boston University,
where they just sneak in, they just about find their way in. And it's a shame that
she worked at Massachusetts General Hospital.
I do also think that it was up on BS Plus to essentially continue turning that screw and almost eventually winning that series inevitably.
Yeah, I think.
Alright, chat, who do we think is going to win?
At their level, which they should have. When you think about how well they looked going into today, and even
not really.
a couple weeks ago. Plot twist showed that they can compete with them. They even showed that they can probably take this series. But for plot twist, that offense wasn't generated as often as they probably would have liked. And it just felt like
well, wait for this to be over.
Meanwhile, BS Plus, they kind of set the tone every game. quite literally every game, except for one, they scored within the first minute, just completely opening up the scoreline. Only time they didn't score in the first minute was there in the last game where they had scored with 3 minutes and 47 seconds on the clock.
4-0
But it was
sweep.
strike early, strike hard.
That's how the fucking grand final was yesterday for
That
Mina.
was a real key factor in the success.
Fucking 4-0. I was like, what the?
CRN having quite the last
That
game there.
that match though, that
5-1
semifinal
decisive
4-3.
win
That was
on Neo
a good
Tokyo.
game to
PS
watch.
Plus will play against Bigodes, excuse me.
BS plus competition
In the
versus
grand finals. One of these
Bigodes,
teams gonna
Bigodes,
play
whatever
in
the
September
fudge.
at the World Championship. It's been quite the day. Let's get into it. Bigodes has had the chance to sit
Their
on the
initials for their
sidelines,
name are
watch that
oh,
match,
it's Big
and
O. I thought it said Big
gear
D.
up for this ultimate, most important match, Stumpy. It's gonna be a big
Bems, Knight, Drafinio, CR, and
A
K1.
big factor in this series is going to be the history between
What's
these two
going
teams.
on?
There is very
Their
limited
streams
history
have been
between these two
messing
teams.
up real
As I
bad.
said right at the
Screens
top of
have been
the show,
going
Bigodes,
black. They
the
got the
only
timer
team
wrong
that
today.
they
Like
have lost
everything's
against, been
been
knocked
all
out
over the
of a
place.
competition so far are
That's
MIBR
not rude.
and BS Plus. This is one of their boogeymen. They are now in a grand final for the first time in their existence under this banner.
Sounds
And
good.
BS Plus have been there multiple times. They have been able to get through to grand finals. Of course, they've had to compete against the Made in Brazils, the Furious of the region, the ones that have already made it. But I think BS Plus will see themselves as that next up team.
Yeah, for me, BS Plus hungry to get to the World Championship. Again, 2 players
Stay
on that
hydrated,
team
chat.
just trying to get to their first RLCS LAN event. On the other side, plenty of World Championship players who have played and won, trying to get back there. And they'll have that experience to take them away, but it's experience versus hunger here. And it's time to see which team it's that factor really going to have big implications for. Because on one side, you can see it, BS Plus, aggressive, fast pace, likes to get in your face, likes to be in the air, make something happen. On the other side for Bigodes, you get a little bit of that, but it just feels more controlled, a little bit more team-oriented, structured. Who's going to take the edge here in this matchup? I mean, it's such a tough question to answer.
They're on one side, you've got, I do like the story here of one side being hungry, trying to get there for the first time, the other side with reputations to uphold, and maybe the confidence that comes with that of going, we've done this before. I've made it this far before, but maybe I haven't had to go this path. But if anything, the path I've gone before was harder, more difficult than the path I'm taking right now. This is my competition to win.
Don't
Players like
pick your
Knight,
nose.
Drafinio, Bems,
I'm just kidding.
they know they can do this, and that might be the
Sometimes
scariest
I do
thing
that. I
for
can't
BS
even.
Plus.
I can't even.
They've also all been to
Talk, bro.
World Championships before, and interestingly, I'm just having a little browse of their pages. They were all at the World Championship 22-23 season on different teams. Drafinio was there for Crew, Bems was there for NIP, and Knight was there for Team Secret. So they've all been to the same worlds, and then Drafinio's obviously been to a couple more since then. But they've just represented different squads. So being able to get there all together under the same banner, it's quite nice. I like that. I like that story for them. But BS Plus, they have got, I think, like I said, they must think they're the next up. They must think it's such a shame that we've only got 2 spots here in our region. If only we had 3.
Yeah, or 4, you know, and they both could go without a single problem here. I mean, and it just Daz, I mean, on one side you got a team that knows that they can make it to the World Championship. They've been there before. They don't have to question whether they're that good. They know they're that good. The other side, you got players that haven't made it that far, but if anything, are more hungry to make it there for that first time. Which side do you think's
I
going
feel
to
bad
have
for
the
Stumpy.
more-
It's like
the
1,
stronger
almost 1
advantage in
a.m.
this
for him. I
situation?
think.
I don't know. I'm gonna be honest. This is hard because like there's one side of me that goes with the experience. There's the other side of me that goes with wanting that hunger, just seeing BS Plus. You can see it even in their stats. I think I'm gonna go with the young ones on this one. I want to see something new, something fresh. Give me BS Plus here.
Okay.
Like I said, I do think that they are the next up. I think that BS Plus have played the best Rocket League that we have seen today. I think that they have played the most classic style of Rocket League, and I think that will do well against a team Bigodes who have even done well over Nova Drift. But give me BS Plus. Also, their logo is a zebra, and I think that's just quite sick. I like that a lot.
It is. Yeah, the guy with the zoology degree picking the team with the zebra logo. That checks out.
Zebra, thank you.
Here's my thing. I do think BS Plus are the stronger team on paper. I mean, obviously, you usually don't have to look further than the 1v1 bracket to see that they were the top dogs when it comes to just putting one player against another player on the pitch. Two of them, the number 1 and number 2 player in the region, are on BS Plus, and yet I've been rolling with Bagoje all day. Drufinho has not let me down yet. I think the experience is going to pay off one last time for him. He's going to play for the title of world champion again here in 2026. Give me Bagojes on this one. I think that they can make it happen. Chad, how do you feel, though? I'm very curious to see which one here, and it is the experience. The old heads going to pull the fans in here. They're going to be fan favorites, but not desk favorites. It's going to go the whole distance, folks. This feels like a Game 7.
I was going to say, yeah. I second wave on that. I think it is. I think this is going to be good.
American team, and this match will decide it. BS Plus versus Bagojes for the title of South American Last Chance Qualifier Champion.
Here we go. One final match. The opportunity of a lifetime with Fort Worth on the horizon for the winner. 10 LAN appearances for a member of one of these two teams. Our grand finals. Game 1 brought to you by Progressive as we kick it off as always on Manfield.
This has been such a long journey, not only just to get to this point, but career-wise, right? You're bringing along new players with you to potentially go to the finals. And my goodness, that was not the way you're going to want to start it out. But it is great. If you're a BS Plus competition fan, the 10 subs are paying off. The luck continues on.
KV1 figures to be a massive part of this grand final. CRN
no way. What the heck?
The semi-final, but it's KV1 credited with a pair now in the first 14 seconds. And for all the waiting, thinking, all right, how are we going to deal with this? We've got a plan for BSCO. Everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the mouth. 14 seconds in, it's already 2-0.
That's a Mike Tyson quote right there.
In the most for real sense,
everyone's got a plan to get punched in the mouth.
Understand the whole,
bah!
you know,
bah!
The potential good luck behind the gifting subs. Every time they've done it, they've won. So either A, Bagotes needs to go give 10 subs in the chat, or B, somebody needs to score right now. We're 30 seconds into this, you're already down 2-0. Drufinho trying to find anything for him and his teammates, but it's another long clear upfield for BS.
KV1 at it again.
Oh, they bumped each
right
other.
Drufinho this time. Sent off to the side. Wisty and CRN are both over there. And Wisty will steal some boost in the corner. Knight will grab the midfield. It's Drufinho dropping one to Knight. And CRN is right there. He's very animated during the last game in the semifinals. And just absolutely took the fight to plot twist. Wisty shot here, missing on the near side. CRN goes off of Wisty. Opportunity for Bems, and he just couldn't get it around on target.
Not quite enough, but they are still keeping a little bit of pressure on, although it didn't feel like it could be sustained, and Bems is going to send it back. He's trying to spot Knight on this. One thing BS Plus is going to do a good job of is finding those interceptions. They know that Bagotes want to try and spot each other. They're going to go for a handful of those center field passes. There's another one. This one blocked off, and a demo for the attempt keeps them at bay.
Wisty meets Drufinho. Desperation effort from Bems, and that goes off of CRN. It's Netward, and Drufinho just gets back in time as there was just enough friction to keep that ball out of the net. KV1 slamming one off the back wall. Here's Knight, saved away by KV1. He kind of created a mess and cleaned it up.
Okay, all right.
We've seen that.
There we go.
Strike finally
Forget it.
It's just a very classic play for this team. They're gonna spot each other. You're gonna have
I can't say their name. I don't know why.
Towards the greater
Just won't
opening
come out.
of that net there. That's exactly what they did. They were able to pull it off too. Also goes hand in hand with the fact that 2 members of BS Plus went up to try and defend that net. You cannot do that, especially in a high stakes final like this. So being able to keep your cool, having everybody separated in those moments is going to be a big difference maker. Pass off the sidewall almost gave shot opportunity. Keyword almost, as Bigotes starts to defend and push BS Plus back.
Well, Wisty's run out of gas. CRN not burning any of his full tank of boost. KV1 will come up onto this, and Drafinho turned away. KV1 with a brilliant win. Of course, he would do well in the 1v1 situation, but not well enough to get anything in a scoring position. CRN now with KV1 waiting in support. And a soft bouncer right back to Drafinho, waiting for somebody to blink here at midfield. And it was BSCO, as here comes Bigotes. And KV1 taken away! Knight just came from out of nowhere!
Yeah, just absolutely full sent in on this one too, because KV1 could have had the time and space to carry it out with him. It was just a full commit from Knight that pushed that one in. Tied game, less than 2 minutes to go here in game number 1. Pretty back and forth, and even, I would say, as even as it can get between 2 teams with this much experience in this region.
Oh, we thought that BSCO was just going to run roughshod over Bigotes, and all of a sudden, Knight has turned it back into a game, all square with 90 seconds left. CRN right at the corner. Drafinho's there. Bems with a great win. Drafinho, it's a 2v1, and KV1 has delayed.
Oh, he missed.
Wisty in an awkward spot, and KV1 comes in to prevent Knight from picking up a hat trick. Now Drafinho over towards Knight. Played it himself. Bems through one.
Oh, what a save.
Through CRN.
The crazy thing is, this is probably the most discombobulated I've seen BS
What a
Plus's
save.
defense right now. It was a quick counter out of the 2-man save there. Everything has been either just off the mark or saved, though, on the attacking end for BS Plus. Another shot gone wide here for Bigotes, turning into another attempt. Very, very back and forth and quick, meaning priority needs to be having that 3rd man playing a little deeper on defense. Off the backboard, and
okay.
a sneak in. KV1 thought he had the right read here on the squishy save up the back wall. Look at this, or excuse me, just throwing himself up to try and get a hand. But that's all it has been, is just trying, but not quite enough.
Hat trick for Knight, playmaker for Bems, 3-2 advantage. And now KV1 looking to level it back up, but Bems is there for the save. Now CRN through the corner. Bems there to meet him. BSCO will reset for one last charge here in the final 20. Wisty lets it come off very late off the wall and kind of gave Bigotes time to pressure that and slow them down significantly. Knight now deep into blue territory, and Bems looking to just finish the job. KV1 will at least keep it in the air, but Drafinho trying to spike it down. Oh, that could have been helpful. Wisty for KV1, and oh, Knight, what a huge win. He is undoubtedly the top dog in game 1 for Bigotes, as his hat trick leads them in game 1.
Bigotes.
It's genuinely so insane to see how well this team works.
I'm about to
together.
just start calling him Big.
Talking so
Big.
much about the experience on both of these teams.
Bigotes. I'm gonna call him Bigotes.
I feel like
It's easier to remember.
Bijotes.
Yeah.
He's got not only 2 very experienced players on his side, he is arguably one of the most well-rounded out people that they could have put on this roster. 3 assists to the 3 goals that happened in this game. I absolutely love what he is bringing to the table. He's kind of what is keeping Bigotes, you know, a step ahead right now. Granted, yes, it's still Drafinho being Drafinho and Knight having the absolute pop-off that he's been, but that all comes hand in hand with the team working on the same level as each other.
a playmaker and a savior for Bems in that game. 3 assists, 4 saves, had a few shots of his own as well. Hey, what? I mean, Bems and Knight were fantastic. I mean, Drafinho didn't need to kind of carry the load as he had at multiple points in the quarters and semis. His time will come for sure. They're going to need him at some point in this series if they're going to press this advantage, but it was enough in game 1. Bigotes up 1. And they continue now against
Bigotes.
kind of the prohibitive
Big
favorites,
big
I think,
o
coming
big
into
odes.
today. BS
Big odes.
competition.
What if it's big odes?
Now this game 2, we'll see if it just stays the same. It's the same path we were getting in game number 1, fairly back and forth. Another off the sidewall here. One thing I will say, Stacks, is BS Plus had more double commits on a
Wisty straight up just stopped moving for a second to itch his face.
Just the rest of today in general. I am curious if that's something that they're gonna be able to correct here in game 2. Otherwise, you're looking in a world where momentum just sticks with Bigotes because they can't quite get a grip on their defense.
Oh, Wisty got the second touch coming from the ceiling. We would have put that on the top plays for tomorrow and the rest of the weekend had he scored that. KV1 out of the corner, his own corner, there to meet Bems as well.
It's a good reminder, Stacks. I will be streaming. I think it's the NA LCQ tomorrow.
More sustained pressure
Finals of that. So I'll be streaming that tomorrow, and then I think EU's is the next day after as well. So I will be watching those too.
A lot of shots that have, yeah, sure, they've registered as shots. And
So the next 2 days I should be streaming as well. Put it that way.
Mostly by Bems.
Oh, what a shot!
CRN on the near
Okay,
side.
okay.
No doubt about it as BSCO gets on the board first.
Look at this too. KV1 had the initial challenge on it, and when you realize he didn't have much involvement on the
was a nice
actual
double.
ball in the play, he just full went for the
Can they hold that
defender in
lead, though?
Moment. He was like, I'm bumping you clear out of the way.
Bigotes
You were
is,
stuck in a head-to-head with me
or at
in the
least it
corner.
seemed
Then
like in the
that was
first
a
game that they were
free
gonna
goal to them,
dominate
thanks
pretty
to
well, but
KV1.
I guess we'll see.
And now the 1-goal lead sits with them. We'll see how long it lasts. His Knight almost carries over 1. KV1 has an incredible read on it. Demoed for the attempt.
Bems out of gas, still got it down for Knight.
Oh, what
who had a
save.
trick in game 1 and almost added a quick equalizer here. What a performance from Knight on both sides of the ball, by the way. I mean, again, you go back to the quarterfinal, just a masterclass defensively. Yes, I know they played disaster class. No, I don't want to hear any more about it. Knight gonna turn around on this. Great offensively as well, and again, a hat trick in game 1 here in the grand finals with a trip to the World Championship in just over a month's time on the line. There's a big stop by Drafinho. Only goes as far as CRN, and Bems will clear it away, and Drafinho's down there, so KV1 had to jump up very proactively.
See if Drafinho is able to catch it. He does. Goes for that very, very, very
Dang.
classic center infield play. Look at it again up here. Drafinho not only took the boost, it gave him the power to center this, but Wisty had nothing left because of that. So he had to try and time that save as best as he could. And unfortunately for him, that ball was just a step ahead. Even playing ground into the second half of this game too.
That's just a brilliant shot from Knight as well. I think there's a tendency to overuse the same word over and over again. Brilliant fits the bill for how Knight has performed here. Wisty runs forward. CRN trying to weave through traffic. KV1 trying to clean it all up, but it falls to who else but Knight after a great stop on the Bigotes end as Wisty tried to leave it for CRN, and another great defensive effort as they continue to make BSCO work extra hard for everything, even every morsel of an opportunity as Wisty's run out of gas. And KV1 tracking this ball, he'll try to thread it through to a spot where there's nobody, but unfortunately for him, he found Bems.
This one's popped up again. Drafinho is trying and has been that difference maker for this team time and time again to get them here to this final. One more potential land for him in the career if they are able to take this one. Bems keeping this one out of their half for now. Another Drafinho catch. Just over a minute to go here. That tied game gonna start to create some pressure between both these teams. See who's gonna be the first one to crack.
Bems up at Wisty. Now CRN, he's gonna play this low, kind of has to because he doesn't have any boost in the tank. Graffinho right at KV1, trying to induce a misplay out of him. And now this goes to Bems.
Oh, what a save.
CRN coming down from the crossbar, making the save, keeping us all level here in the final minute. Now Wisty just gave it away to Bems, but he realized KV1 was on the backboard. Great team defense now out of BSCO. Down to 30 some odd seconds now. CRN needs one more to get by Bems. He can't find it. And now Graffinho running forward. Again, no boost, but he's going to live off pennies and tried to get in CRN's way, and he did well enough.
BS Plus got to be really careful in these situations too.
Ooh.
If they're not the ones making the heavy attacks, that defense feels a little bit like an afterthought right now, though they are going to be able to play with their food on their side as they clear it out past the midline. 3 seconds left on the clock here, and a shot up. It's got to stay in play, otherwise you're fighting a very scary OT against a team that is, well, been doing very well for themselves leading up to this point. Demo over 1 and the ball on the ground. Here comes that overtime.
They had Knight. That's who Graffinho was looking for. That flip reset pass. They took Knight out. Would have been his 5th goal if he had a look at it. Knight's on the charge here. Going after CRN. Chased him into the net. M's there to challenge Wisty. It will fall to CRN as after he avoided the contact. They'll kind of leave that for KV1. But again, Knight finds a way. Knight is finding a way into every play here. This is unbelievable. I mean, listen, you know he's good. I don't know if anybody knew he was this good.
I mean, to be fair, it is also the people you play with, right? It's your surroundings. You're gonna level up to them and also be in a better position to show what you're capable of.
Oh, okay.
Absolutely taken and ripped. BS Plus have officially
All right.
This was very awkward. Knight was in a real tough spot.
1-1 in the grand
He
final.
had Wisty in his way, and KV1 just runs onto one. Equalizer early in overtime. Not messing around anymore. His 5th shot. He finally found the net. Give him 3 goals already here in the first couple of games of this series. We're all knotted up at a game apiece.
I take a look back at these. I mean, even shots for the game overall are fairly even. You're looking at about 6-5 on the end of Bigotes. Graffinho was trying his absolute hardest to give them the most opportunity that they could, but at the end of it, BS Plus just had a little bit of a clutch factor that was missing on the opposite end of the field, especially in that overtime. There's something about this blue team when they see OTU in these high pressure situations that there is just a re-lock-in that they are terrifying to have to go up against.
BSCO coming into this series with a goal differential over 30. And they have had to scratch and claw for everything here in the grand finals. Of course, you expect everything will tighten up. The deeper you get into the tournament, it doesn't get any deeper than this here with the grand finals and just the biggest stakes for the region. One team goes to Worlds. The other, well, if it's one team, somebody's going to Worlds and not his teammates. Here we go, another 5 minutes on the clock. Game 3 between BSCO and Bigotes.
Whoever takes this is going to have a little swing of momentum, trying to hunt down for that match point as quickly as possible. Another big clear all the way upfield. Graffinho wants to try and follow it. Not quite enough boost in the tank to get another touch, but Benz does get the shot. I think that one would have possibly hit post on there, but still registered nonetheless as they continue to stat pad on the shots per game. First 30 seconds. Pretty decent amount of pressure to Bigotes, almost cut off here by BS.
Wisty does all he can to prevent that ball from ending up on his half of the field. KV1 very quickly on for a double, and that's dismissed by Bems. Now Graffinho running forward, won't be able to steal boost, and KV1 will make the save on the tough angle shot. Knight doing, it looked like he was maybe trying to seal and pinch that. Instead, just bounced off it. Doesn't matter if it's on the ceiling or on the wall. It's one of the saddest things, going for a pinch and just bouncing away. And now Drafinho with a full tank right at KV1. Good catch, good pass, better defense out of Knight again.
Knight is just an absolute menace. The amount of times you catch him just straight up on the other side of the field, waiting, for that sneak attack to possibly go their way is gotta be stressful on the end of BS Plus. Here comes CRN. This one's already up. KV1 has the beat, but low boost means it should go back into the hands of Bems. It does. He almost gets around, and great catch here for Knight. Pass over to Bems, completely cut off, and this is what I anticipate is going to happen a lot here from BS Plus. They do a great job of being able to cut the play off right before it starts, so it forces a lot more creativity out of Bigotes than they're probably used to throughout the rest of today.
Knight might have been threatening a musty there. Instead comes down to ground. Now Drafinho around the boards. They chase Wisty into the net. Bems will take a shot. It went wayward. Now Knight, little floater, follow it up himself, and he'll finish.
Dang,
through.
okay.
5 goals in the finals for Knight.
What an absolute playmaker on this too. Bems with a crazy big bump that forces the last defender that is conveniently on no boost to have to jump up. You play that shot a little bit high, and it is a free goal for this game 3 to this team.
For those keeping score at home, don't worry, I got you. Knight 5, BS Plus Co 4. And there is Knight to pound this away. That comes out neutral. Bems on it forward left. Knight will be over there to steal some boost. Wisty takes over from KV1, who doesn't have a lot to work with in the tank. CRN will jump into the play, and 2 in the air will send this all the way back to the waiting KV1, who very casually takes the corner boost as it spawns right in front of him.
Still small battle here in the corner. You see the demo in the back end. Things starting to potentially get a little bit more aggressive. As the heat starts to turn up, Bigote is holding on to that 1-goal lead. Sierra going to play this one into the back corner there. The boost spawn, but doesn't fall to the hands of a player in blue. Instead, it is stolen. Bigotes get to continue their pressure on.
Again, Wisty takes charge. KV1, one of the 2 that did not have any boost. Now Wisty again. Indirect for himself off the ceiling. That caught Drafinho. It caught Knight. Now KV1 again. They're just peppering the back wall. And every time, Bigotes have an answer, bringing it right back out to midfield. Wisty gets decked back into the blue half by Drafinho. And KV1 trying to drop one off to CRN. He just made that a bit more of an adventure than he needed to. Ems has done that a couple times on the defensive end. This time he's on the offensive half alongside Drafinho, and now they have to play some defense as Wisty throws one on, and Bems with yet another save. He's got plenty of those in this series.
Nice little bump there to take him off. Bems immediately getting demoed off the play. There's been so many times he's been a thorn in their side, and now CRN's trying to do one back. Just a little bit of a wide shot, but plenty of time to get back into this one if you are BS Plus 2 committed on the play, though, so it's up to Wisty to make it clear and kind of allow everybody the time to separate. But I think Bigotes did spot the slight mistake out made. They're going to take a shot for themselves.
This game is so
30
close.
seconds separate Bigotes from the halfway point here in this series. Try to break this 1-all score line. It's Drafinho for Bems way downfield. He got the boost steal at the very least, and that's enough to slow down BSCO. Wide open in front. Wisty will just take his time. There was no pressure there. Final countdown of game 3. KV1, who's been stuck without boost the majority of this game, gets stuck in a Rule 1. The clearance goes downfield, but not to the ground. And CRN has that taken away by Drafinho. I feel like every win Bigotes have had,
Bigotes or Bigotes.
Drafinho has been there to kill it. And
Take the series lead.
This is just a very solid performance overall from Bigotes. You can feel the very consistent, slight momentum upward against this BS Plus competition. And that's been the difference between everybody that's been forced to go against this BS Plus competition team, Everybody goes into that head-to-head just absolutely full send swinging. You're thinking that's the way to really be able to get ahead of them. Bigotes is approaching this much differently. It is a patient, slow climb up. You're not trying to completely outshoot. There's pretty much only, I believe, just a one-shot differential between the two in this game. So Bigotes, good on them for the way that they are approaching this. And also, you got to give the flowers to Bems. He walked away with MVP honors in this one, and the game gave him the flowers himself. But he is doing such an incredible job of being exactly where he needs to be so Drafinho and Knight can play their best game.
Well, they're going to need it as they try to reach the second half of this series. Up 2-1. Boy, they would love to have 3 shots at match point. Bigotes closing in on a trip to Worlds for Drafinho. It would be his 10th LAN. It would be 3rd in the region. Of course, behind Yan and Lost. Might as well call him Land. He's been to enough. It would be fitting that he would join his former teammates.
Yeah, I'd like to go to LAN.
At the top of the list.
We'll see how much closer he can get to the top of that list and stay there. Drafinho almost adds another goal for the team. It's just a matter of keeping the pressure on and taking those shots. Bems knocked off. CRN in the back end, just kind of messing around, trying to open a path, and he will do just that. Oh my gosh! You thought maybe there would be just enough power on the shot for that to go in, but no, he just folded enough that it was slow and savable.
I don't know what just happened for BS there, but that was some BS.
Once again, you see KV1 on the ball, and you see an empty circle. There's just no boost at all. Wisty's there, though. He'll keep this one.
There we go. There we go.
And he will score on the open net. And BS Go get a rare lead off of that amazing touch, recovering in the air.
Absolutely clean on this one. You can just truly feel how comfortable BS Plus is against Bigotes. And despite playing, from behind right now, when they have the opportunity, they are absolutely taking it. Another shot ripped on net, out over to the side here. Wisty trying to regain a little bit of control off the sidewall. A lot of power on the shot, but a better save from Bems.
That's where Bems has kind of settled into the role of the brick wall defender at the back, and he's been great in that role. Gonna need a little more offense perhaps now, with Wisty getting on the scoreboard. His first goal of this final, by the way. And look how hard he had to work to get there. Drafinho bumps into Wisty, but it was Wisty who got that corner boost. Bems trying to dish it off to Knight. He's around 2, drop down in front, and Wisty didn't have it, but there was nobody charging in from Bigotes.
Just 3 minutes to go. It's still that 1-goal lead. This is where BS Plus want to be sitting. Hopefully build on it, although granted, defending that 1 goal with your life right now should be the name of the game. Wisty placing this one out into the side there to give his teammates some time to get back to defend. Bem just full sending on the challenge. KV1 and CRN work together. That's going to be what BS Plus need to do. This has got to be full team strategic effort to be able to not only get out of your half, but stay out of your half, as Bigotes have plenty of experience going up against this team in their current state.
Wisty gets erased, but the corner boost spawned right for him as he came back into play, and he can use all of it to stop that effort from Drafinho. Now Drufy will take out KV1. Here goes Bems right at CRN, and just trying to power through him on the side wall, and just unable to break through. And another great stop now by BS Co as they send Bigotes backpacking to their own zone. This goes off to the side, and Knight will rip one on target, but CRN is there, as was KV1. It's Wisty who eats a demo there. It felt like at some point everybody was in front of the BS Co net, And CRN will take that one.
Sorry
left
if you
behind
guys
by
can hear my
Wisty.
parents
Loose ball in
talking.
front now, and Knight was coming on. Almost had an equalizer.
Oh my god, at this point in time, it felt like the pressure mounted, but nobody cracked on the defense of BS Plus. Instead, they were able to get out of their side. Almost lost there. This one left for CRN to take. He 50s forward off the side. Well, a little bit awkward there from Jaffinho. They don't even play the back pass. They fake the attempted back pass and just continue to push forward. And there's Jaffinho, and I'm waiting to see it, but you can feel him getting frustrated that they are behind on this one, and that's when the demos really start to get brought out from him. This is one of the top 3 demo-heavy players in South America. I'm waiting to see that shift from him as he tries to help get his team at least into a tie here with that final minute to go.
Vindication for the score doesn't matter crowd. There are 3 players in this lobby that have double-digit points. Make it 2 now as Jaffinho gets credit for a few extra. As CRN now casually controlling this at the midfield line. Jaffinho's got to come in and dish it off to the side, but his teammates are in no position really to push forward. Ems now in the best chance of them all, and Wisty will eat the demolition. Now it's Jaffinho with 30 seconds. Almost has to do it himself here with where his teammates are positioned. He just can't get a pass over to Knight. Now that goes through KV1. Bems through the corner. It's still nothing brewing for Big OJs. The ideas are there. The execution not so much. Down to 15 seconds. All Bems going headhunting as Knight will
Dang,
score!
okay. All right.
What an absolute playmaker on this. Look at this. Bems he ran out of the boost. He knew it was just enough to make that pass off over to Knight, and that is accredited to the
That's
fact that
not
Knight
good
is
for
ready in
BS
all
competition.
positions and situations to catch that ball
They
and
gonna
take the
go
shot.
down 3-0 in the
Off the
series.
kickoff,
Ah,
Jaffinho's gonna make
I don't
the
know.
on it. 9 seconds on the clock. Off the
Oh no.
What a cheat!
I just had to say something.
It goes right to Jaffinho. Perfect pass. Bems,
Damn.
after 5 assists, gets his first
Okay,
goal in this
all right.
final with 7 seconds remaining. The Gojays have completely turned this game on its head, and maybe the entire LCQ with it. Wisty trying to keep this in the air, and he can't. The Gojays have 3 shots at closing it out for a trip to Fort Worth.
You have to remember, this is a team that is already faced off against BS Plus competition. They saw them in the upper bracket quarterfinals. They fell to them in a complete sweep. 0-4 to BS
KV1 only
Plus
had 66
competition.
points,
And
damn.
after fight, Bigotes go 4-0 sweep. 4-3 in the best of 7 in the semifinal to get here. They've been warmed up, they've been gaining, and it truly feels like Bems is rounding out and on an absolute high with this team to push them one away from a final. And like you said, a trip to the World Championship.
As mentioned earlier, can't take it with you. You don't get an extra timeout next year if you don't use it now. So BS Plus Go will take their timeout now. Winners of the last South American event of the regular season, an event that ultimately proved inconsequential because our 2 teams for Paris and the World Championship were all locked up at that point.
Stay hydrated, chat.
But they did win. Open number 6. Try to carry some semblance of that momentum over into the LCQ. It's a long time in between events. A long time within this event as well. Again, almost 2 weeks from when you play the first set of qualifying matches to here. You've got to have it on this day, and you have a look at them now. You can see the tensions there. You know, they're trying to keep a little loose, trying not to let it get to them. But there is a sense of this was their event to lose. I think they had to have had that opinion coming into this event. And now, well, they are 5 minutes away from that being a reality, having it taken from them by Knight and Bigotes.
It's crazy after the run that this team has had to even think that they would be struggling right now. But if there was a team and a player in particular, you know, to really disrupt and just full stop the momentum that somebody could have, it would be Drafinho. We saw the very clear 180 shift in his last series in the semifinal when they were down against Nova Drift. We saw him do this proper wake up right in this series, and it's very clearly carried on here into the final. So this falls onto the hands and knees of BS Plus competition to find that 180 shift from themselves. Otherwise, like you said, they are 5 minutes away from the end of their season.
The image that just jumped into my mind thinking of how Drafinho has performed today. As CRN threatening early, sent away by Bems. You know the image of Master Splinter and the Ninja Turtles, and it's Splinter carrying the Turtles early on, but then it's the Turtles leading Master Splinter? That is exactly how Bigojes have performed here, with Knight and Bems taking center stage, helping Drafinho get to the World Championship. If they can close it out here at Parc de Paris. KV1 out to the side. Drafinho has Bems in front, and he just pushed it high.
You better be afraid too. If you are BS Plus, the fact that Bems is getting in on the action, and it's not even just getting in on the action, these are very quality shot attempts from this player as well. He's completely woken up, risen to the levels of his two incredible teammates here. And we'll see maybe if BS Plus can find something for themselves. It's felt like it's been quite some time.
What a save
by Bems.
Bems, the incredible.
They have no boost.
Save. Then Knight with nothing in the tank. But
yeah,
can't
damn.
Stop this one. Wisty's got BS Co in front.
I was waiting to see if somebody was going to be able to wake up on this one. I like it. It's just a very clean, simple center from that corner pocket there. Nobody quite had eyes on it. A little bit slow to it. A very rare lack of speed on the end of the defense. But in terms of saves, you know, both of these teams, they've got people sitting not only in the top 8, but KV1 and CRN in that top 2. You got 2 of your 3 players make up 2 of the top 3 in saves per game, right? So if they can just reach mixed with this level of
what is going on?
They should be able to get back in business.
Wisty still able to push through past Drafinho with CRN chasing Knight into the net. They realize I have to go for a squishy save, right? It's the only chance, and CRN just did not let him go anywhere. So a 2-goal lead now for BS Co. The Fighting Zebras. Stumpy so eloquently put it. Eloquently is a stretch. KV1. Right at Knight. Goj is far from done here with 3 minutes left. We've seen them turn games around very, very quickly. Oh, Bems with the briefly there. Almost got a piece of that. That would have made things real awkward for KV1. As Drafinho's waiting for that ball to come across, and CRN takes him out. Oh, what a pass from KV1 to Wisty, and Drafinho inside out for the save. Over one with a demo, and KV1 there for the stop. Oh, but now in 2-on-1. Wisty can't keep Bems out. Listen, it was either going to be Bems or Knight. Pick your poison. It was Bems, 2-1.
It's also at a point in time, right, where you kind of have to throw your hands up and just be like, of course it was going to be Bems. Bems, throughout this entire LCQ, has completely proved not only is he one of the most solid thirds you could have on your team right now, he is got to be one of your favorite people to assist, to headhunt, and now in this particular final, to go on target and take and rip those shots. KV1's going to try and show them what he's made of, though, with a pass down center. CRN trying to follow it up. It's a little bit slow for the likes of BS Plus and what they need to be able to really, you know, hold that lead as they can. But another demo added to the tally for Drafinho, and another shot on net means Bigotes is, they're starting to lurk a little bit.
Drafinho taking out Wisty, very fitting. As you saw, those two are 1 and 2 in the demos per game. Here's Drafinho from the heavens. Quick pass down. Knight got the shot off. Follow-up from Bems denied by CRN as well. Shades of what we saw from KNS earlier. Bems meets Wisty. Got one more touch as Knight was waiting for a handoff. And that's a great ball by CRN, but it only goes as far as Knight. KV1's just going to bring this up the wall. Knight doesn't have any boost to chase him down. And KV1 will burn all of his again. He'll go all the way downfield and thought about trying to steal some, realizes he may be called into action on the defensive end. And KV1 is just everywhere right now for BSCO. Isn't showing up as much in the scoring department in the latter half of this series so far. But there's still plenty of time to do so as Drafinho now up to the skies again. Oh, quickly dropped it down. Where's the follow from Knight? It's a little chip, and CRN still made the save. Shaking free from the attacker.
It's got to be a little frustrating too, right? Because in a couple of these moments, it feels like Bogota is just like 100% full commit on one of these, recent plays. They might have been able to find their way in, but there's that small bit of hesitation that is coming from the stress of you're playing from behind right now. 35 seconds on the clock, maybe a quick cut here from Knight will throw that ball upfield, and a bump off the play might let Bigotes into this other side, but nobody seems to be able to get there and stay there.
Was looking for Bems, had a lot of time to set it up. What a great read. I believe it was CRN that cut it out, but now they caught him. KV1, he couldn't get it. Doesn't matter. Saved by the post. Drafinho, second touch. Now Bems, hard off the side. Knight's gonna turn and catch, and CRN's all over it, but Knight got a hand on it. Now Whist all the way downfield. Boy, what a sticky situation that BSCO found themselves in.
All right.
And
BS is fighting back.
their way out of danger.
They have to win 2 more in a row, though.
I can't even fathom how fast your heart has to be racing in that situation. 2 of those shots in the final moments for Bigotes almost find their way in. It's that BS plus level of defense that was really and truly letting them hold on to that 1-goal lead. Game starts out with a very clean pass and play between the two. Time and time again, BS Plus competition reminded Bigotes that they were the original ones to really start, that synergetic pass and play. And now, all it has done is force Bigotes into a tactical timeout, just from the sheer stress of all of it.
8 o'clock on the East Coast. We keep playing deep into the evening.
Yep.
Bigotes will use their timeout. None remaining on either side. BSCO used theirs already when they were facing 3 match points against Bigotes. And they get some late heroics from no sentient human being. It's the post that keeps Bigotes out and keeps BSCO's lead intact and sends us to Neo Tokyo. I mean, Knight started off this series absolutely on fire, had 5 goals in the first couple of games. He's cooled off significantly. 6 total goals now in this series, has no assist to his credit. Bems was racking up assist after assist. He's still got the 5 assists and now 2 goals to his credit. Drafinho yet to score. And normally, you kind of look at it and go, okay, well, somebody's clearly got to wake up. But that kind of scares me because they went up 3-1 in incredible form. And Drafinho only in air quotes, had 2 assists. Something is going to give here. I feel like Drafinho is poised for a monster game. And the question becomes, NKV1 or Wisty or CRN or any combination of them match that. Neo Tokyo, the backdrop for a pivotal game 6. BSCO must win to force Champions Field here in the LCQ finals.
Here we go.
A long road ahead of BS Plus competition, but 1 away for Bigotes. This is the one to win, the one that gives you everything that you've been wanting throughout this LCQ. Is right in front of them. Knight gonna try and bob and weave his way towards
Oh!
And he's got the dunk on them to open the series.
What a shot. Or what a dunk.
Hello, Knight. Welcome back to the finals. Hope you enjoyed your vacation.
Missed you.
What a win. Oh, what a big boost for Bigotes. 15 seconds in. And KV1 had such a promising attempt off that kickoff. Again, narrowly off the crossbar. The frame of the goal giveth and taketh away. CRN Try to leave it down for Wisty, but Knight is there instead. KV1 now going to work. Tough to get that ball in front to a teammate. No surprise he was unsuccessful.
This one played off the crossbar, down and around. In that pocket, KV1 is still able to carry it forward. Not quite enough power to make it a shot on net, though. Drafinio is going to get around, and this is the player that we've all just kind of been eyeing and waiting to see when he's going to have that very intense shift. And it could be here. It's between the two. It's between Bems and Drafinio himself to give this team that 2-0 up lead.
Well, Bems will get credit, but this is all... I didn't even tell who that was who got the pool shot. It had to have been Drafinio with the pool shot for a second goal for Bigoje. So still yet to actually score a goal, Drafinio. Come on, pick it up, kid.
I mean, hey, it's Drafinio. You got to look at it and be like, this is just one of the most selfless people out on the pitch. He's just here to set you up, and that's basically what's been happening, right? But it would be so much fun to watch him stat pad. He is stat padding in the one place that everybody would love it to be, and that is on the demo front, leading the charge for everybody in South America. And so long as it stays that way, they should be able to hold on to this 2-goal lead and build upon it.
CRN going after Knight and realized he had to try to jump in the way and redirect that because he just wasn't going to be able to catch Knight. Now KV1. Medium length off the corner. Now CRN trying to catch this. He can't. It goes all the way downfield, courtesy of Knight. Wisty can only pop it out in front, but there was nobody there for Bigojes. So now it's going to be off of KV1. Wisty's there!
Okay.
On a missile coming off the back wall.
Look at this catch from KV1 too, just such control. It just happens to get the pinch off the top of that opponent's car there, and it's a beautiful catch from KV1 straight on in there. They are not to be counted out by any means, despite how far up Bigotes is gonna go. This BS Plus team has beaten them before. They just gotta stay calm and collected enough to continue to do it again here.
When they beat this Bigotes team, it was pretty handy in the regular season, but that was before Drafinio. As Knight will dish that off to Bems. And now CRN around Bems. That's been a tough task for BSCO throughout this entire final. Now Drafinio's come off the wall and he forgot to take the ball with him. Now Wisty out of the corner. He's got CRN behind him in support. CRN has been relatively quiet on the offensive end. Got a big bump in the air here. Wisty takes out Knight. Add to his tally. But it's Bems picking his pocket.
Oh my.
Clanging one off the crossbar. Another near miss from Bigojes. This could get out of hand. Instead, a brilliant passing play downfield. A little give and go. And KV1 ties it.
Oh man. Okay.
Straight before it even happened. They gotta hurry before it completely gets away from them. Catching Bigotes off guard, tying the game up when it matters most. 2 minutes of regulation left to go here. KV1 is gonna pop this one up to himself from the sidewall. Wisty already there, was trying to make a little bit of noise on the back end, but couldn't quite find anybody to connect with. And we'll see if BS Plus competition is able to get a little bit more hyper-aggressive in these final moments as the ball clears out to the other end.
What should be a little scary for Bigojes is they have seen a lot of shots out of BSCO that have not gone in, but not through any fault of their own. They've been just narrowly off the mark. They put a lot of power.
Oh, what a bump.
CRN get a piece of him as Wisty will score. I think CRN had to have got a bump right on the goal line. It was Drafinio getting knocked into the net, and Wisty gives BSCO the lead.
It is Drafinio getting a taste of his own medicine. That's been something he's been doing to them time and time again. They finally get fed up and do it straight on back. Now they got to play from behind, trailing by 1 with 1:22 on the clock here. Pass off over to CRN. It's going to be BS Plus trying to break out of their half, but Bigote is inching forward. No connect on this ball because low boost, but absolutely nothing.
All right.
Drafinio, they tie it up.
This is fucking back and forth at this point.
The responses
Say
come through.
I make that flip when I play ranked all the time. I come nowhere close to the ball. Drafinio makes it look like a masterpiece. slowed it down, realized he was beaten. That's great. All level. Grafino with his first goal of the final. Knight trying to drop it down to him, but KV1 will pop it away. Now it's Bams trying to hammer one through the corner. Everybody misses here as Wisty let it come down. KV1 will run forward instead, and then Wisty gets demoed from behind. Advantage, Bigojes. Grafino to the backboard, and Wisty hammers it away again.
34 seconds away. If somebody can steal it here in regulation, they try to go for a pass off, but Bems has just been the one to mess with. He's going to try and spot Grafino. He's going to have to leave this one off. They're going to play it a little bit safer here in the final moments. Nobody trying to choke this game on either end of it. 15 to go. Wisty from the side, 2 up on it. KV1's bump could actually allow BS Plus to stay in this orange half. Wisty, quick cut, quick shot. There was a center, but he's going to call himself off. 2 seconds left on the clock, and a shot on net. Floater towards the back. It's low boost all the way around. Nobody's going to commit, and it's in overtime. If Bigotes takes this, we see you at Worlds. If not, we are headed to Champions Field.
One more match, perhaps. We'll see as CRN will have a free ball here. KV1 get the demo on Grafino. Oh, and it goes off of CRN.
Damn.
Oh, Wisty had an open net.
That was unfortunate.
CRN just narrowly didn't get out of the way on his way through. But still the advantage for BSCO. Wisty so far, I don't think he's left the orange back wall at all. As CRN challenges, this goes all the way up to KV1. And now he'll jump. Oh, he did the same thing Grafino did a moment ago. Just didn't take the ball with him. Wisty now, an awkward touch. And CRN, good kick out for KV1. Waterfall.
Oh.
Still denied by Knight. Wisty
What a save.
Jump, and KV1's got to scamper back as the only thing keeping BSCO in this tournament, in this season.
You have to give true flowers tonight in that
Oh, they missed.
situation. This is the one that is keeping them in this and still going forward. Bems up next. KV1 takes his chances with him. Knight trying to push this upfield as close as he can. Nobody's back. It's slow enough that Bems should be able to get a hand up, but he's got to play it safe. They choke. They get
It's in, damn.
And this is it. We're seeing Champions Field.
Wow.
Champions Field after Wisty takes out Knight, and this time
Okay.
get in the way as
We're just
CRN
gonna continue to play, I guess. Jeez.
sends us to game 7.
It's gonna be pitch black when I go for my walk. Damn.
The most high pressure moments was that ball falling into that corner pocket. That is where so many teams completely lose sight of themselves and start to lose all bits of control that they have on that ball. The moment it fell into that corner there, you could see it. It was Bigotes all the way around. We're starting to get nervous. They didn't quite know how to turn their cars back into a position where they would be able to full head-on challenge it. Instead, BS Plus, they stayed calm enough to wrap around, find their way on in. We'll be able to see it here on the replay in a second. It should be, yeah, it's just disgusting. It felt so disrespectful to say choke in that moment. I'm so sorry. Nobody come at me. It just, I said it, but you were all thinking it.
BSCO gets 14 shots in a game they must win. The second in a row that they had to win to send us to where we're headed now, Champions Field. No timeouts for either side. The most iconic map we've got. Names in the rafters and a chance to compete for that very honor. On the line now for BSCO and Bigojes. Here we go, game 7. And KV1 might not have missed this time. No, it's just a little wide. Boy, he has been deadly close on just about every opening kickoff.
One win away on either end of these teams. That is what sits between Grafino and KV1, taking the #1 LAN appearance spot in South America representation. CRN's gonna catch this one. Grafino down in the corner to keep it out. Bems will catch and collect and carry this all the way over. A flip A touch, one shot denied.
Oh
but
my, okay.
Trevino won't be stopped.
Rafinha trying to reach double digits with his teammates Yan and Lost, or ex-teammates Yan and Lost. Second goal of this final. It's the opener in Game 7. What do you have for a response now? KV1. KV1 tried to make himself as big as possible in front. CRN's done well to keep that in, but only for a moment. KV1 there to just kind of cross-body block against Bems. That's a great ball from Wisty over to CRN. And it's got the Bigoje's defense scrambling a little bit. KV1 up to meet Rafinha. Wisty just didn't have enough boost. He'll have to grab midfield, but it's CRN gonna have to find him in the corner, and he does.
Two of the most intense teams that have had runs here in the SAM LCQ, battling it out all the way to Game 7. Another attempted shot here, almost dead balled in front of the net as it gets carried out. KV1 will stay otherwise. Bems has been such a huge difference maker that demo is going to mean virtually nothing as this ball almost got taken out. Another center will be sent off. As time just starts to dwindle away, BS Plus got to do something with all of these attempts to find each other in that orange half.
Good ball from Rafinha over to Bems, but Wisty not fooled at all, and a quick counter.
What a save.
Rafinha already with the savior medal. KV1 for CRN, and he pushed it wide. Rafinha will get credit for his save, but it was wide. And now Wisty just falls past this. KV1 thought about it. He'll go back and start anew.
This is truly the version of Rafinha 2 that everybody was waiting to see. It would wake up and show up in this Game 7, and he did. We started getting him around Game 5, and he's just been more intense as time goes on. Passed over to Wisty, completely cut up by who other than Rafinha. He seems to want it more than the rest and has the capability to make that dream happen for this team. Holding onto the lead, a half a game away from potentially another LAN appearance.
KV1's got to scramble up the
Oh, okay. All right. Bigotes is they're stepping up. I don't know.
This is a full team effort to win this series. This team not only is learning from their previous loss against BS Plus earlier in their LCQ run, but they have taken every bit of momentum throughout the bracket journey to this point to hold this level of momentum against a team as good as BS Plus. Couple demos added into the stats here for BS, but there's nothing that can be done about the 2-goal deficit that they are being held to right now.
Inside 2 minutes, Rafinha with a blast, and Wisty there to deny any clean rebound. KV1 can't control this ball. Maybe he can control that from Wisty. No, it's CRN, only one at the back. Rafinha now, second touch will slow things down. It is all Bigojes right now. BSCO has to find a way to rip this back from them. KV1 with nothing in the tank and nothing behind the shot as Rafinha sends another one away. Give him 6 saves, along with what could be the series winner. Wisty for KV1, and Rafinha coming over. He had the save lined up. Now Wisty will have one right at Bems coming down for the save, and everything BSCO throws at Bigojes.
Oh, that was a big double commit.
1 minute between Bigotes and a LAN appearance at the World Championship. Wisty trying to work together with this team. They really are. You're getting a little bit almost too creative. You got to keep it simple in times like these. You got 40 seconds left on the clock. You've done it before. It's about doing it again. KV1 off the back, nobody there to read it, and on top of it, it's low boost for BS Plus. So what Knight is gonna do, he's gonna get that clear out for his team, and from this end of the field, it's just about playing keep away for the final 23.
Bems with the win of a lifetime. It's just wide. Rafinha pumps the brakes off the backboard. Oh, Knight comes up empty. Everybody came forward, and Rafinha just brings it back to Bems, and they can feel it now.
I think that's it.
The final countdown before Rafinha gets his 10th LAN appearance, and Begojes are headed to Fort Worth.
Welcome to the World Championship, you guys. Through the LCQ, this team has fought
Fair enough to Begodes.
and nail. They win
GG's.
every head-to-head. When they did it, they got forced with a rematch, and they absolutely showed up and showed out. Congratulations.
He's in his underwear,
to
bro.
this team. We are so excited to see you all at the World Championship.
Absolutely deserved elation and understandable regret and sadness on the side of BS Plus competition. They fought so hard to bring it all the way to Game 7. They had so many opportunities. But it
Damn.
was Drafinho
That is sad to see.
getting his second
That's how competition
goal
goes, though, I guess, you know.
that ultimately proved to be too much. Night added to it. And it's Begojes who are headed to the World Championship. Well deserved. Let's send it back to the desk.
And all the way through, didn't lose today. It's Begojes. It's Knight, Drewfy, and Bems all the way through, and they'll be playing in Fort Worth. What a performance! All the way to Game 7, had to hold off an onslaught those final few games there, Dazarin, but they come out on top.
It's the experience. You know, you talked about it. All of us talked about it leading up to this matchup and in that kickoff segment. Just, again, these guys have been playing the game for so long. They've had so many world championships between them all. And, of course, that's going to be a factor when the pressure's on. Even going into it, I thought it was a little rough, you know. I saw the energy that BS Plus was bringing. I saw that, you know, they had the mechanical ability, they had the speed, but the one thing they lacked was experience in a high-pressure moment like this, and that was something that every member on Begojes was familiar with, and that won at the end of the day.
It's tough as well, though, because BS Plus, they managed to fight back. It was pretty back and forth throughout, but then they managed to win those final two before Game 7. So they won the 5th and the 6th, and it even came down to an overtime just to get Game 7. I think they have got so much to be proud of. They managed to really put the pressure on. They were, as I said, they must have felt like they were the next ones coming up. But in these last chance qualifiers, you can take absolutely nothing for granted. You need to be fighting for every single second. And I think that in the end, Begodes, they managed to, I think just as you said, Daz, they had that level of expectation. Maybe they had the level of knowing that they might be making it.
I think they were a little hyped.
Popped off right at the end, so they clearly had that passion bottled up inside them. And I saw a lot of love for Drafinho in the chat as well.
I'm glad it
So
at least
he
went to
is
level,
gonna bring
to
even
level
more
7.
on the
Wow.
stage
Yeah,
in
Game
the
7.
arena.
That's what I meant to say.
His energy is so infectious. Everybody loves to watch Drafinho play, and we're so excited to see him in Fort Worth. Again, quite the bracket to get there, but it went to Game 7, 2 overtimes. It was 13-11 goals. You couldn't have asked for a closer grand finals in the LCQ.
Damn,
And with
that's crazy.
that victory, Begojes have earned a spot in the World's plans. They will take on Virtus Pro first thing at the World Championship. Loser drops the lower quarterfinals. Winner advances to upper semis. That is not an elimination match, but lose 2 in this bracket and your world run.
NA has to go against Team Falcons. Are we dead ass?
It's not really that bad
Bruh.
of a first round matchup for them.
No.
You know, Virtus Pro haven't really looked too solid over the course of the season. It's why they're in this position in the first place. They had a great start, but they fell off. So, going to be a true test for both sides coming in. But I do feel like that playing field, compared to all the other upper quarterfinal matches up we have, that one might be the most even.
I think, though, you need to look towards the upper semis. You've then got EU's LCQ team. You've got another European team fighting, trying to make it through to make, I believe it'll be 6 teams in the main event for Europe. And they are going to be extremely hungry for that kind of opportunity. But I think Begodes have got a really good chance there. It's going to be very exciting to see just how much damage they can do in that bracket.
And with their qualification here, South America has 3 representatives at the World Championship. We're still waiting to determine who will be the OCE champion. And then we will add one more team to the North American list and one more team to the European list for the most well-represented, most global World Championship, I think, in history of the game. It's pretty safe to say here. So a lot of exciting action, 3 team spots left to secure this weekend. And, you know, I mean, shout outs to BS Plus here too. I mean, you called them the they're kind of the next up, and this result doesn't change that. These are still the next players up. Their next just wasn't quite now yet. It's still kind of next.
Yeah, for sure. And there's so much that's still yet to come in SAM as well. I think when you have any region like this, we always describe this kind of region as a bit of a top-heavy one. Same with MENA as well. But MENA has proven R8, another team that is now going to the World Championship, that has proved to be better than Falcons at times. That's happening now in South America. Younger players coming up. They're learning from these older guys. Couldn't get it done this time. They fought the ultimate old guy in Drafinio, and they weren't able to get it through him. But there's going to be chance for SAM in the future. So whilst this season is over for them, they've got a big, bright future ahead.
Yeah, for sure. And we'll see Bagoja's play at the World Championship. Scan the QR code on your screen. You can be in the building when history is made. Now, I will say, BS Plus didn't make it as a team here, Daz, but KV1 is going to Dickies Arena to represent South America as the 1v1 regional champion. If you're a BS Plus fan, that's the guy to root for.
Exactly, of course. And then I think also if you're just a fan of CM Rocket League and BS
Okay.
root for Pagodas, because again, this is the team that took out your team and
Stay
stopped
hydrated,
that
chat.
run. So you do want to be able to give them some support. That's one of the things about the World Championship that makes it so special. All of these regions, all kind of fighting for glory. And you, if you're a fan of Rocket League, no matter where you are in the world, there's going to be a team that represents where you're from. So again, trying to share that love and all that support, I think is going to mean a lot to those guys as they make their way to Dickies Arena. Such a legendary arena. Who knows what moments we have in store for us.
What a pilgrimage is going to be for all the teams that make it. And we still have 3 spots left to secure this weekend. That concludes our South American LCQ, but on Saturday, July 25th, tomorrow, we will have the North American LCQ OCE's tiebreaker match will be first thing Sunday morning with the European
So it should be
LCQ
1 p.m.
coming
I
after
think.
that. So it's going to be
Definitely
a
will be
crazy
streaming that.
day. A crazy final few days of Rocket League. So many fan favorites. Justin potentially could still play for the title of world champion depending on how things go tomorrow. Stumpy. Lots of fun action in store. Here's the schedule.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're going to have to tune into all of these LCQs as well to make sure you're getting the biggest storylines through straight live as much as you can. North America is going to be incredible. Then we have Europe taking place on Sunday as well. Jack, I was about to mention him in the Europe conversation. He's in North America. He's playing for Dignitas again. Like, there is an incredible amount of people who just see a spot. They say, I'm taking that. And now they're going to be fighting in different regions to try and get through to the World Championship. So super exciting. Again, shout out to Epic, shout out to Blast for giving us LCQs as a concept. I absolutely love it. It's so cool.
Well, and here's the thing, Daz. Track with me here, right? If Dignitas makes it to the World Championship, the 76ers own Dignitas.
No.
LeBron James at the World Championship.
LeBron is not coming to the World Championship. I would love it. LeBron.
I don't know. Maybe Jack can make it happen.
Is LeBron James, is that Bronny's dad?
Let's not. Folks, thank you so much for watching the South American LCQs. It's been a fantastic show. We'll be live tomorrow, 9:30 a.m. Pacific with the pre-show, 10 a.m. for kickoff for the North American LCQ. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you there. Stay safe.
Heck yeah. What a show. What a show. Highly entertaining. GG's to Bigodes, whatever you want to call them. They earned it. And yeah. I'm going to end stream on that note. Because I think I'm going to go try to get a walk. I don't really know. We'll see. But yeah. I appreciate you stopping by, dropping likes, and not being toxic. As always, thank you for your support. I appreciate it. And yeah, it was a great rest of their day / night wherever you are. And I will see you all on the next one night. Much love. Peace. Remember, I'm streaming tomorrow. I think 1 p.m. But regardless, I'll be streaming tomorrow. And any LCQs